Good to see you, Manuela. How's it going?
Nice to see you guys.
To
We're
see
excited
you.
you can jump on here. Everybody in the comments was excited already. So, um, yeah, welcome in.
Thank you. Honor to be here.
Yeah.
Great.
Well,
Yeah, we're excited to have you. Thanks for doing this.
yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah, I was just
any
texting you like that I have had people actually text me like really excited to hear your story and to hear from you actually. So yeah, this is awesome. It's finally happening.
I know. I'm always shocked that people know each other's stories too.
Yeah. You know what's so
Right.
funny? I had or it was Rod yesterday asked me. He goes, "Where's the video of Emmanuel on the live?" I'm like, "I don't think we've done it yet." And then we looked around and it was yesterday. We were talking about this, and we're like, "Oh, it's tomorrow." So anyway, well, if you don't mind, I guess just tell us a little bit about your story, and we'll kind of ask some questions. Like, what got you started in real estate media?
Well, we had just moved to Texas from Oregon and just wanted a change in scenery, just had a baby, and so I wanted to get into something that I wouldn't have to be working a full-time job and that I can be with the baby most of the time.
Okay.
And so I was looking into either getting my real estate license or diving deeper into the photography world because I already had a camera. And so that's when I came across your famous Instagram page. And so I'm like, wow, this all makes sense. Have I have a camera, and I just love working with people, and I don't think it would be hard to get started with this kind of thing. And like again, learning about the REPP program, then I'm like, who knows if this is a scam or not? But one way to find out, and
A risky way to find out, but
I know. I'm like, whoever this Eli guy is, here's my information.
what? So you said you had a camera. Did you? Was it like you just shot photos for fun, or you did other types of photography? Like, what was the extent of your camera experience?
Yeah, I pretty much just like friends that knew I had a camera, they would ask if I can do their family photos or did like a wedding. And so I'm like, I have some experience with this, but I would rather go into real estate in general.
Yeah. Okay. So you already, it was just like it mixed the two well because you liked camera stuff
Oh,
and then
yeah.
you were already thinking about real estate. So it's kind of like
Yeah, I'm like, wow, literally the best of both worlds. I've lived on Zillow my whole life, and it's just like, the houses that don't have great photos, it's like you just keep on scrolling, and so you already see the power of good photos.
yeah. What, I mean, I guess besides that part of it, besides that you had the experience and stuff, what have you found that you've liked the most about, because you're doing about 8K a month now, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So like as you built your business and where your business is now, what do you most enjoy about the industry? I mean, I would imagine the money's not bad, but like what are some things that make you excited about it or that you like?
I think that so I have some background in military as well. I was
Yeah.
3 years in the army, and I feel like it takes the best aspects of every job I've had out there. I've had random jobs, and just like working with people, and I feel like every interaction with potentially new clients, it's always been like such a gift of who you're going to meet, and I just knew like getting into this world would be like, this just makes sense, Um, I feel like it's the relationship aspect that I look forward to the most. And I love the challenges of you're thrown into a new situation every day. You don't know what you're coming into. And like you come to a house and you see everyone's already stressed out, and the homeowner, like, look, just sit down. I will clean up a little, don't worry. And you can already see they're like teary eyed, giving you a hug. And it's like, we're just here to help and might just be a photographer, but I feel like we were meant to meet. So that's just kind of how I see every every aspect of it. It's like I love that there's so many areas that I need to grow in, and I can I can see the potential in it, and so it's just like the newness of it.
Do you think you like the unknown side of things? So you mentioned that every day is just something different. You don't know what's going to happen. So do you think you enjoy that part of the business of just like every home is different, every homeowner is going to be different, every situation is different? Like, do you enjoy it? I guess that's
I
what I'm
think
asking.
it's like it's a good kind of stress because it's like there are some situations that you go in there and you're like, oh no, what have I signed up for? So it's good and bad. I feel like it's way better than an office job for sure. Sorry, guys.
Yeah, as we're all sitting off. I mean, I'm in the car, but you get the point.
But no, it's just like, yeah, I love the challenge of it and any opportunity to grow. And that's why, like I am at the 8K mark, which I'm even shocked I got there because when I first started the coaching program,
Mm.
then my coach would be like, "Okay, what's your goal for this month?" I'm like, "I don't know. Like, let's say 1,000. I don't want to be too greedy." And so it's like I said I would make 1,000, and I did. So I'm like, okay, let's push it a little bit. And so it really is like realizing your mindset is everything. And I feel like for me, it might have been a slower start with undoing some of the mindsets that were holding me back and just like personal challenges that came up in my life. And like I'm laying the foundation, but definitely this coming year, I'm looking to really, really dive into it a lot more.
Yeah, and you're at a great. I mean, if you're doing that kind of revenue, um, that's when you really start to get some good momentum. Because you have so many clients, especially with your approach. And I'm sure it's great to work with you as an agent because you're. I mean, the first thing you said that you like was building the relationship, and that's a big part of what grows the business. So you have a good year ahead in that sense. What as you were building your business, what are some of the things that were challenging for you? You said mindset stuff, like, if someone's listening to this just starting or, maybe not getting momentum in their business, I guess what mindset changes helped you grow?
Um, sorry. I think even the feeling of, you don't have as much experience as the next person. That was a huge thing where I think we talked about that too. Why would someone choose me over someone else that their work is clearly better? And it really is connecting with you as an individual that has made all the difference. Because I've had agents that they're like, we don't care that they're not perfect. We will learn together, we'll grow. And so that's made all the difference of the agents that have been more difficult. Then you can't be all smiles with them because they walk all over you
Yeah.
and they don't think you're very serious as a person and that it might reflect in your work. But I've learned to be like a little more no nonsense with them. And I think um, it's just so funny to see them come around
Yeah.
where they might give you attitude and like they're unimpressed with your work and then they come back reluctantly to thank you for your pictures because they got so many compliments. Like, you're welcome. I hope I never hear from you again.
What's
And then
funny?
they're scheduling again. Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of like they always say that ego is based in fear, right? Like if someone has an ego, it's usually because they're fearful. And so you see that occasionally, or sometimes more than occasionally, with real estate agents is like they want, they're small business owners too. They really want this to work. And so sometimes that comes across as ego. And it's really just, I always think about that whenever I'm, irritated working with somebody. I'm like, oh, they're probably just scared. Like a lot of small business owners, they're like trying to get the next deal. So that for me helped me not be like, what's wrong with you? Because when you have a service business, you deal with great people, you deal with people that are rude, and those are the challenging ones, obviously. So, what
Yeah.
Oh, go for it if you're going to say something.
Also, something else is when you're first starting something like this, obviously nobody in your um, close circle of friends, family, nobody's ever done anything like this. So everyone is fearful for you of like, are you sure about this? Have you looked at it? I'm like, I don't know. Like I'm willing to try it out because nobody has tried it out. And it's like, look where this has gotten you. Of
Yeah.
you're scared to get out of your comfort zone. And that's one thing that Like, if I'm comfortable in something, I need to continue growing. And so I would tell them, okay, I'm not going to say anything, but let my life be the testimony. And once you see it changing, then you'll want to be part of it. And I've been seeing that a lot too. Of, can you train me to do the same thing? Like, I would love to, because I've seen how it's changed my life, and I want to do the same thing too.
Yeah, I love the let your life be the proof kind of concept because, yeah, I mean, what you're saying is something I think a lot of people face. And like you said, it's not that they don't want you to succeed, it's that they're scared you're not. And so it comes across as a lot of negativity and that discourages a lot of people. What made it so you just, I mean, to put it more bluntly, what made it so you didn't care and did it anyway?
I think that everything was just so structured, even in your videos, that I think I, like, in a day went through all of your videos, and I'm like, I know, like, I don't even know the guy, but I know this works, like, um, because it all just makes sense. If it seemed a little more sketchy with, like the mystery of find out more about, how to do this, then I would have been more hesitant.
Yeah.
But it's like, again, you see the positive aspects, and
Yeah.
like, again, I can't get somewhere new if I'm just doing the same old things either.
Yeah, that's a perspective. It's hard. I mean, everybody has it to some extent and has to develop it to some extent. So I was very much not that way when I was starting my business. So I think that's like part of why, I mean, you've grown your business more quickly than I grew mine, right? It's because you're willing to do that. Um, that being said, there's always that 20% of you that was like, not even about scam or not scam, just the industry. There's probably
Mm-hmm.
20% of you that was like, is this going to work? So was there a moment when you're like, okay, this is going to work? I think all of us have that like thing that stood out, the first shoot or the first $1,000 month. Like, do you have one of those? And what was it, if so?
Um, I feel like when I first started doing the Instagram method, then it's like you feel like you're just going through the motions of like, hey, I'm a real estate photographer. It is that um, I keep forgetting what you call it, imposter syndrome.
Yeah.
Of you're just going through the motions, and I'm like, I'm just trusting these people that something is going to come out of it. And so when you're seeing that positive feedback,
Mm-hmm.
then I think that really helps, but also like building out your order form, um and like I think there was one builder, he never responded to my DM on Instagram,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm like, that's fine, I'm going to follow up with you anyways. But he's like, out of the blue, 6 months after messaging him initially, he never even responded. He asks, what's your availability next Tuesday? I'm like, well, hello to you too. And he's like, I just need photos. And I'm like, okay, well, if you can fill out the order form, we can get that scheduled. And then next thing you know, he buys my most expensive package and like putting some add-ons. I'm like, okay, what just happened? I thought that was there as a decoration. I didn't think people would actually like, oh, that's nice. But I was just in shock. And even like the little work that I had done, he was already praising my work, and he'd seen what I've done for other agents. I'm like, that's so crazy. It's actually working.
Yeah.
So I think that was a huge moment for me.
Yeah. That's awesome. That's so cool. It was a there's nothing like that feeling of getting that big package payment. You're just like, huh?
Yeah.
So
And it's like, especially when they order everything and
yeah.
then a real Twilight as well. Like,
Oh
of
gosh.
course. Of course. And then I'd never done a video before, and they schedule or they ordered a video, and I didn't even have a stabilizer. Like, okay, I'm buying a stabilizer today and I'm doing a video tomorrow. That's
Yeah.
just how it's been.
That's awesome. It's interesting too. I think like what you just said sums up the way you get over imposter syndrome, right? Like you talked about it was just you did Instagram method, you set up your page, and then you got a booking, and then before you, it's like you solve imposter syndrome by not being an imposter, right? Like doing the actual work. And I think it's interesting because people don't like the feeling of imposter syndrome. Obviously, it's not a great feeling. The way you get rid of the feeling fast as possible is to not be an imposter, is to go through the steps. So it's this interesting thing where like you felt it, but you just got past it. And so you didn't feel it as much as some people that are, if you're sitting here in the live and you've been here a lot of times, you probably feel that imposter syndrome every live. When you're done, you're like, what did I just watch? Am I really going to do this? And the way you kind of get over that feeling is like Emmanuel has said, like you just do the work and then it goes away and you're not an imposter anymore. I love the story about the builder. Rod, Kenny, do you guys have any questions for Manuela you want to ask?
I'm like gonna fight Rod. Go for it, Rod.
I think we were both waiting on each other.
I was like, I see you. I know you. I know when you're,
Usually, I'm like, when I lean in, I always like, it sounded like you started coaching and started the business at the same time. It seemed like, right? Or did you start the business a little first? It was at the same time?
Yeah, no, I started the coaching and then the business shortly after.
Okay, gotcha. So I always like, I'm always curious, like the month before that moment and just kind of like the month after that moment is like always my like curious points in the journey with everybody. And I know that was, I don't know, was this a year ago or so?
More than that now, right?
It'll be 2 years in July.
2 years in July. Awesome. Okay.
Yeah.
So it was 2 years ago. Okay. So in that, like, what was it like as far as, like you said, the moment you found that it was real was after you jumped in and got that builder client, but obviously you trusted enough to jump in first, which I deal on the front lines with. A lot of times people have that worry of trusting like that breakthrough moment's going to happen. Right. So like for you, what made you still go? I think you alluded to maybe some family having some opinions and friends having opinions. I remember when I first built a business, it was like, be careful. And it's like some of that rings in your head and it kind of plays with you a little bit. So like, what was the thoughts and the challenges, and what did you have to overcome to say, you know what, I'm going to jump into this business and jump into coaching? Just like the month before coaching or before that, what was the thoughts there is my curious thought.
So I've just been trying to figure out, like, I've always wanted to start my own business. I just didn't know what that was. And I've always had like 1,000 ideas, but no follow through. And so it's like nothing has been enough to where I really wanted to dive in. And so it's like, again, with my random jobs, I've always done like, I'd be happy to work 3 or 4 jobs and just to do something new. And so at one point I worked at Starbucks and I'm like, I just want like maybe a side job and maybe I should go back to Starbucks or something like that. And so I applied and they wouldn't accept me. I'm like, excuse me. And I'm like, wow, this is really sad if Starbucks won't even take me. And so I'm like, that's okay. I just have to find something else. I can't get back to just what I'm familiar with. And so that's when I just kept on researching and like, I need to find a way. And so again, that was just like an answer to prayers of how timely that came up, your videos, and it just worked together so well that I'm like, the timing is everything. And it's just like the initial maybe price tag of things, then I'm like, I don't even care at this point. Like, you just feel overall peace about the whole thing, and it's like it will work out.
Yeah. And
so that was it, where I'm like, we're trying to just do something, and it ended up being way better than I ever anticipated.
Sounds like you trusted universal timing is kind of what it boiled down to. It's just the universe was nudging you and you were getting signs. And sometimes it can be hard to kind of trust those signs and just lean in on them. And it sounds like that's what you did. And I see a lot of people like genuinely on the front line struggle with that because that's easier said than done to like trust that lean. So I applaud you for doing that. That's a big deal. That's awesome that happened. So what were you saying, Eli?
Yeah. Well, I was just going to say that's a really that stops a lot of people from a lot of things in their business, not just starting it. It's like starting it is one time, but having that skill set of knowing, and being willing to do something that feels a little bit risky, I think is it's the making of a successful person. Like that skill set is very, very important because you run into it at different. I'm sure you've had these experiences as well, Manuela, but like you run into it at different times in your business. It's not just when you first start it. It's like maybe for you coming up on hiring somebody, you're probably going to have those same feelings. But my guess is you're not going to be the person that basically flatlines their business for 2 years before they grow because they're on the fence. And so
Mhm.
I think some of that, it's like I would love to ask the question of like how you got over it, but I think sometimes it's just people do that. You just have to do it sometimes. Like sometimes there's not like it doesn't make it easy, I guess is what I'm getting at. Like you still did it
Mhm.
despite fear of doing it. Um,
Is that what happened though? Like, or did you have any other aspects that helped you get
Uh,
over that fear, or you were just like, you know what, it is what it is. I'm just gonna do it, and the worst thing that could happen is whatever. I just go back to Starbucks if.
yeah. Yeah, I think that initially the military experience really helped with that because again, like I always prayed and I told God like anything but the military. I want nothing to do with it. And then just like one thing led to another and here I was signing up for the military. And I'm like, I'm probably the most terrified person you'll meet of, leaving the comforts of home and I'm like the youngest of seven. And
Wow.
so I'm just like used to being the baby in the family and protected. And so joining the military, I'm coming face to face with all the fears I've ever had of being away from home. I'm getting life insurance. I think I'm gonna die in boot camp. And so I'm like, you know, again with that experience, I knew that if something crazier were to happen down the road where I need to move across the country, then I had no idea I'd be moving to Texas. And I'd never even stepped foot in Texas. And I'm like, I just want to move there. And so I think it really did like work out step by step of like I've dealt with worse. We can do this, no problem. And I'll
Ooh.
trade in the rifle for shooting a camera.
Yeah, that's a little less scary on this end. No rifles,
Yeah.
Hmm.
So
That
it's
was
interesting because, like, I mean, you could think like there's worse, when like you're in the grind or something, you could be thinking like there's worse things that could happen that I could be doing right now. So might as well just try to enjoy this and continue moving forward. It is hard, and you're accepting that it's hard. It's not like you're ignoring it, but you're just like, yeah, I mean, there's worse things that could happen. So might as well just continue.
Yeah, definitely. And it's like in those moments, it's like boot camp where you're the most miserable you've ever been, but you're having a blast with these people because you're miserable
Wow.
together. And so it's like anything else when like the agent is having their personal issues, then I'm like, such first world problems, you know?
yeah,
It's
you
like
got
you
the
really don't
context.
take it as seriously. It's like of course to them you're going to be respectful and everything, but
You
um
don't get in their level. There's like that phrase that's never argue with an idiot. They'll drag you to their level and beat you with experience. And I think about that
mhm.
so much. That's kind of what you did. You didn't let them drag you into what they were doing. You could keep a level head because you had that context of like, this is a problem, but it's only a problem in the area where there's really not big actual problems. I
Right.
think that's, yeah.
I forgot
So,
how much I love that saying.
yeah, I
They'll
know.
beat you with
That's how I
experience. That's
don't
so
take
funny.
argument. I refuse because I'm like, they're going to beat me with experience.
Is that why you never argue with me?
Oh no.
You're telling me you're experienced as an idiot. I don't know if
Yeah,
that's
it was like a self-deprecation. I don't know what happened there.
okay. Question for you. This one has popped up a couple times. And maybe you didn't use it directly in this way, but like you talked about a little bit of context that being in the military gave you. What else has it done for you in this business, or how would you talk to another veteran thinking about starting their business?
About starting their business?
Yeah, or just anything that it's been
Okay.
an advantage, a disadvantage, like
Yeah, I
that.
think even meeting some agents that were prior military as well, they told me they accepted my offer because the fact that I was military.
Yeah.
And they said they're trying to surround themselves with other veterans and um, just realizing that is a huge, not like selling point, but it does help a lot.
It's
Would you
connection.
say that like in your messages, like veteran owned, would that language come
Oh,
out?
yes, it's on my
Nice. Okay.
profile. And then I think I included some of my military pictures as well, just for them to stumble across. But I will definitely, if I'm at the shoot and maybe I know that they were prior military, then I like to include that in our conversation too. And they're like, "Oh my goodness, our whole family's military, and we'll definitely be um, using your services."
And it
Yeah.
furthers the connection, like you said in the
Yeah,
beginning, right? It really
yeah,
does. So
definitely.
yeah.
And it's just like um, you do get that deeper connection with the agents right away.
Yeah, it's important to, I think most people have something they can relate to a close knit group of other people with, right? And so, like, it's not like a use it in a negative way thing, but it's a way you can use. Everybody has some element of their story, their past that will connect with people, and I think when you lean into that, it helps your business so much. A lot of people try to be professional and share nothing personal about them, and they come across as like, we do this, and it's like you miss out on so much advantage by leaning into who you are and like things you've done because other people connect. So I think that's just like a lesson that um applies to anybody. If you're not past military, you still have other things you can connect with people, and so it's just like finding what that is, and connecting is really powerful. That's how you build those deeper relationships. Okay, a couple more tactical questions for you. We talked a lot about, which I think is the most important part, the mindset of it, because that's what determines what actions you actually take. But let's pivot over to actions up for a second, just to talk about the tactical more. Did you do free shoots, and was that part of your process?
Definitely, yes. And I think I think it took me a couple months to even get paid anything, just
Yep.
because I was fine doing everything free too. Like if they were to ask me, like I was shooting a mansion and they needed more photos, then I was happy to just do the photos instead of upselling anything, because I was still in the mindset of I'm still new at this. I'm just using it all as practice. And that was also something else where I felt almost like an emotional connection to the prices of feeling bad charging them for anything. So just getting over that and realizing like this is the normal price for services and they're asking you to do something for them. And um, so I think it did take me a couple months, but it was the free shoots. And even if agents were telling other agents and asking if they too can get a free shoot, I was just doing it for everyone because I'm like, you got to trust the process. And again, like family members, friends, they're like, you're crazy. You're wasting all this time and money and everything to do free shoots. And, but
And now
that
you
really,
make six figures.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, it just, everything made sense. And then again, when you start getting paid, then you stop questioning anything.
Yeah. What did you? I think I probably understand where it's coming from, but just speak on it. I guess what made you feel uncomfortable about charging at the start? Was it just it
That's
felt
what
like
I
a
was
lot of?
gonna ask. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it is the fact that like I didn't have any experience with this, and how could I be charging someone something that I'm almost like you're in the learning phase? Then I just didn't feel right about like using my experience on their dime, or
Yeah.
however you say it. Um, but yeah, it is that feeling of like you're just not qualified enough.
Mm, yeah. Yeah, and it's interesting because at least it didn't stop you from. I think that feeling kind of stops people from even doing free because they start thinking there's one of two directions, right? One is, well, I'm worth more. I'm not going to do it for free, which is a silly mindset, and that keeps a lot of people from making the money they could have made. But then the other side of it is like, I'm not even ready to do free. I don't want to waste these people's time, and so you want to have like a balance, right? You don't want to be on either side, and that's kind of thing. Like maybe you were more towards the side of like, I don't want to charge them than
Hmm.
recommended, right? But that's better than being too much on the other side. Um,
Yeah, yeah.
yeah,
I think just seeing like how helpful it was to the agents, how thankful they were to almost like some of them really didn't have the funds and they
Yep.
didn't know what they were going to do for the listing. And so it was like for them, it was a godsend too with the timing. And so
Yep.
just seeing like, wow, this is amazing that it's really working out for everyone. And I was happy to see their listings sell faster. And it was just like, I felt like I was part of the process and that was payment enough for me just to know
Yeah.
that I was helping.
Hmm.
You
And
probably got referrals through that, I'm sure.
yeah,
Because yeah.
Yeah, I
yeah.
was gonna say not to pivot it just directly to that because like that on its own, just the enjoyment that you get from that is great. But it's also what builds like super deep connections. I talk about Jeremy, one of our clients, a lot, um, and he was someone like built most of our business, and we did a shoot for him, and we went kind of all out on the media, and like it meant something to him, and we got to kind of build each other's businesses, if you will. Like he grew, we grew. It's just cool, like that can be the start of it because it means something to someone, especially if they were lower on money and you did that. Like they remember that, and it
Mm-hmm.
genuinely helps them. We always talk about that real estate agents are small business owners too, and they have the same challenges. So you can kind of relate in that. And so it's like if someone did, a bunch of free editing for you or something, you'd be like, oh, I'd remember that. And you might not always use them, but you'd think a little bit more before you left, And I think
Mm-hmm.
that's cool. And it's
Yeah,
more fun to run a business like that.
yeah. I have one builder that I work for, that I did the free shoot for them, but I also did like 3 houses for them in one day, and it didn't end up going anywhere. I didn't hear from them for another month or two. And so I reach out, I'm like, if you didn't like something, I can, reshoot, or happy to work with you. And the builder's like, no, your work is fantastic, which it wasn't looking back. I'm like, I can't even look at those pictures. And they were like, we've been trying to get you to be our main photographer. I'm like, well, you could have said something. Here I was,
Stressing out about
silence. You
They're
don't
scared
hear,
to
yeah,
ask you. They're like, should we ask her? I don't know.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're like, it's just the silence. You assume that they're unhappy about something,
Mm.
but you never know what's happening behind the scenes. That the agent that was in charge of that community, they were using someone else. And so the builder kept telling them, you need to fire them and we need to move on to this photographer. And so she ends up using me, but then going back to her old photographer. And they called her into the office and had a side by side screen of the old photos versus mine. And they're like, we know you didn't use her. What happened?
That's amazing.
And so, like, I talked to her, and she's like, "I'm so embarrassed that they told you, but I'm glad you did because I've never experienced such good customer service, and like
Wow.
your work really is amazing. It's just your prices are a little up there for, um, which it's funny that alone, for some agents you're under the market, for others you're too expensive,
Yeah.
and so I'm like, well, we can work something out because if it's with a builder and they have so much business, and it was like a $50 difference.
Oh
And
my goodness.
and I was like, no, no, like with the amount of work they took to get me to be their photographer, like we can work something out.
Of
And she's
course.
like, oh my goodness, thank you. And like if that's the case, I have 35 houses for you
Oh,
and 15 more on their way. Like, oh my goodness.
oh,
Yeah, and that's been my number one agent. Like she's been referring everyone to me, and I tell people I would probably be on the streets if it weren't for
was it?
her. Like it's
You
really
only,
made a huge difference.
yeah, and you only need one of those, to give you the work and to refer you. And it's just like one person, one good relationship can change so much, which I love that about owning a business. You know what I mean? It's just it's fun. It's like fishing in a way. You're just waiting for the big one to come around, and it's
Mm-hmm.
like yeah. So okay, I want to ask you like two questions, and I won't keep you here all night. And thank you for your
No
time
worries.
already. So one of them, we'll start with this one, which is, what's the future for your business? Are you wanting to scale, or like what are you excited about doing with your business? Are you super happy where it is now? What does that look like?
For me, I've been doing like two service areas, like Austin and San Antonio.
Yep.
And so a lot of driving, but I know it's all temporary because I do want to put more time into growing the business and scaling. So if I could have down the road a photographer here and there, then it'll be more doable. I don't want to be just the solo photographer. And so definitely, like, as I've been dealing with my personal challenges in my life, then the foundation has been built. And so now I can go all out. And I feel like just sky's the limit with how much the business can grow and seeing everyone else's success stories. I'm like, definitely want to scale.
Yeah, it's so much fun. It's great being solo. You know, the margins are higher. It's fun, but there's just you're one of the. I agree with this comment. You know, it's as a good, grounded, friendly, and giving personality goes a long way, and I think it goes a long way with your clients, and that's why you've built a great business. But it also goes a long way when you go to build a team, and so I think that element for you is going to be a big benefit that you have. It's just you would. There's a lot of people to be terrible to work for, and nobody wants to work for them for very long. And so if you don't have that, you have a huge advantage with team building. So I think, I would imagine you'll enjoy that part of it a lot.
Yeah, it really just starts feeling like a game ultimately.
Yeah, it is, and you just kind of it's fun, not to like make it. There's a game element of it, but it's very serious at the same time, especially when you're first starting. Like, it starts serious, but then you start to have fun with it and it becomes a game over time. And I think that's really the fun part, where it's less about can I pay rent and more about where can I take this thing. So like you're in that phase now and like moving into that phase more. And that's just, I think you're going to crush it with that.
I feel like it's just like you're getting out of that survival mentality of you're seeing a job as a way to pay the bills. But I'm just like, the freedom that comes with now you have all this time. Imagine how many hours you would be spending like working a 9 to 5. Sorry, guys. But like that amount of time you could have just worked 1 hour or two and good for 2-3 days. You don't have to do anything. And so it's just like, wow, like you can actually dream again. And you're not like, scheduling things a few years in advance because maybe I'll take a vacation if I can afford it. But it's really like freeing for sure.
There's nothing I can add to that. That was great. I agree. Last question. For people that aren't there yet and they're kind of in that, scarcity survival thing, they know they want to start this business. What's your advice to them? And I just want to get one thing out of the way, not join coaching. Like, of course, we want to work them. They should be in coaching, but like, what's your advice to them as a human and like what steps to take and how to think about things?
I would say again, like it is scary because it's such a big step and it's like it takes a lot of your time just to get it up and running, but I think it's so rewarding with again, like what I said with you're not gonna get somewhere new by doing the same things you've always done. I think it's that leap you have to take in order to get somewhere new, and there's so many people that have done it, and just seeing that as they just want you to have like a better life as well of I don't sorry, I lost my train of thought.
No, you're good. I know what you're saying too. It's just like there's like the people that there's a lot of people who are going to support you and there's a lot of people who are going to be scared and in essence kind of not support you in a way, but ultimately all of them want that for you. So it's just taking the step to get uncomfortable is how I look at it. And that's kind of what your core message has been. Like when you do something uncomfortable, you get things you've never had before. And there's bad things for starting a business too. It takes a lot of work, but there's downsides to every decision. And so I like what you said about you can kind of dream now. I think it's important to try to do that even when you're in the stage of being in survival, because it gives you the motivation or a little bit more push to go like, okay, getting uncomfortable is worth it because if I do it, here's potentially what could happen. And it's not just about the vacation, right? It's not about buying something you want to buy. That stuff's cool. I think it's just more about the ability to get some control back and have the freedom where you can. because
Yeah.
that's what really, to me, makes life, interesting and exciting.
Yeah, and especially like you're not going to see the direct results right away. And so just it's almost like you're throwing things in a hole, like you're not filling that hole up. You don't see the difference it's making and until it starts making that difference. Um, so it's almost like you're working blindly. Just
Yeah.
you have to trust the process and there's going to be days that you don't feel like doing anything, like is it even worth it? And it's like you just have to go through the motions in those times. But it really does pay off and it is life changing. Like I'm telling other family members about this and they're starting their own businesses now
Awesome.
and they're like so excited and it's like just giving that spark of hope to someone else too. It's so rewarding.
Were these the same ones that were skeptical, by the way?
They were, yes.
I love what you've done here because what a lot of times it's crazy. What you've actually done is really cool because instead of proving people wrong, you're leading people right. Because I love that saying, don't prove people wrong, but lead people right. And those skeptical thoughts they had were just in their mind pure protection. That fear that they have, it's projected onto you, but it comes from a place of protection, but it can accidentally be a prevention, but not typically. Sometimes it could be different in whatever case, but instead of going with that prove people wrong mentality, you went with that lead people right, and now helping them instead of being like, nah, you said I couldn't do this. Like I just love that genuine approach you have in every circumstance is why I feel like your agents have seen that and felt that and why they love working with you. So I don't know, I thought that was really cool.
Yeah,
that you do that.
it's just so exciting, especially when you're like, should I wait for a better time? Like it might not work for us in this season of our life. And I feel like in those moments you have to start now because if you don't, a few like 6 months down the road, then you're gonna say, what if I had started? What if like maybe I started and had a slower start, but at least it would have been going. And then you're going to have something else to regret. I'm like, I don't want to live in regret to where, 2 years down the road, you could have had this huge successful business, but you were too scared. And you don't want fear to hold you back from amazing opportunities.
What a privilege it was to have you on here. So thank you for that and for your time. And I always want to
Thank you.
say something back when people have a good answer, but it's like I'm not going to add to your answers. I'm going to take away. So having to exercise restraint. Anyway, thank you so much. And
Thank you.
keep watching your business grow. So
Well, thank you for everything. And yes,
Thank you.
Have a good one.
you
That was
too.
awesome. Bye. That was amazing.
Absolutely. Love it. Love having people like that come in here because I feel like that's the whole point of having like these YouTube lives because we're kind of like a big community and people don't feel alone, especially like, a lot of times I'll use me as an example, growing the business and whatnot and me being like, crap, am I crazy? Like, is this supposed to be happening? And then, for example, calling Jared and just being like, yo, I'm going through this. Like, do you have any advice? He's like, oh yeah, I went through that already. Like, here's what you need to do. And I was like, oh, okay, I'm not crazy. Like, there's actually people going through the same stuff. And like, it made me feel better. So I can just assume that, 74 people here are like, yeah, I was scared of growing, or like, I am scared of like even starting. But Emmanuel or having, just in general, like people here definitely helps a lot. So yeah, definitely loved having her here. A lot of good mindset.
About the eliminating future regret, like the regret of wondering what could have been, but now it's like you don't know what could have been, and that's even worse sometimes about not knowing what could have been. And instead she just said, no, let me just lean in on it and just make it happen. So I don't know, that was an incredible, yeah.
I mean, it goes back to like the boring way to put it is opportunity cost, right? It's what you could have done with that time if you'd use it differently. And so, one thing, like she said, I mean, it is uncomfortable. It's like a step back, before you take a step forward, right? So, for her, the first work she put in didn't change her life for the better, in at least financially. I mean, I'm sure she was excited, which excitement is worth a lot. You can have all the money, but if you're like dreading your life, what's the point? And so you could say that she didn't get anything right away, but I don't maybe think that's true. She did get excitement and she was, I'm going to do this. but there wasn't a financial improvement like that, right? It's like you actually had to, it's like an investment. If you buy a rental property, you're actually going down in money when you first buy it. You got to put a down payment and all that stuff, right? But then the idea is that the house goes up in value, collect rent, and overall you're made whole, but it's in the future. And then that's what messes up a lot of people and messed up me and continues to. I miss out on opportunities. I take opportunities I shouldn't have all the time. And so you have to be thoughtful about that. And that's why I think, the uncomfort is in the case of the rental property, right? It's the paying the down payment, but you're building equity for the future. And so I think you have to kind of figure out what that is for you. There's not like an area of life that's really much, you don't get more effective when you're made comfortable in any area, right? I mean, physically, if you're comfortable all the time, you just, and you don't feel good, you get health problems, right? If you don't create any uncomfort for yourself financially by investing and by doing new stuff, then you just kind of get the same old. And so I think it's like sometimes we get people in the chat, and like, great group today, so shout out to you guys, but they'll be like, when are you going to talk about some tactics? And it's like, we do all of the time, right? We know the Instagram method, we do the stuff. The problem is you don't do it, so it's like, well, why don't you do it? And I'm not saying you, I'm saying you as those people that don't, right? And it's like, well, the reason is because something in their mindset is preventing it. And it sounds fluffy. And if you would have told me that when I was first starting my business, I'd be like, kind of idiot are you talking about mindset? We need to get to work, right? But then I was the guy that needed the mindset, and I didn't get to work because I sat there with all these dumb tactics, not knowing what I was trying to do. And so it's just so interesting. Like, it's so funny how the things you think at the start, especially when you're first starting a business, about what business is or what it should be, or it's like all of it's untrue. And you really have to, what she said is, she had a quote unquote slow start. I don't know if you call that a slow start or not, but she had to unlearn stuff and then relearn it, right? And so I think that's just something to keep in mind if you feel like you're not making progress. There's all this stuff, like sometimes you're just gonna have to go through the uncomfort. You're gonna have to learn a lot of new things. It's like what everybody thinks is the right route. You have all these people tell you, I'll stop in 1 second, I promise. But you have all these people tell you, you should never give free shoots. People that literally don't make any money. Right. And I'm not talking about photographers. I'm talking about your family will tell you that. Right. Thankfully, my family didn't, because, great parents, and they understand building a business, and they wanted that. But not everybody has that. And so it's like, you're going to have people that are like, tell you, and then you have to look at what they are doing and be like, is that what I want? Because if you want to do something most people are doing, you're going to take advice and do things most people wouldn't. And so just keep that in mind. And I like what you said, Kenny, about like, you have to get in community that makes you feel like you're not crazy. And so that's what we can create here, right? We get people coming on and sharing. We got the chance to coach Emanuela. It was awesome. She built an awesome business. And so it's cool to see her like share, come back. Anyway, what you guys have?
Yeah, you're kind of going against the grain without the community side. It's just like trying to play professional baseball, and everyone's like, what are you doing? Get a job. And then you start hanging around a bunch of college or professional baseball players, it just becomes more fathomable at that point, and more real, and more within grasp, and worth it's worth the jump now because I think I actually can do it. It's just those year round. So yeah, that was huge. I think there's a lot of people asking pretty serious questions right now. One of them is like, are you in a car? Let's just address that real quick.
You know what's funny? So not only am I in a car, long story short, my wife was
Uber
like,
van?
not an Uber van. My wife wanted a quote unquote mom car. So I went up and got one, and I didn't make it back to do my meeting. So I'm in the back. But the worst part is, it's like some feature in this car after 30 minutes of idling turns off. And so it's like 95 degrees in here, and I haven't gone enough to restart the car. Anyway.
Oh, yeah, you were supposed to restart that. Oh, bless you.
Yeah, sometimes I got to suffer a little bit too. It's okay. There was an actual serious question here, which I'll pin. I thought you were going to pin this when you said that, Rod. So Eli, did you go through the 2008 recession? If so, how did it impact your business, and what are your concerns if a similar recession happens soon? What can we do to prepare for it? So I did not. In 2008, I was 13, so I was not doing real estate then. I did think a lot about that. I started my real estate photo business we moved to Texas 2011 with my family. I think I started shooting like 2012. It's all kind of a blur, but a long time ago. Anyway, 2013 maybe. I was really worried about that when I first started. And because obviously you don't want to build this business and have the market just like put you out of business. And so I'd ask agents all the time. And what's so funny is the answer I got from them was, it was my best year ever as an agent. And I was like, the heck does that mean? How could it be? And from an agent and a real estate photographer are different. So I'll just kind of reverse from agent. So what happened was, because it became harder to sell listings, all of the part-time, quote unquote, easy money real estate agents got out of the business. So while there was less sales happening and a lot more inventory, there was way less agents. So it was condensed among the agents who were actually professional. And so they made more money, a lot of them, right? Some didn't, depending on the market a little bit. But everybody I asked was like, no, it's great. So what does that mean if you're a real estate photographer? Well, those same agents, the ones that are the part-timers, the easy money, when real estate's selling fast, they get into it. Those aren't the ones that hire photographers. Those are the ones that take cell phone photos or do the bare minimum media. So not to say it's good if that happens, because it's absolutely not. It's just you have to look at things from the photographer's perspective to get a true point of view. So what I mean by that is, in 2008 there were a ton of listings, right? The problem was nobody was buying them. There was so many because people were foreclosing and trying to get out of their house. So there was this flood of homes onto the market. And what does that mean? Well, it means that if you want to sell a house, you have to do even more marketing to try to get it seen. So we don't want to crash. But whenever real estate slows down, I've never been through a 2008 style, but there's been multiple smaller scale slowdowns since then. It's good because they have to do more to market the house. And so what I would say is, don't let the fear of that stop you, because it definitely scared me into inaction when I was first starting. It's like, man, I should just focus that all energy all in building the business. The other thing is, let's say you have 50 clients, right? And then the market cuts in half. Well, you have an easier ability to solve that than a lot of people. You just get another 50 clients and then you're back to normal. And so I like that when you own your business, you have more control. Maybe the market's that you're at the mercy of the market a little, but not really. I only think you're at the mercy of things really when you have a job, because what if that business gets crushed? You're still exposed to the market in a job of any kind, really, unless you're like, you're a firefighter or something like that. But then you have different risks. And so there's a risk in everything. And if you're worried about like economic risk from the market, I would say you just got to focus on what you can control. There's always an upside. There's money to be made in any market.
That was good. I mean, like exactly what you were saying. There's always an upside. There's always a downside. You just got to pick the right option.
Yeah.
What's going to make more sense. Yeah.
Okay. So here's you're muted, Mr.
Should we shout out the coaches real quick? I mean, I don't know. I was curious.
I believe
Karen was her launch coach. It looked like.
Oh, Karen was her launch coach. Okay. I was going to say Jared. I was wrong.
It looks like Karen was involved with her a good bit in the beginning, and then
Rod did some
Harley
some research.
Is now her forward coach.
Yeah, so we get to work with her again to grow it to the next level.
So shout out.
That's Karen, so fun to see, by the way. I like working with real estate photographers who are already doing this. We get to come in and fix their business. That's fun, but there's nothing quite as good as like we work with somebody in launch, which is people just starting, they grow their business, then we get to work with them in forward. It's fun. Anyway. There's a good question right here. When starting out, how can you work around a full-time schedule? Micah, the thing I recommend is, most people have a full-time work schedule, so you're in good company there. What I would consider is you really want to do some math around your situation. So let's say you make $4,000 a month and your goal is to quit your job. That's going to be, $250 per shoot. So what is that? 16 shoots a month to replace that. Is that the right math for? Yeah, 16 shoots a month, roughly at a $250 average order value. So you just have to go, with my time that I'm not at work, can I fit in 16 shoots? What most people do is they'll shoot a few on the weekends and they'll do some in the evenings if possible. And I always, some people quit their job and go all in, and that always scares me when people do that. They usually make it work because there's a certain pressure you get. But like our recommendation, not just mine, like our team's recommendation is you be super practical unless you have a ton of savings. And you just go, how much do I need to replace my income? Because then you're not taking a risk. Your only risk is your time, right? Like if you just work more, you're not risking your family. And I think, there's something to be said for not doing that.
It's gonna be ready. Once they both scale and you're about to scale out of a job, you'll feel it at that point. But once it does, the piece goes right back. And I think Micah was asking earlier about weekend shoots. What are your thoughts about weekend shoots? I mean, sometimes we have people who can only do weekend shoots. Is that okay? Is that not okay?
I got to turn on the air in this car.
He's in Miami in a parked car in Miami with no air. So we might lose Eli soon if we're not careful. So let's wish we had like intermission music playing.
That countdown music was pretty good. We can put that again. 30 seconds till Eli comes back.
Go ahead. We'll answer this real quick.
Go for it, Mr. Rod. I mean, I can answer too.
We did messaging people on Instagram accurately. to get their business. That was too
Sorry,
vague. I'm sorry. All right.
I
So
still
what do you
have,
think about weekend shoots for Micah? I remember he was asking about weekend shoots. Like, is that
yeah,
okay?
of
Some people can only do
course.
weekend shoots. Is that fine? Do you see agents like that? Don't like that?
Yeah, I mean, it's the more availability you have, the better. But I always tell people, you don't need every agent to be willing to work with you at the start. You just need a few to get you enough shoots to quit your job. So, I try not to. I try to make everything. I try to say everything accurately. I don't want to discourage, and I don't want to overhype where you're like, Eli was lying to me. That's not my goal either way. So, like, yes, some agents will be like, no, sorry, I can't work with you if you only work weekends. But you don't need those. You need the ones that are like, yeah, absolutely. So that's my take on it. Man, that air conditioning feels so good. um, Joanne said, if I dropped one day off my work schedule, would you do Monday? What's the most popular day for agents? It really depends. I think Monday can be kind of busy because in a good way for you, because over the weekend, a lot of people they're signing listing agreements and they're putting the house on the market and they're deciding to do it. And so that can be good. Fridays can also be good. Midweek. I don't know that there's a day. I would say whatever is best for you, do that. And then you'll find agents that will fit around that schedule. So I wouldn't worry about that too much.
Agents sell 24/7. I always remember like asking that too, and wondering that, and like, what's the better day? It's just haven't found any data to really like push more towards a day yet. It's just every day is a good day. What's better for you? Like you said, is the perfect answer. Yeah.
Dobson said I'm at 8K a month. So I have a VA. First of all, nice, Dobson. Yeah, that's about the time we'd recommend you start getting a VA. Somewhere between 5 and 10K a month. So you're kind of right in the middle of that. I would absolutely start looking at a VA.
I answered vaguely earlier, so I'll let you answer better than me.
Marcus, the Instagram method is one of the main client getting strategies that we teach. We teach Instagram method, outbound method, and then brokerage presentations, stuff like that. If you go to my YouTube channel, well, you're watching on here right now, so you're already there. But if you go to the lives tab, we did a past lives, 3 of them, different ones, where we showed people how to set up their Instagram. Basically, what you do is you set your Instagram up in a certain way, and then you reach out to agents and offer a free first shoot. So that's one of our methods for getting clients. Like when we work with people in coaching, that's one of the first ones we have them start doing. It's not the only one because you want to there's other methods that work well too. So you kind of sprinkle them in, but it's how the most important skill you can learn. And really what we spend a lot of our time teaching and coaching is how to actually get clients, right? Of course, we have to teach you how to shoot photos, videos, set up your system, software, everything you need. You need that. But that's you learn it in the first couple of weeks. And then the whole focus goes, okay, now I have this skill of real estate media. How do I monetize that? How do I get paid? And so if you're newer to, our community and my channel, you'll notice that I'm a very much I'm trying to build a business here. And so I don't talk a lot about the photography and all that. I teach it, but my focus is to help you build your business and actually make money doing this because no one would shoot real estate for free. It's fun, but it's not fun enough to do it for free. So anyway, that was a long answer made short.
No, I love it. And if Isaac or Aaron or anyone's on right now that has that link to the live critique, the one with Tyler on it, pop it in the chat if Isaac or Aaron are listening.
We should get that link handy.
Not to put him on the spot. I should have an auto link for it to just be like, pew.
But yeah, you and your text expander, whatever that fancy software.
Shout out Text Expander, sponsored by Text Expander.
I want to be as efficient as possible, but nervous about using a VA to scale. Is there a place like Pixelmob to go, a place that verifies? Oh, good question, Wes. Yeah, I mean, most people use onlinejobs.ph is the website where you'll find VAs. It just interview, you'll find someone that you're more comfortable with, do a Zoom interview. It's just like hiring a photographer here in the States. You just go through and talk to people and see who you like. Back-to-back different Wes questions. Wes number 2 says, what does your follow-up conversation look like after a free shoot? I don't want it to sound like, quote, now can you give me money? You really don't have to do a lot of follow-up besides making sure they liked it, Wes. If you do that, most of the time they'll book you again in the future. So it's nice because you don't have to be like that. You can always check in and be like, hey, you have any listings coming up or anything like that? Love to work with you again. But you're just giving them the first shoot free and they understand that. So there's not usually, you don't have to have a conversation like you got to pay for this one. They know that they got to pay. We have
no hiring anybody to go to their homes. None of that. Don't do that.
Rod says stuff
In
so
trouble.
seriously sometimes I can't tell when he's kidding or serious.
He's
Part of our
always serious.
courses in our coaching program to teach you that, but we want to avoid it.
I solved one problem. I got the error on, but now my computer has 5%, so it's a good day. Wes, pin, whatever it was, I think it went away. Someone asked a pricing question on Coach. I don't see
Am I
it now.
lagging?
Oh no, I'm here. Sorry. That's why we have the book a call thing. So I mean, coaching's not cheap, but it definitely it really depends on where you're at in the process. If you have a business, if you're brand new, that's why we have our team available for you to talk to. It's not that I want to hide the price. We just have different options. It's not just like a one size fits all thing. So talk with them. It's just like, it's like anything, you get what you pay for. And so we built a very supportive model where you have a one-on-one coach community. We basically reverse engineered what it takes to be successful as quickly as possible. And we wanted to support you in that way. So you can check out that link there. It was Aaron. It wasn't me ahead of you. It was Mr. whoever's controlling this. Who is controlling
Rod,
this?
it is Rod. You know it.
You're happy now. I'm just
I
clicking
do
everything.
know it. I do know it. Let's see. Have you ever known of a couple or family who've built this into a business? Yeah. Steven, I think that's probably it's probably not Stefan, but if I'm wrong, correct me. Either way, yes, that's pretty common. I would say especially a couple building the business together. I mean, there's a lot of those in our community, and there's something to be said about having somebody as a partner in the business with you. So it's absolutely something you can do that way. We have a great. I think they spoke about it during the conference.
Vision.
Jeffrey and Deanna. They actually so they were in it together, and they just hired their son to be in their business. And so, yeah, absolutely. I think it's a lot of people have that as a goal too, is to build a business that becomes a family business. And I think that's awesome.
I have the old interview with them a while ago with Jeffrey and Deanna.
I don't think they hadn't hired him at that point. I just spoke with them at the conference, and they had just done that, and they were talking about how excited they were. And it was
nice, Roger.
Yeah. Do Kenny or Rod have their own business as well? Just curious. Yes and no. I mean, Rod has absolutely built his own business. Kenny has too. Rod is, I convinced him to come work with me instead. So I don't know if that's a good way to put it, but he's here. And Kenny runs our video editing business called REPP Video Editing. So, yeah.
There we go.
Right.
Oh, I thought Rod was about to say something.
Helping y'all is our business.
Is our business. Yeah, we work.
That is our focus, and that's Adrian, if I remember straight.
No way, Rod on the name.
Rod,
Not a day.
Remember names.
Not a day.
You know what is funny, and I can say. I mean, if you guys are here, it's gonna sound like I'm just giving you a compliment, but like people always say that, like I'm the one on the front end content. And so they think I'm the secret sauce, but our business grew the most when I'm not doing stuff, right? It's when other people are involved. So it's interesting. Also, let's see what my computer's at. 3%.
Oh, crap.
Well, thanks everyone for being here today. That was awesome. That was I'm so grateful she came on. She's like articulates things so clearly too, which I think is amazing.
Yeah, like exactly what I said. It's just like she explained what every person may or may not go through. And so it was just like very, I don't know, I would take it as relief for some people here. I would say just like, cool, it's normal, it's part of it. And like the struggles that she went through and like her mindset of like, it could be worse, so I'm just going to have fun with this. And yeah, she was awesome to have.
I agree. Rod, you got it right. It was Adrian. I want to join your program.
That's the secret word for me to click it, so.
I have an iPhone Z6 II at 1635. Yeah, absolutely. That's a great camera. That's a nice camera. So no, I mean, don't buy anything else for certain. Like use that. That'll work perfectly. Look forward to working with you. Well, thanks everybody. Appreciate you being here. And, like we've said,
appreciate you being here. You were busy last week. You're busy now, and you're making it work in a car. You're making it work in a hotel.
This is my job. Here I am.
Thank you for showing up. Maybe.
If I canceled, what kind of expectation would I be setting about showing up and doing the work? It wouldn't be a good example.
Oh, that's so true.
Look at that.
You like jump and do the work, and he's missing the last two. Yeah.
Congrats, Brian. That's awesome.
It's awesome.
That's big. Those days that that one will probably stick with you. That's like more than you can make at a job doing much of anything, you know? So, well, thanks everybody. Appreciate your time. And we'd love the chance to just chat with you about your market, what you're thinking about doing. And we can obviously share all the details about coaching, what it would look like for you. So you'll see that link on the next page. Thank you, Dave. Yeah, it did not cut out at all, but it's starting to lag because my computer's dying, which is always fun. So anyway, we'd love to chat with you, our team standing by, and have a great week, everybody. Appreciate you, Rod and Mr. Kenny. Thank you, guys.
See you.
Bye.
See you later. If you were here last week, you remembered I didn't actually turn the end screen off, and I started packing up in my hotel room. So we're going to put it on. See if we can find it. Where is it? Here we go. See you later. We're still missing the music. It's coming.
Someone said, "Get you water."
Hello, everybody.
How's it going?
Welcome in, everybody. As you can see, we have Mr. Kelvin here. I'm super excited for today. I've told the story of Kelvin so many times from being at the workshop when he was making, at that point, like 10 grand a month. And I asked him what camera he had, and he was like, I don't know, it's the one you recommend. And I love that story. I've told it so much because Kelvin like represents exactly what I think helps people be successful in this industry. Like he just puts in the work, he gets the clients, he doesn't worry too much about the technicals. So anyway, Kelvin, glad to have you in here. Thanks for jumping on.
Hey, I'm a pleasure to be here. Believe it or not, I was listening to Jared's call last week, and there was a young lady on there, and Jared asked her the same question: "What kind of camera you got?" And she said, "I don't know, whatever you recommend in the course." So I'm not the only one.
You're not the only one, but she's probably also going to be successful is the good news. So
absolutely.
Kelvin, Rod wanted me to specifically tell you that he said hi and that he enjoyed meeting you in Vegas. I think, he's in the chat too. So anyway,
awesome.
Before we jump into it, everyone do me a favor and post where you're at, like location wise, and where your business is. And we can kind of, that'll give us a baseline for what to talk about. And I guess while you're doing that, Kelvin, you were a chef. How did you get into real estate media? Like what started that?
Well, COVID was started. I think I was reaching a point in my career where I kind of needed to transition into something else anyway. As I was getting a little older, because being a chef is a rough game as far as being on your feet all the time and the amount of hours you work. So COVID hit and got laid off. And during that time, we was getting close to got laid off right before the beginning of the baseball season in April. And come December, I got to the point I really didn't want to go back, but they hadn't called me back yet anyway. But I knew that was coming. I saw your ad on Facebook for the course, and I went ahead and tried it. That was in December, right before Christmas, actually. And so I got the course, sat on it for like a month, and then come January, I made the decision to try to really, to go for it. And so, I went ahead and, I started ordering my gear, and I had the time. So I actually made my own website, through YouTube tutorials, made my own website, and sent out my first DM on March the 1st of 2021. And because I'm kind of fortunate because I haven't been back to the kitchen since. So and really, if it hadn't been for the COVID situation, I probably, would have hedged my bets and played it safe and went back to the kitchen, and I didn't have to do that. And like I said, I've been doing this my own business ever since then.
Yeah, no, it's incredible how fast you grew too. I think before we jump into that, what about real estate? Because you didn't have camera experience, right? I mean, I think I know that about you. Yeah. What made you go like, I'm going to do that? That's like a big jump from, it's like a completely different industry.
Well, what made me do it was I think it seemed like, first of all, it seemed like something that I could probably do. Being a chef for over 30 years, there's still a little creative side to that, to doing that. And photography added a little bit of creativity to it. I like the fact that, just by going over the course, it just seemed like it was something that I might like. And then once I started doing it, I just liked it even more. So it wasn't, it was nothing pre-planned. It was, I mean, like I said, I didn't even know it was I didn't even know it was a thing until I ran across your course. And like I said, when I started getting into it, and gratefully I had the time to really dive into the course at that time. And you know, that's really what did it. And then as I got into it more and more, it got more interesting, and you know, started learning more things about it, and you know, and then the business started to grow.
Yeah. What I mean, you got to, I think it was 80K in revenue in your first 8 months. Was that eight or 9 months, something like that?
Yes, by the end of, I started in March of 2021. By the end of the year, I made 80,000.
What? That's a lot for the first year. Obviously, that's 10K a month average from day one, which is crazy. Obviously, it ramped up and it was busier at the end and the start. But what do you think you did, or what allowed you to grow that quickly? I'm not talking about the course. Like, obviously, you had to learn this stuff, but like, what was it that you, Kelvin, did specifically that helped you grow, you think?
I mean, I really think, and I can't pinpoint it exactly, but I was really adamant about doing all the services as quickly as possible.
So you're talking about, okay.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I didn't want to just do photos, even though I didn't know how to do video. I didn't have a gimbal. I mean, I didn't have a drone, but I was adamant about doing all of that as quickly as possible. So basically, within the first month, I found a way of being able to offer full services. So pretty much the whole time I was offering full services. So
Okay.
right. So what I did was, you know, I found somebody, basically a contractor, somebody to partner with, to offer to do just my video and drone for me until I learned. And which really is really what brought me to meet you, as went back when you had the first workshop.
Yeah.
Because I was kind of up against it because I had to learn video real quick. Because you know, I wasn't using that guy anymore, so I had to learn video really quick.
That's right. Okay, so that was like, I mean, what was that? 3 or 4 months into you being in business? I'm trying to remember when that workshop was, because you were doing
workshop was October.
October. Okay, yes, you were well doing 10K a month, and you just that's why you were there, because you had to figure out the video to get rid of.
I had a video to do when I got off the plane and when I got back.
What'd you do to get clients? I mean, I guess you did the Instagram method. Was that what all was involved?
I did a little bit of Instagram method. You know, I'm not really, you know, I thought I was tech savvy, but I'm not in the new age tech. So I had an Instagram account, but never used it, anything like that. So I got a few clients on Instagram, but I actually used the Instagram method on Facebook. Because Facebook is what I was, you know, I was accustomed to using Facebook a lot. So that's where I got all majority of my clients from.
Nice. Okay, but you did you did. I mean, people use Facebook, they use Instagram, but you did that process. Like, you offered free shoots, and was that what you did basically?
That's right, exactly what I did. Yeah, I just moved it over to Facebook, and what I did, I found a couple of realtor groups. So I kind of did some stalking in there, and found some, you know, whenever I saw like a new listing or something like that, I just would reach out to a lot of those agents on that group.
Gotcha.
And that's how I started.
Interesting. And so, like, you offered free, you said, when you saw those listings. Did you ever have any like hesitation on offering free? The reason I ask is a lot of people, you know, especially in YouTube, where it's front end, it's not necessarily people in coaching right now. There are some in here, but most people seem to have a hesitation to offer free. Did you have that hesitation, or what are your thoughts to somebody who's thinking about it?
I didn't have any hesitation in offering free at first. I mean, I just like I said, I just followed the step-by-step method of what you recommended, and you know, and it wasn't. I mean, matter of fact, I still offer free shoots today. You know, I did a little bit of, like last year, I decided to kind of venture off and try to do 50% off. It don't work as good.
It doesn't, does it? Yeah.
It doesn't. It doesn't work as good. Yeah. You know, it seemed like I got more clients that really just wanted 50% off more so than, you know, I don't know why, but it seemed like one of the free shoots was clients that was actually looking to stay and find a photographer more so than the ones
Isn't
that
that weird? So many
Mhm.
people think the opposite. They're like, well, if you give free, you're going to get the cheap people. But I've seen the same thing with discounts. It's like you do a discount and that's when you get the cheap people. It's so
correct,
weird.
correct.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hmm. So you did 80K the first year. I know I'm kind of fast forwarding a little bit here. It's been a couple years in between, but you did just about 200K last year and you're hiring a team. What's kind of like the future for your business? What are you looking to make happen?
Well, I've decided that like I say, I think of course I think I should have reacted a little bit faster as far as like hiring goes.
Yeah.
But I decided last year that I need to go ahead and kickstart it and go to the next phase of the business. And I'm get to the point where I don't want to be shooting forever. I want to be more of a CEO method a mode, and I actually want to get to the point where I want to be able to spread out over Maryland and in other parts of the country if possible.
Nice. Okay, so you've done it long enough to know you want to expand, basically.
Correct.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. It's nice too, because I mean, you can, as you know, this is more for people that are newer. You get options. You could do it yourself, and you can make great money shooting. But it's fun for a couple of years. It starts to get like, maybe I don't want to do another real estate shoot after that. And so it's nice that you have the option to hire. What are you, and take this any direction you want to. Someone's new to this. What are some of the things I guess you wish you would have known going in, or what's your advice to somebody who's just getting started?
Well, my advice is definitely try to offer as much services, try to be full service as quickly as possible, because like it's certain clients I got from day one that's still with me that I wouldn't have got them if I didn't do drone or I didn't do video, and I still got them today. That's one thing. Another thing is just be steadfast, and another thing I did is like once I started getting busy back then, I didn't have a VA, so I would have got a VA a lot sooner. Because what happened was when I got busy, I stopped sending out DMs because I was busy. So I think that kind of I could have did more back then, or I could have had a much bigger 2022 or something like that if I had just kept that consistency of sending out those DMs and offers and things like that. The other thing is just continuously keep trying to learn, and as you know, I've been to all the conferences. I've been to the one workshop. So I've always continued to try to invest in my growth and my education within the industry and learning what I need to do to try to keep up and stay ahead.
Yeah. I love the VA one, especially because I think I have the same regret. So that's probably why I like it. I just waited forever. You did it faster than I did it by far.
Yeah.
Unfortunately for me. So what were some of the, it's like when you're first starting a business, you probably remember it. We all remember feeling like imposter syndrome or like it wasn't going to work. Did you feel any of that? And what's your advice to somebody who feels that, I guess, that's kind of a day one person?
I didn't feel it a lot, really. I was extremely nervous the first few shoots. Extremely. I think I remember. I think my second shoot, I think I called you guys in the middle of the shoot because my camera screen kept going off and I couldn't figure out why. And the only thing I was doing, you know how you get close to the back of the camera and it goes black. I didn't know that. So I'm freaking out. But you guys even helped me doing it in a bind, and but yeah, I think over the like first maybe 2 or 3 months, that all went away about imposter syndrome, and then it was all about customer service and taking care. It's just really what I do, and I think that's the one thing that I carry over from my culinary and food service career is the customer service aspect of the job.
When you say that, what do you mean specific? Like, what about customer service are you thinking about, or like, what does that mean when you talk about customer service?
Well, being responsive, being of course polite, just like you would if you go to a restaurant and your server comes to the table, and how do they greet you? So that's kind of how I try to greet, the homeowner or the seller or the client when I meet them at a property or something like that. I'm very responsive to whatever they need, but I also got to the point where once I got into it a little ways, I was able to also be able to gently direct them, I guess. They seem to like when I tell them things that need to be moved or put away in order to make the photos look better. And I think they kind of appreciate that because a lot of them don't know, and I think learning how to guide them, I think that's always been some of my biggest compliments is when I help guide the homeowners and agents to making the photos look as good as possible.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking for. We kind of use the word like you consult them. It's service, but it's also like they are looking for you to be the expert. It's funny too because, and I'm sure you remember this well, but I would have people be like, "Well, you're the expert. You tell me," and I'm like, "I'm not the expert," and I didn't say that. But like you just learn. I love what you're saying about that because that's a lot of people spend 80% of the time on their photos, videos, that kind of stuff when they're learning, and it's like that's 20% of what makes your business successful. Absolutely. It's sort of service and being willing to. There's a great book, you've probably read it, Kelvin, but I think actually we talked about this at one point, maybe not, but Amaze Every Customer Every Time is a super good book that I'd recommend everybody read, that especially if you don't come from a customer service background. It's just so good. It's the story of like Ace Hardware's customer service. I was just talking with Kenny about it.
I sure did. Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's so good. It's just like it's fun. For me, at least, I mean, I can speak for only myself on this, but I like being in a business where you do better when you help people more. And that's what you get with real estate media. And it's just easy, you get to just be an easy to deal with good person. And then people are like, he's awesome, and refer you. Has referrals been a big part of your growth? Sorry, go for it.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, like I said, I've never been a extroverted type of person. And I'm not really comfortable going and talking to people and strangers and things like that. I had to overcome that to do this, and I'm actually proud of myself because I've been able to do it kind of, without even thinking about it, to be honest with you. And then, but yeah, it really does. It does matter. Absolutely. Yeah. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Have you always had that? Oh, go for it, Dale, first.
No, please.
I was going to ask, have you always had that mindset that you've had? Because it seems like all the stories that you've been telling, you kind of just had to figure it out, but you weren't afraid of figuring it out. It was like you started offering everything from the very beginning. We recommended the Instagram method, but you're like, well, turns out I'm not that tech savvy, but I know how to use Facebook, so I'm gonna use that same thing and use it on Facebook and stalk the clients there. And you're like, I have to learn video. I have a video as soon as I get back home, so I have to learn it while I'm at this workshop. So is that something that you've developed over the years, or is it something that you've just had and just, like you mentioned, you're not an extrovert, so I would assume that it's a little bit harder, but at the same time, it seems like you just did it because you had to do it and you knew that that's what it took to get to where you are right now.
I think so. I think the circumstances brought out the qualities that I needed to bring out in order to have some success. I mean, I didn't want to fail at what I was doing. I didn't feel I was in a position to be able to fail. I mean, even though, I know I can go and work in somebody's kitchen right now if that's what I needed to do, but that's not the life that I want to go back to either. So that drive of making this work was definitely a factor in pushing me to do those things that I was uncomfortable doing. But also, seeing other people in the community doing things, and those are always great stories to hear as far as like to get you kind of motivated to do certain things too.
Yeah, and speaking of that, I should have asked a little bit ago, but what is your why, if you don't mind sharing? Because I feel like every time we talk to somebody, I like knowing what their why was. And maybe it was you just didn't want to go back to the kitchen, and that's totally fine. But yeah, I think we'd love to know that.
Well, that's pretty much what it was. I remember like now because it was all the rest. This is going to be better ready to go because a lot of companies also took the opportunity during COVID to downsize. So with me being at the age that I am and the money I was making at the time, I know I was a candidate to not come back. So that was also one of the factors there. But I remember it was in February. I was right out to the point of my website was almost finished. I was ready. I set March 1st as my date to send out my first DM. And I just basically, without to get in too much into religion, but I just praise God that, you know, hey, if this is what I'm supposed to do, don't let them send me back to work. and of course I never heard from them, man. You know, and I've been grateful that I haven't not to have that again that you know, even the thought or the something come back to go back and get that check. No, it's coming every 2 weeks. Yeah, that, you know, it worked out fine. It worked out great, actually.
Here you are, business owner.
It worked out great.
Absolutely, yeah, definitely. You know, making more money than I did when I was in any year that I was a chef. So,
yeah, and enjoying it, I would assume.
Oh, absolutely, definitely enjoy what I do. Yes, I love what I do. And now my vacation is going to Vegas every year. So,
Speaking of that, Andrew just posted. I thought it was right as you said Vegas. I was reading what he said, so I had to pin it up here on the screen. But yeah, and I will say Kelvin has been to every single conference. He really does show up, and it's funny. I love that that's your vacation too, Kelvin.
Yes,
well,
yeah, okay.
If anybody has, you got like 6 more minutes with us, Kelvin. Does that work?
Yes, absolutely.
Well, let's do this. If anybody in the chat has any questions for Kelvin, drop them in there, and I will pin them. Kenny, do you have anything else that you wanted to talk with Kelvin about in the meantime, or?
I mean, just highlight his whole attitude towards things, like meeting him in person at the workshop and then at the conference. Like, you can just tell everyone loves being around Kelvin just because you just have this positive vibe and just you're happy all the time. You're positive. You're ready to do whatever it takes. And I mean, when I asked you to come to this live, you're like, sure thing, like I'll do it. And you know, I'm kind of a shy person, but I'll do it. You know, and so you always have that positivity and within you, and so I'm sure that's what your clients see and why they refer you. So I just wanted to highlight that about you. Alex says, how do you use your VAs currently, Kelvin?
Well, that's interesting. It's been a progression for me. I started using VAs mostly to do my social media because that was the thing, again, I didn't want to do or didn't know how to create content and things like that. So I actually got my VAs to do that first. And then just over the last year and a half, I started getting the VA to do Instagram method and also doing emails for me. And actually, I was still only doing majority Facebook method for my outreach, but then I basically transferred her over to doing IG about maybe 5-6 months ago. So I really just started doing IG fully just 5-6 months ago.
Yeah, you got a lot of upside from that too. Now that you got all the rest from Facebook, you got a whole nother wave from Instagram coming.
Exactly. It's been good. It's been really good too.
Yeah. William said, at what point did you feel that this was going to work and be successful? Was it, 2 months, 6 months, 1 year?
Basically 2 months. I made $53 my first month, and then the second month it was $1,200. Third month it was like $6,500, and then month 4 I got into, I think I did 12 or 13. So
which month felt the biggest for you? Like, what was the most exciting? Was it the 1,200 because you knew it was working, or what? What month?
It probably, it was the 1,200 because at least my expenses are paid for now. So yeah, I mean that like to see that money come in, and that month 1 was amazing to me. It really was.
Yeah. Well, then I'm sure go for it, Kenny.
I was gonna say, like, what helped your motivation to continue pursuing it? Because I would assume like some people would see $53 as a failure in the business and like it's not gonna work. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but my guess it's the repetition and the stuff that you were doing on month 1 that you realized you're like, this is gonna pay off, so I'm gonna keep doing this. And like, yeah, I only made $53 this month, but we'll see how next month is. But yeah, like, what was your thought about it? Like, what kept you motivated?
Well, that's really what it was. Because I didn't have expectations for instant success. I knew this wasn't a get rich quick type thing. But I mean, I did start to see some things happening, and then I actually liked going, and I started shooting some cool houses, and and meeting a lot of people, and that kind of kept me going too. And then of course when I started getting a little busier, and then I thought my photography was getting a little better and things like that. That just helped me push me forward to kind of keep doing more things and getting into it like I am right now.
You were having fun, it seemed like.
Yeah. Oh, I was loving it. Yeah, loving it.
Nice.
So when you did the 6,500, was it after that point, like, did it ever feel fake that it was going so well, or did you just had put in so much work that you're like, it makes sense why it's working?
Oh, I had no regrets in taking that $6,500. I did not feel that I did not earn it, or I duped people. No, I did not feel that at all. No, I went and did. I think I went and did what I needed to do, and just like and I felt I was just as legit as any other photographer for a photography company that was out there.
Ooh, that's an interesting line that you said, because I think that's what stops a lot of people is they feel. I mean, it goes back to the imposter syndrome, right? Like you didn't have it as much, and so the imposter syndrome itself is the thing that holds people back. Whereas you're at.
Oh shoot!
Kind of froze. Yeah,
You froze.
that was a good question.
He was on to something.
Uh-huh.
I mean, I'll try to remember try to think what he would say. But what was the last part that you said? Something about photography. You didn't feel that. You didn't have that imposter syndrome.
Right. Correct. Yeah, I didn't have imposter syndrome by being by doing the things and having some success from it. I didn't feel that at all.
Yeah, and I think it's because you wanted it, so you didn't, I guess, hold yourself back by thinking that what would others think, and like, am I actually a business owner? Am I a photographer? Things like that. You were just like, I don't want to go back to what I was doing before. This is something new. I'm liking this. I know that I want to get to whatever the goal was at that point, and you just went with that mindset and continued going.
That's correct, Kenny. That's exactly what it was. It was too. I mean, I had to think about the next goal that I was going for, and I didn't really have the time. I mean, I had to pay bills and things like that, so
Yeah,
I didn't have the time to go back and really.
You didn't have the time to overthink. You're just like, I need to do this.
I didn't. I mean, I already knew I was making mistakes, so I had to try to overcome the mistakes that I was making, not to try to worry about those other things. And and continue to make the clients happy. So I mean, yeah, that's what it was. No time to think about all the other stuff.
That's awesome.
I think if you pair that with, I mean, like Marla's saying, I can see why clients want to work with you. Like if you have the work ethic and the willingness to put in the work, and then you're a person that's enjoyable to be around, it's a great combination, So it makes sense why you've done well in the business. And that's not discounting your work. You put in the work, but you're also like, it's just such a relationship-based business that if you're hard to work with, people don't stay. And so just by being easy to work with, it's like, that's the formula. Well, I guess what's that?
A lot of my clients would compliment me because they would say a lot of other photographers from the larger photography companies, they would go there, they wouldn't move anything, or they wouldn't touch anything, they wouldn't even open a blind.
Yeah.
And those are I listened to their complaints, and that is absolutely true. It's the little things.
It is, and they're easy too. You just have to like pull the string on the blinds, and smile once in a while. Well, let's end with this just for fun. What's the goal for your business in the future? Do you have like a revenue goal you want to hit, or like when you think about growing your business, what are you trying to do right now?
Well, since I first just started hiring photographers, my goal is $50K a month, and in the near future, my stretch goal is $100K a month. And I mean, at least hit $100K, not every month, but I want to hit those 2 milestones.
Love it.
Then I'm on my way.
Yeah, I mean, now that you're hiring, you're right on track. So I'm excited for you. That's so good. Well, thank you, Kelvin, for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Eli. Thank you, Kenny.
Always great to see you. Great to talk with you. I smile way more when I'm around you, and I think that's just who you are.
Honestly, we get excited whenever like
we've been talking about this all week. Like
coming. Yep. It's been good. I'm very, very honored to be that you guys asked me on. So
absolutely
appreciate it.
Thank you, and have a great rest of your day, Kelvin.
Thank you very much, and you guys as well.
Thank you.
Bye, everyone.
Welcome in, everyone. Tyler, what's going on?
What's up, Eli? How are you doing?
Good. Thanks for being here.
Awesome.
I'm excited for this one for sure. We'll dive in slowly to let the viewership creep up. It always like 5 minutes after is when it rockets up, and so I hate to get to the good stuff too soon. But welcome in, everybody. If you don't mind, do me a favor. And well, first of all, excuse the echoey audio. I'm in a WeWork for the day, and it's like a little concrete box. But second thing, and the more important favor would be if you could comment in like where you're at revenue wise. A couple of you already have 2K, haven't started that kind of stuff. Tyler and I are going to talk about all sizes and all stages, but love to see where to focus this a little bit. Yeah, Jerry, it's so funny. I have this like countdown asset in there, and I straight up did not change the music. It just like updated itself, and I like the old music better. But anyway, it's not as exciting. It's too like, I don't know.
It's dramatic.
Yeah. Anyway, well, I guess let's jump into it, Tyler. Let's just start with a very basic question, but like, what got you into real estate media? It was a couple years ago, right? At this point,
Yeah, 2 years this month.
2 years this month. Well, congrats on that. Yeah, how'd you get into it?
So yeah, I was actually managing a marina, and I already had my Part 107. I had a drone, and there's a bunch of captains already there, running charters. So I was excited trying to get business doing that. Well, didn't really work out. And one of the captains actually was a real estate agent. So they had me do a vacant land listing. And I was like, whoa, this is so cool. I just made, at that point, it was like $100 and
Yeah.
I was just super stoked about that. And I just started researching it a lot. I actually ended up like emailing a ton of agents, got a couple responses, did terrible. I mean, one of them still works with me, luckily, but the other two I lost. But then I found a course, and that's what really got me into it and to dive 100%.
Okay, and then you started just doing whatever you could to get clients. You started like, how long did it take for you to sort of get that curve that happens? Some people it's month one, some people it takes a couple of years. For me, what was it for you?
Yeah, so within the first 3 months, I got really lucky and scored a deal with a brokerage. But it was off the Instagram method, which is really cool. One of the realtors that are there, brought it up to the broker because a lot of people were upset with the current photographer. So I got a call from the broker and had to come in for a meeting. A couple months in, didn't know much and was able to figure it out. That month we gained, up to 40 clients that month. That was, it was super crazy change. They were very unhappy with the old guy. But before that, we were steadily, people were giving us a shot, the new guy, and just messaging saying we're local. A lot of the time, people are coming from different locations, traveling to here to do shoots. So,
Gotcha. So you were like the local one that made it nice. So were you just literally doing the Instagram method for most of that, or like where were you getting those from?
Yeah, it was honestly mostly Instagram method. And then the brokerage, I did a presentation there and they were just so fed up with the old guy. Like he was charging to flip toilet seats and flip on lights. Like it was actually perfect what he was doing. So it worked out really well. They were very fed up. So it was a super great opportunity. But at that point I had drone, I was doing video. I was, the only thing I didn't have was a 360 camera. And then I got one because I got like 3 requests in the same day. So I drove to Best Buy and bought one, an X2 or whatever back then. But yeah.
Okay. And when did you phase out your marina job? Was it like immediately or what helped you make the decision?
I'd like to say I phased out. I actually got fired.
That's a better way to do it.
Yeah. So I actually was, diving deep into real estate photography at that time, and I was making a lot more doing that, even though it was like 1 or 2 shoots. So I thought if I could, because I was working 5 days a week there, 50 hours a week. And I thought if I could go back one day, I could focus on getting clients and I could maybe do this full time one day. So I asked my boss if that was okay. And he basically let me go because my full attention wasn't there anymore. Yeah, so I was like, all right, no better time than the present. And I told myself I never want to have to learn another job again. So that was really my drive back in the day. Yeah.
So let's I want to kind of skip way ahead and talk for the next 10 minutes or so about your experience building your team, and then we'll kind of bring it back to some thoughts for beginners sort of at the end. So you've obviously only been in business for 2 years, which is crazy that you already have a team and photographers in place. So how long has it been since you hired your first photographer roughly?
Oh, that's so funny. Today I had a meeting with the team, and my first photographer stayed back, and we were chatting. And yeah, it's been actually like this month will be 9 months since I've hired her on. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And I guess so let's talk about the good in that and then the mistakes you made and stuff. So what's your experience been on the positive side? Like how's it changed your business? What is your job transformed to look like now? Just any way you want to take that question.
yeah, so it's the best thing I could have ever done for my business. Also the hardest part of it. The best part to me, the good things I did was, providing jobs for other people, and honestly, building the team is so fun, and having meetings and building that company culture. It's just been honestly unbelievable. When I hired my first photographer, there was definitely mistakes I made, but each one is like funny. I kind of learned a little bit, and each one has gone smoother since. So I think that answered your question. I don't.
Yeah, definitely. So I guess going back to 9 months, thankfully it's like recently, so
Yeah,
it's more fresh memory. It probably feels like forever since then, but 9 months ago, what did your revenue look like when you decided to hire at that point?
Yeah. So that month, it was April, or yeah, it had to be April. I did 90 shoots in a month, and I was just burnt out, and I was, starting to hate it almost. And it's just like not where I wanted to go. I was not treating my clients the way I should have at that point. So I also went out of town at the beginning of that next month. I went away for like 5 or 6 days, and my whole business shut down. And so I'm away, just kind of had this epiphany that I don't own a business, I own a job. And it just kind of killed me that whole week. We weren't making any income. And so I told myself, and I was chatting with my girlfriend, oh man, we can't do that again. So, I made the decision at that point that I was going to hire. I actually made the listing while I was out there on vacation because it was so on my mind. But as soon as I got home, I started doing interviews. I hired on my first photographer, and 6 weeks later, she was on her own.
Nice. Okay. So would you have hired sooner, or was it just like you would have? Okay. Yeah.
I was burnt out, like I was saying. That's just not what you want to do ever. We were so busy too. I was doing like 6 or more shoots at a time, like trying to train her too. So it was, we were just struggling a lot, So
the first one's hard because it's like you don't want to hire too soon, but you don't want to hire too late. And then if you hire too late, you're just like trying to do it on top of everything.
Yeah, so I literally kind of how it went for me. I was probably at the 20K mark when I ended up hiring. And then I hired my second photographer a few months later because I had the first photographer working the first half of the week, bought back my time. I was doing like brokerage presentations, trying to get in front of more agents. And then the second half of the week I was still shooting, and I could not get it out of my head that I could be paying someone $25 or $30 to be doing this right now. I want to be out drive around all day. So at that point I was just like, it's worth it. Let me do it. So I went ahead and hired my second, and that went well. I got her trained in 4 weeks because I've learned from my personal, big thing is part 107. That's probably the hardest part in my opinion. But once you get them passed on how you're good, definitely get them a course and set it to take it the first 2 weeks.
No, that's good advice. You got to get it out of the way. It's a good test too. Some people just they can't seem to study and take it, and it's usually an indicator they're probably not a good fit longer term too. What kind of challenge? But before you hired, were you worried about hiring and what your clients would think?
Of course.
What were some of those thoughts? And I guess, did any of them come true? Or how did your mindset on the issue change the day before you hired and then the month after you hired? What was some of the things you learned?
Yeah, that's a good question. So when I was trying to hire, I was trying to solve an issue quick, So after I hired, I was able to actually think about it and what I would do differently. And so the second one definitely went smoother. I feel like I kind of botched up your question there. But going back, it was, definitely the right move. It was more of a financial burden for sure. And but that was like my revenue didn't change just because I got more photographers. It was just enough to take me out of the scene. So I had 2 photographers. I tried to like pull myself out and was quickly realizing that we were like maxing out, because when you have photographers, they can only do like 4 a day, at most. So or burns them out. So you have so now we have 3 and we can do 8 shoots every day. So that opened up a lot. Once I did that, my revenue grew once I got the 3rd one.
Yeah, makes sense. The first one is just kind of getting you some time back. That's really how it is. What did any of the fears you had about what your clients were going to think come true, or like how did that work out? Or
well, like there's the only way I could think about putting it is that there's going to be some people that just want to work with the new guy. It just kind of is what it is. But then like my best client definitely was not so happy when I first made the switch. But I just like reassured her, killed her kindness. Every time she called, I had the solution for her. So there was never any like major problems. And she ended up realizing that I'm growing a business and this is how it's going to be. But also I had to put my foot down because she was like walking all over me at the beginning. And I was like, okay, sorry, like, I'll meet her out there for this one, or, So I ended up having to kind of nip it in the bud and just like tell her like, look, this is where I want my company to be. And this is where we're at right now. And I can't get there without doing this. So she understood. I was on the phone with her today, so she's still our client. And still
most of them do. They just get worried because I've said this a lot, but it's like they trust you, Tyler. And you have to kind of teach them that first time that really what they trust is how you do things. And that can be duplicated. And so it's like, I guess just so everybody knows when they first hire, like we're not saying nobody's going to complain. They will. What we are saying is that they're very likely not going to leave. And if you do lose 1 or 2, it's just simply a requirement to get your business where you want it to go. And I think that's why it's so important to think about, hey, like have a meeting with yourself in essence of like, where do I want this business to go? Because if you want the business to go to 50K a month, you have to hire, right? And so when you have these like temporary, clients a little bit matter, even when you lose a client, you will lose clients, obviously part of the scaling process. You don't keep everybody, but even if it's just you don't keep everybody, So it's just having that goal of like, okay, that was part of it. So what did you do better the second hire, you think? I mean, everything probably, but any specific stuff come to mind?
I already had my feet wet, so that was the main thing. I wasn't scared to do the interviews or put somebody out there, which was really cool. I did she failed her drone test just like my first one did, so that was an issue I didn't solve at that point, but I did have her take it earlier, so we were able to have the second one, around the 4 weeks or so. So that worked out. She didn't get the course, so the big lesson with all the training to me was like get a course for your photographers so they can train. So that was the biggest thing, I think. Teaching them the photos is simple. They're excited to do it. Like everything is super trainable. Matterport's easy. I have them doing that like the first day. Cubicasa, they're doing the first day. But I didn't do that the first time. The first time I had her shadow me literally for 2 weeks. Like didn't do any hands-on stuff until the 2-week mark. But now I'm like day 1 almost. I'm like letting them touch stuff and get into it a little more, showing them what I'm thinking, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, I agree with the shadow. It was funny. I was filming a YouTube video earlier, and that was one of the things I said is like day 1, day 2, like get them touching stuff, even if they're messing it up. It's just so much easier to learn when you're actually like hands-on.
Hands-on, exactly.
I did the 2 weeks thing, but it was more like 2 months where I was just like, watch my every move and learn, So I think like the benefit we have in this industry is it really isn't a hard job from like a technical standpoint. Like I would argue that it's probably more learning and more stuff to work in a fast food job. Because it's like, do you know what I mean? Like there's so much process and stuff. Our jobs are like kind of easy. So we have an advantage there. So what do? You have 3 photographers now, is that correct?
Yeah.
What does your day look like now, typically, unless something breaks?
Yeah, so, if there's a fire, of course, I got to put it out. But really, I wake up in the morning, I make sure my VAs are good and nothing's going on there, but for the most part, they're on their own. We just hired 2 more last week, so we're at 3 VAs now. Nice. But I had a rock star VA from the beginning, really, and she's been probably since my 8 or 9K, I got a VA, and she was the best thing I ever did at that point. Consistency is key with social media. But you're asking me what my day's like. My day is I basically wake up, I'll go check my phone, basically go through Slack and make sure everybody's good. I try to text my photographers like a good morning, like hope you kill it today. Like if you need anything, I'm here for you. That's that. And then I'll go through and I basically am doing a lot of client outreach. So I'm making sure the Instagram is moving along properly. My VAs pretty much handle that on autopilot, but I'm always like making sure they're sending the right messages and doing the 10 a day at least. I'm doing brokerage presentations. Those are fun.
Okay.
I've done probably over a dozen of them now.
Yeah.
I do enjoy them. And then basically I only work for a few hours and then I'm just putting out fires if there are any.
Just waiting. Yeah. What do your VAs do? So Instagram method, what's kind of a split among those three, I guess, tasks
Yeah,
wise?
so we just hired on the other two. So my original VA is now like the back end operations manager is the title I gave her. And she's basically keeping the other two in check. And then also helping me with open phone. So I'm not having to get distracted all the time because that's really what it is. If it's just like a little outline tweak or, you know, the QB Casa measurements are off or, you know, whatever it is. It's easier to have her help me. So I'm onboarding her to open phone tomorrow, actually. So that'll be an exciting change.
Yeah. So like the big picture goal, and I think this is like, you're doing this perfectly. You try to insulate yourself from daily stuff as much as possible so you can focus on the client acquisition.
Exactly.
So like you have the VAs for that. That's a big thing just for everybody that's starting to hire. It's like hiring can very easily not result in more free time if you don't do it right. So it's like you hire a photographer, you hire 3 photographers, and all of a sudden you thought you were gonna have extra time back because you're not shooting, but really now you have 3 times the volume of shoots. And so you're like doing retouch requests all day or changing measurements on QB Casa, stuff like that. And so you really have to like build the team that insulates you so you can do what you want to do. And some people want to be in operations, right? And they hire out sales, but like I think most business owners are the most talented at the sales side of it or just business development. And so I was just providing some context on that for everybody, Tyler. But what do you think? Like, do you have goals for the business specifically, or like where do you want to take this thing? I guess.
Yeah, the sky's the limit. I definitely don't plan on stopping anytime soon. I just plan on keeping it growing and then eventually letting it work on its own and it being an asset of mine. I just keep growing, keep expanding. We're starting to do like our Instagram method in like surrounding counties too. So if we could get business there, I could hire in those areas. It's basically keep it growing. My goal for the end of this year is to crush 600K in revenue, which is not exactly what we're on track for now, but we will. Some work to do there, but it's a big goal. I hope to have 3 more photographers by the end of the year. I'm working on going through applications now for a 4th.
Cool. And one more question on the hiring side of things. So, someone is 10 months ago, Tyler, basically, like they're thinking about hiring. Any advice or pieces of advice you'd give them right now?
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like if you're thinking about it, it's a good time to do it. Don't wait too long. The cool part about it is that the best part, like my girlfriend owns a business where it's not as easy to hire an employee because you have to pay them no matter the weather, no matter if there's bookings coming in or what. So that's the best part about us is it costs us the gear and the training. And then if we don't have shoots, sorry, I'll try better next week to get us some more. So obviously my goal is to keep them booked up, but that's a thing.
Yeah. That's good too. It's good advice too, because like you said, if you're using that part-time model, you set expectations properly with the team. They know that it's going to be like that sometimes, so it just allows you to have kind of like a shock absorber on the volume without having to like pay for it. So you're right about that. It is nice we can do that. Let's move over to people just starting, because part of what you've done very well is build a team quickly, but you also built your business quickly to the point of being able to get a team. Any insight into like how you did that? I mean, getting to, whatever it is, 18, 15, 20K a month within 14 months is pretty crazy. What did you do to make that happen, I guess?
Yeah. So, really just going all in. I knew I had no other choice. And I know you've heard everybody that's came on the live say that. But it's so true. I couldn't imagine having that another type of mindset when going through it. And just knowing that it's life doesn't like revolve around you. So like at the beginning, I stopped at a bunch of brokerages and dropped off my cards. Like they might have thrown it out as soon as I left, but it like broke the ice that I'm a business owner. Here I am to do this, and just showing face. I think that in the beginning was like tremendous, just me getting in front of people, because it like broke me out of that shell of tiptoeing around to get clients, and really like, open the door that I'm here for you,
Yeah.
So.
Okay. And I guess what did you find to be the most challenging part in that initial stage, or like the pre-building a team stage?
Yeah, I mean, really my biggest thing, I would say, the pre-building a stage. So I would say that can you ask the question one more time? I had to slap.
Yeah, no, you're good. Like I asked it kind of complicated. So before you hired, like in the stage where it was just you solo, what part of that stage was the most difficult? Or like, what are some things that you struggled with that others might relate to?
So personally, just being able to do it and not like getting lazy because good money's coming in, and the couch is right there, whatever it is. So like just actually like making yourself do it, because it's not like you actually have to clock in every day. If you have shoots, obviously go to them. But I'm saying, like, if you're at home or on a day off, I would force myself to get out of the house, put on my uniform, and go say hi to people and introduce myself, and not getting lazy with it, because it's important to keep on the gas no matter like if you're at a high. Something that I from the original course, and you brought it up before on the lives, but the top of Mount Stupid, I can't think of the name.
Oh yeah, the Dunning-Kruger thing.
Yeah. I still think about that every day. Like, am I the top of Mount Stupid right now? Like, do I even know what's going on? So just keeping that in mind all the time. It's really
it is like it. For some people, it's when they start making money. For some people, it's all the time, right? And probably both for most people. But it's like you said it, but you always go to a shoot if it's on the calendar. But the business isn't built at shoots. It's built in the time you do when you're not at shoots, especially initially. And that's the part where, especially if you're coming from a job, you used to have someone tell you when to be there and what to do. And so that's did you have it? You just knew you needed to do it, or like what helped you, I guess, make that actually happen?
I just knew I didn't want to have to go get a job again. And and once the momentum started coming in, I just kind of got almost addicted to it coming, so I just wanted to keep it coming. I enjoyed it. I was happy. I was having fun with it. It was like meant to be, it was.
No, it makes a lot of sense. I believe that it really is the hardest part before you start getting momentum. Like, it takes a lot of motivation to get the business going, because you're doing work without seeing the result. And I forget how I phrased it the other day, but it obviously wasn't good enough for me to remember. But it was basically like, you don't need motivation once you have momentum, because the momentum is what creates, like, does it take motivation for you to keep working on your business right now?
No.
You're just like, it's like, what's the alternative? You're not just going to be like, no. And so it is interesting, because it's like, it's really just that initial hump. You have to do enough work to start getting some clients, and then you sort of get addicted to it. It's like, you're not just going to stop your business now. And maybe there's times where you don't push as hard as you could.
Yeah, of course.
So for everybody that's like brand new, just keep that in mind. But what were you going to say, Tyler?
Yeah. Something I always thought too is like, when it got really, really hard, like, don't quit now, because this is when others do quit. This is what's going to make you, explode or grow. So that's something I've always kept in mind too when it gets really hard.
Yeah, let's talk about really hard for a second. Some things come to mind, and I'm sure they do for you too. So I'll kind of like say my list, and then if you have a list of things, maybe it's going to be similar, because we both built similar businesses. But it's like, you've done a lot of reach out, you don't get a client that you thought you were going to get, or something like that, or you're not seeing the results of it. So that's one thing. You get clients who are like, you thought you killed it at the shoot, and they're like, these photos are terrible, or you missed a part of the house and you have to go back. Like, those are the things. But like, any specific things for you that were just like harder moments?
More like, it just gets overwhelming, just trying to juggle it all, especially being like a first-time entrepreneur. It's a lot to maintain. So it's a lot of like keeping your mental just right. So whether it's you I just got to be focused on what's right. So like, I always go back to like thinking like, am I doing the best for the client? So if they are complaining, I missed the shot, like, which absolutely will happen. It absolutely happens, so you go back and get it done. Like, it just blowing you said it in the past too, like every time you get the opportunity to like wow your client, basically whenever there's a complaint, so use it as that. So that's what I try to do. But yeah, it does.
It's like when you're in the moment, like when a client emails and they say these photos are terrible, you feel like your whole business is about to fail. And it's like the weirdest thing, but it's so funny because if you zoom out, and I always try to, recommend this to people, like just take a moment when stuff's feeling bad to just think about what is going on, because we get to we run the easiest businesses to run out there pretty much. Like, it's very simple issues. It's like they didn't like photos, as far as a business goes, that's a very simple issue. But in the moment, man, it feels like you just messed up. So I always tell people to zoom out a little bit. And
especially like when you're solo and there's a complaint, like it hits different because it's like you that did it, So now that it's like the team that messed up, it's like, okay, like, it happens, like we'll get out there tomorrow, but when it was me, I was like, oh man, how did I do that? Like, you suck, dude. What, beating yourself up over.
You can't be like, oh yeah, it's different. That's so funny.
Another thing too, like if a client complains, not only taking it as an opportunity to wow them, but also it's what did we do wrong to correct that for the future? How do we not make that happen again? Half the time you get on the phone with them and it's something that the seller didn't put away that you would have never have thought about moving, and just remove it for them real quick and wow them again. So
yeah. No, it's like unlimited opportunities to do that in this business too, which is nice. It's not like
Yeah.
Do you have most people do have a moment where they're like, what in the heck is this? How is this working so well? I guess, did you have a revenue milestone that stuck out to you or that meant more than another, or not really?
Everyone I've hit.
Yeah.
I mean, when I was working my job before, I was making maybe like $2,000 a month. So when I made like 2,500, I was like, what's going on here? 5K, I was like, oh my God. 10K, I was like, holy shit, I'm rich. So now that I'm 3x that, it's been interesting to see that I'm not. And, learning everything. But I did start like Profit First, which I highly recommend. It's gave me a lot of clarity on like numbers in my business and stuff.
I'm going to put that in the chat book recommendation for everybody. I do think that's a good book, especially when you're like, there's a lot of systems in the book and some people want to use them, some won't, but like the concepts in the book, I think are really good because it is easy to build a business where there's not a lot left over, especially as you're scaling. So yeah, isn't that funny how, I guess it's like Dunning-Kruger in action, right? It's like when you just, working a job and you haven't been exposed to a lot, you think like 10 grand a month is unlimited money. Yeah. And then you get there and realize that there's people, who make that in a day. It's just interesting. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's mind blowing, honestly. Like, I mean, it's not abnormal now for us to have like a 2K a day or 2,500 a day. But when those happen, I'm still like, holy shit! I used to make that in a month. Like, it's still crazy to me. Like, I hit like I think I hit my first like 6 months or something, or maybe less than that. I hit 30K, and I was like, man, I barely made that in a year a couple years ago. Like, it's just really cool. Like, it came around.
Yeah, it's like the fun of entrepreneurship, right? There's a lot of nonsense we have to deal with and a lot of things that are tough and a lot of days where you're like, what in the heck am I doing? But then it's like, it's not just the money wins. There's a lot, the money is a huge portion of it. I don't think anybody should, not state it as it is, but there's other stuff that's really cool too. Like, I'm sure for you, it's been fun to build a team and just see this thing that didn't exist 2 years ago now be a business with team.
So cool. Like, people in like local groups shouting out my business, shouting out my photographers, like tagging them and not even tagging my business. It's just like, dang, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Is that not the best feeling?
Just like, I had my VA record her training with my other VA, and they're just like laughing, having a good time, teaching her this and that. I'm just like, wow, what a cool culture I'm building. Like, it like gave me the chills watching that yesterday. It's cool. Yeah,
it's like the first one, I'm sure you can kind of remember this, but like the first time someone books a shoot online and then your photographer shoots it and then your editor edits it and then it gets delivered and like you weren't involved in that. It's like, what just happened? It's like you actually built a business that's not just you.
Yeah. So like rewind to my first photographer. The first week she was on her own, I actually had like a free, 4-day trip I was going on. So I was like, all right, well, let it burn. Good luck. I've trained you for 6 weeks. I trust you. Like, if you need anything, her first shoot, the person never ended up paying. It was like, it's just like some random stuff that ended up happening. Like, he ghosted me completely. Like, but her photos were awesome. There was nothing wrong with that. Like, and the other 10 shoots she did that few days went great. But it's just so funny. Like, I kind of just let it burn and came back and figured out like what we needed to work on, and was able to improve and move on from there.
That's honestly sometimes you have to get away and give yourself some space to figure out what the business needs, because like you can kind of hold it together when you're there. And so that's something like Jared always recommends when he's coaching people, is like just take time away on purpose, and because you don't know what to fix until you know what's going to break, which is hard because it's your baby, you're not like, I don't want anything to break. I've just spent all this time building it. So,
Another thing too, when you're building your business, for anybody out there that's still building it, to definitely communicate with your clients what your goals are. So like from the beginning, I was always like, man, I can't wait to have a team. I'm talking about when I was interviewing, I was posting about it, just always communicating with your clients what you're planning on doing. And it definitely wasn't like everybody wasn't happy with it at first, but you just deal with it, nurture them, and then eventually, like 6 months later, way less complaints. Like, occasionally I have someone like, oh, I want to work with you. And I'm like, oh, I've actually taken myself out of shooting completely. And my team, they're fantastic. I trust them with everything, and they're just all on board. Or, I've had one where they were just like, okay, well, I'll get back with you. And they never called us back, but I still did 140 shoots last month. So it's, it's just not the business I want to build. So,
yeah, I mean, it's like a requirement, it's like you're going to lose some clients, and you have to scale your team in order to get to the kind of numbers you want to be at. It's funny you said the 6 month thing, where it's like that first 6 months is with a new, hire, and well, really just the first 6 months of not being solo. It can be a little rocky. And 6 months, I think, is the exact amount of time it always is. It's funny. Jared was on a call with one of our coaching clients earlier who just hired his first one, and was having trouble of the same nature. And it's like, no, you just got to like work on it for the next 6 months. And then, it doesn't mean all of the 6 months are hard to deal with. It's just, there is an amount of time where people get used to it. So,
absolutely. Yeah. And, my first photographer, she's killing it. She's probably going to train my next photographer, because even though my schedule is cleared up a ton, I don't want to be doing shoots all day and not be accessed or be distracted. So, my first photographer is going to get a little promotion and be able to train the next time. Yeah, and I'll do like the final test like last day with them, and spend one day instead of the whole month.
That's a good feeling too when you have somebody else that can train, because it's cool to have that level of you keep doing client acquisition, keep filling their schedules, So
absolutely.
Well, I guess to wrap it up, we have a good amount of people here who I don't think have started their business yet. Just looking at some of the questions stuff. Some people that have scaled, so we talked a lot about that, but like, I don't know, any advice to someone who's just like struggling to get started with their business? And what I'm not saying is like join coaching. I'm saying like, what advice do you have for them to get started, basically, how to think about things?
There's like, the thing I kept thinking is worst case scenario. I'm in the exact position I'm in right now. It's like, there's no better time than right now to start swinging for it. And, if it doesn't work out, you're in the same boat. You didn't lose, like you learned. So yeah, that's something I've been learning too, is that there's wins and then there's lessons. So
No, it's really good. A lot of the times you can make the lessons they just weren't a win. They weren't necessarily a setback, right? They just didn't move you forward. And so that's why it's like you were kind of thrust into it after, you'd already started then when you were let go from your job because you were getting busy, but it's like, and you did this. Most people can start their business while they still have their job. And that's the best way to do it, in my opinion, at least, because then you're kind of playing with house money, you're not going to lose your own stuff at that point. You still have the job.
Exactly. To answer Jerry's question, I see that comment. Does your business still offer free shoots on Instagram? And if so, do you let your photographers do free shoots, or do you shoot them yourself? My photographers shoot them every time. There's no reason to do it. I'm just saving $25. It's okay.
Yeah. It's a good attitude to have, because it is worse when you're doing a free shoot. You kind of feel bad about it because you're paying for the editing, you're paying for the team, and it's like, but it's still like full power on building that pipeline that's gonna fill the team.
It's like what the lifetime value the client's going to bring you versus the one shoot you're giving away. It's
just an investment. It's an investment. It's like any investment. You don't want to make it today. Buying a rental house costs you money up front, but it can make you money in the long term. So, well, Tyler, thanks for jumping on. I appreciate it.
Love to be here. Happy chatting with you, Eli.
Thank you. We'll see you soon. Have a good rest of your day.
Absolutely.
Well, that was fun. It was a good one. It's cool to see people that scale so quickly, because a lot of people, I'll put myself in that boat too. A lot of people, myself included, I got to the point where I should have, and there was a lot of things I didn't know how to do. I wasn't really sure if that was the right route to take my business. And so because of that, I just waited. And what happens when you do, I'm not saying you have to do stuff before you're ready, but it's like your business starts growing. And then there's a point where you need to hire. And if you don't, it kind of flatlines, and it goes flat for a while before you hire, and it goes back up again. And so just cool to see people that like are riding that wave seemingly. It's obviously he's had struggles, and there's things that have not been easy about building his business, but it's like he's keeping the momentum going, which I think is really cool. So with that being said, we'll jump into some questions in here. Unfortunately, you all just have me today. So Rod won't be here to pick questions, and I'm going to do my best to get the ones answered, especially the ones that will benefit everybody. So this is a good one. I think Domingo was asking this for Tyler, but what we've typically seen is that, first of all, most people that we work with have a 9-to-5 or at least some sort of job with, good commitment of hours. So the nice thing is you can really work in shoots around that. I just think you need to, sit down and be really practical about what that has to look like. And so what I mean by that is figure out exactly how much money you make in your day job and make it the goal to replace that on the side. So let's say, for example, and I'll turn off my blur background here. Oh man, it's not letting me turn off. So I can use my calculator. Let me see if I can do that. There we go. So, let's say you make $5,000 a month, we'll call it. Do on here. So you'll take your $5,000, you'll divide it by average order value of $250. It's a pretty safe middle ground. And that tells you need to do 20 shoots a month and that's just revenue. Obviously there's expenses out of that, but you should be pushing 80+% profit when you're solo. So you need to do 20 shoots to replace that. And now you can start doing the math of well, how can I fit in 20 shoots around my 9-to-5? And so there's roughly 4 weekends in a month. You could do 4 shoots every Saturday, and that's going to get you 16. And then you just have to do 1 shoot a week before or after work. And that's to fully replace your income, assuming you can't, you're not in a position where you're able to reduce hours or anything like that. So it's just being really practical about doing the math. The nice thing is if you're, working your day job, you're making $4,000 a month, $5,000, whatever it is, and you're making another $4,000 or $5,000 a month on the side. Now, obviously that's going to ramp up. It's a good idea to be as practical as possible and save that money so that if you do get fired, like in Tyler's case, or, whatever, you want to have a smoother transition, you've saved some up. So, yeah, I mean, this is what most people do, right? This photo asset saying you just got to do what you got to do. And you can work that in around it. And so some people will quit their job and go all in. I think that's awesome if that's you. I just think you really have to know yourself. So, some people do really well under financial pressure and some people just don't. And I'm one of the people that doesn't. I'd rather have the pressure of working way too many hours, but being fine financially than, not being fine financially and having my full schedule. I don't think it was productive when I have financial pressure as I am when I'm just having to work really hard. So, knowing yourself is important and being practical about what that would actually look like. And the other thing too is, just like I said, saving money is really important when you're in that stage. So let's say your job is just too much where you absolutely can't squeeze in a shoot around that. And I would probably challenge that if I had the chance to talk with you one-on-one, if you told me that. But let's say you can, then you just got to work on making it so you can, right? Saving money and make it so you can quit, have a little safety net and go all in. But I think it's, a lot of people get golden handcuffs or whatever you want to call it, even if they don't feel golden. If you're making $4,000 a month, it's just enough to pay your bills, but you don't have time to do anything else. That's a place you can get stuck in. And so you just have to figure out where you have give. Maybe you don't have time, but maybe you can squeeze out a little bit extra money and kind of build up your savings. It's hard to do that with $4,000 a month. Maybe you can work more hours. You just have to try to work your options there. So let's see. Owen said, how do you go about pursuing a high volume agent? Just offer more services on the free shoot? Yeah, Owen, I mean, you definitely can do that. You know, if a high volume agent takes you up on a free shoot, absolutely. I would always just try to have a conversation with them about what would make their life easier from your perspective. And so just communication, ultimately talking with them about what they like, don't like about people they've used in the past, like how you can serve them better. And yeah, exposing them to all your service is a good idea because that's more for you than them. Like if you have an agent who does 100 listings a year and they take you up on a free shoot, like you want to give them everything because you want them to order all of it in the future. And it's a good idea to show them what you have so that they know what they can order. Yeah, sorry about this. I'm in it is an echo chamber. It's like a little tiny WeWork office for the day. We're waiting on our house to close. And so I need like a quiet place to work. But unfortunately, when I'm talking, it's the opposite of quiet. It's echoing. Let's see. Are there signs of a sweet spot to know when to hire? Yes, we recommend 15,000 in a month. So when you hit your first 15K month, we recommend you hire. You want to start some of the groundwork before then. You just don't want to actually hire before then, in my opinion. So, you know, getting, well, you can hire a virtual assistant before then, but for a photographer, you know, around 15K. Before that, you want to have your company set up legally so you can hire payroll stuff in place, everything so you're ready. If you hire too much before then, if you feel like you have to hire before then, it can be a problem. So what I mean by that is if you're like, Eli, you know, I'm doing $10,000 a month, I have zero extra time, I need to hire. You could hire and that will solve the problem, but it's going to create problems down the road because your business hasn't been made efficient. That's why you can only get to 10K a month. And what that means is you kind of just duplicate your own mess into more people. And so 15K is enough where you sort of have to really figure out how to be efficient to get yourself to 15. And then when you're there, you can train someone this new efficient way. And then you get more from them and the margins are better. If you wait too much past that, like Tyler said, he waited till roughly 20K. Then you're so busy, it's hard to make a good first hire. And he put in the work and made it happen. But I think the sweet spot is 15K. Let's see. Yeah, phased out, not fired. I hit my first 15K month last month. Congrats. So you're starting to be ready to hire, I would think. And also last month was February. That's early in the season. So we still have a busy season. Are you thinking about hiring here soon? First of all, good to see you, but I know I only got I didn't even ski twice this year. I was trying to do twice as my goal. I didn't hit it. No, you don't wait to continue. In my opinion, so you just did 15, you hire with part-time expectations. You basically tell them, hey, here's how much you're gonna be paid when I have shoots. There may be a lot of shoots some weeks, there may be no shoots some weeks. So you hire people that are okay with that. A lot of times it's people who are in school or who have second jobs and aren't fully dependent on your business to make a living. So that means, when if it slows down, you don't have to pay them to do shoots. You can decide when you want them to work. We don't shoot on weekends and haven't had issues. Is it possible we're missing out on revenue? Yes. I mean, at Norman & Young, we don't shoot on weekends without an extra charge. So we're by default closed on the weekends, and sure, we miss out on revenue, but also I think the benefit of that long-term is better too. So like our team gets time off, especially our admin team. Like photographers could be off if someone else was shooting, but it's like the admin's always going to have in the back of their mind that like shoots are going on, right? So for us, we try to not have shoots happen on the weekend. But when I was first starting and I wanted to make as much money as possible and grow as fast as I shot on the weekend all the time. So you just get to decide. That's the cool thing. But I don't think you're necessarily missing out on revenue in a way that's going to hurt the business. David, congrats. The first dollar is a fun one. We don't get like a first dollar to frame in this industry, but that's amazing. Congrats on that. Yeah, start hiring if you like your job, and then you can keep it like Mr. Nate does. Okay. Yeah. So the question is, if I have a package that includes drone photos, but the client lives in a restricted airspace, do I offer a discount on that package? Yeah, I would just subtract the cost of the drone photos and go that route. That happens to us all the time. Do you need your Part 107 for business use if under the 249 gram weight limit? Yes, that's more of a registration requirement for recreational drones. So it doesn't apply to commercial. There's, it doesn't matter the size of the drone. If it's commercial, you need to have Part 107 and you need to register the drone. Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. If you, this was to, who was it that said they did 15K? Prime Property Media. That's what I was mentioning about February. Like if you did 15K in February, like hold on to that rocket because you're going into busy season still. Let's see. Ooh, this is a good one, Jerry, for someone that's crushing it in his business right now. So congrats to you on that. But anyway, and there's so many mistakes. I feel like hiring and team building is like, I mean, obviously there literally are like people who spend their careers doing it and still make tons of mistakes, right? So common mistakes, I would say, rushing the hiring process and doing a lazy hiring process. So what I mean by that is, especially when you're busy, it's tempting to like interview 2 people and pick the best one. And you're like, wow, they were great, compared to the first one. But more context always is going to give you more clarity into who's actually good. So I recommend interviewing at least 10 people for every one role that you fill. And more is better. So like when we hire photographers at Norman Young, it's typically, it depends. Sometimes we have to hire more and we reduce the ratio, but try not to do that. We get like 50 applications. We go through those applications. We interview 10 first interview, then we do a couple in the second interview, and then we pick one. So yeah, I mean, more interviews, the better. Hiring, and this is like downstream from hiring a little bit, but with training, Tyler mentioned it a little bit. It's best if you let them get hands-on as soon as possible and don't have them shadow you longer than absolutely necessary. So get them hands-on. And then I think the biggest one is after hiring and training. Managing is a job. And so what people do wrong is they'll hire a photographer, train them, put them out there, and then they'll be like, Eli, like it's such a pain. Like they're always coming to me with issues and there's stuff going wrong. It's like, that's exactly what being a manager is. Kind of the trade, and the way I think about it is you hire someone for 40 hours a week, you're going to get back 36 hours, but you're still going to spend 4 hours managing that person. And what that means is helping them with stuff, keeping them trained. It might not be 4 hours perfectly, right? But team meetings, they're not robots, they're people, right? And so managing is a job. And so just knowing that it's a job will help you have the correct expectations going into it. And, if you want to put thought and effort into becoming a better manager, ultimately, as your business grows, your job, I mean, first thing that happens is you go from being the star player to a coach, right? And just because you're really good at basketball doesn't mean you can teach basketball or coach people very well. And so it's like this new skill you have to learn, right? And then you learn to be that coach. And really what your role shifts into the more you grow your business is you build the people who build the team. So right now at REPP, at Norman & Young, video editing all combined, we have roughly 60 people on our team. And my job is almost exclusively working with people on the team to help build them. And I even have like a layer, and our business is still small. So there's only, this only gets more so, but it's like, I now work on people who coach people. And so you have to really lean into that. Like that is a big role. So anyway, I know I took that question a little further than maybe you were hoping for, but anyway, that's my thoughts. Feel free to ask if you have any follow-up questions though. Let's see. William, absolutely. So Nathan in here still has his job and has a great business as well. And so absolutely. Some people will keep their job because they like it. Some has great health benefits or whatever. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's the most common thing, but definitely is something that does happen. Let's see. What's going on, Isaac? Good to see you. Can you start hiring someone with limited skills, like can't record videos, but is good on photos and drone? Yeah. So, Isaac, we actually recommend hiring people who don't have photography experience, or at least not optimizing for people with photography experience. So it's much easier to train photos, videos, 3D tours than it is to train customer service and, them being an outgoing and friendly person. So really when you're hiring, I forget who said it this way, but it's like you want to hire for the smallest skill deficiency. So there's like 2 skills we need. We need the media skills of shooting photos, videos, 3D tours, and we need customer service, they're going to be outgoing and friendly. Outgoing is maybe a strong word because I don't really consider myself outgoing in most scenarios, but like I can be nice to people. It's easy for me to talk to people if I need to. Okay, so you have those two skills, right? It's much harder to raise their skill on being a people person. So like if they're here and then their media skills here, like this is much harder than the opposite, than raising their media skills. So I look for personality first in this role. It's not the case in every role. You don't hire a CFO based on personality. I mean, maybe it can factor in, but you can train the personality easier than you can train 2 decades as a whatever, right? And so, yeah, it's just the skill deficiency thing. I think it's Hormozy who said that. Anyway, I thought that was a really good way to think about it. So we hire mostly people who have customer service backgrounds. Very, sometimes they have photo experience, but yeah. And so how have premium videos been performing for Rep Video? Yeah, I mean, we're getting a lot of premium video orders. That's where the market is going in a lot of individual markets. And so I always recommend people launch premium video, and it's a great way to make more money. So yeah, I agree with you on this. You just don't know what you're getting. Sometimes you get ego, which I'm not a big fan of ego. I don't think it helps anything. And you really have to untrain a lot of stuff. Not always, but sometimes you do. Tyler jumping from on screen to on chat. Thanks again for being in here, Tyler. All right, let's see. Yes, we use Spiro for photo delivery, scheduling, invoicing, property websites. It's like the main system that runs our business. So yes, absolutely. Oh, wrong side of the screen. Let's see. Jerry said, good win today. I had 0 shoots today, so I took the time to do tons of outreach. In 30 minutes, I had one of the clients order my biggest package worth over 1,100. Outreach is everything. Jerry, congrats. I feel like in the best way possible. I've had to say congrats to you too much lately. So keep at it, sir. If anybody else has some wins for the week, share them in there. I know, at least for me, like anytime I'm doing something new, I always like to see people that have done it, sharing, the good things that have happened. I think it's a lot of motivation. So I would imagine, there's 86 people in here watching live, and more they're going to watch after. And the vast majority of them are not going to have started their business yet, or maybe at least half. And so if you're ahead, sharing wins you've had is probably one of the most powerful things you can do for somebody else that's a couple steps behind you. So share some wins while I'm answering questions, and I'll pin some here in a second. Good question. Is it common for your photographers to end up starting their own business? How do you keep photographers for your business? So it depends on how you hire. If you hire photographers that have already shot real estate or that have already had their own business, they've shown the desire to have their own business. And so, yeah, if you do that, you're going to get a lot of them that will start their own business, not stay very long, potentially compete with you. And the thing that's hard for a lot of business owners to understand is not everybody wants to have their own business. So the way I look at it is I don't want to hire people that want to have their own business. I think they should just go start their own business instead of work for me. So I hire people that this is what they need in their life now, right? They want a job that's fun. I mean, real estate photography is a pretty fun job. They want a job that's flexible. Maybe they're in school, maybe they're whatever, right? And so I think if you hire people that haven't expressed interest to have their own business, you'll do well, because a lot of people don't want their own business. It's like when you get around a bunch of business owners, you're like, who are these people and what's wrong with them? And it's like nothing, there's just different goals for different people. I've met plenty of awesome people that, they're very successful in their jobs, but like they don't want their own business. They wouldn't be great as, the owner of a business. I do not take this, please brag, Jerry. I don't take it that way, but I always love to hear wins. I think, I do think it's actually really important, for others to see that. And I think, like one of the nicest things you can do for somebody when you're successful in business is share what you've learned. And, one of the things that people just starting need most is just the motivation to actually take the first step. Because it's like, there's so much that can enter your brain. This, and, a lot of people that have started know this. And if you haven't started, this, it's like, what about the competition? What about this? What about that? And, sometimes it's just like, yeah, what about it? You just need to start. And so the wins create the motivation for a lot of people, I think. Okay, let's see. Weird win for the week. I was in a car accident last Friday. Oh, dang. But my part-time photographer stepped up and is crushing all the shoots when I'm out. Well, sorry to hear that, but I'm glad you have somebody in place. Let's see. Marco, hello. It was good to meet you in Miami for sure. My question is, what's your take on realtors requiring to pay a delivery, especially new realtors? You're saying when you deliver the photos, that's pretty normal. That's a kind of industry standard. You'll have some that pay when they book, but a lot of them will want to pay when they deliver. If you use Spiro, you can watermark them until they pay. February is my third biggest month since joining coaching the beginning of 2024, 13K. Congrats, 13K in February is strong. I've said this, I know, like 10 times on this live, and I know you know this, but like this is the season, so it's early. Get ready. Richard, welcome in. So you have onboarding with Ali tomorrow, and then you'll get introduced to your one-on-one coach. And biggest advice I have for you is just dive in and soak it up. There's so much, there's group calls, there's your individual coach, there's a checklist. Like, use this time thoughtfully. I think if people have a regret, it's usually that they didn't dive in. And so just like immerse yourself in the community. But glad to have you in, Richard. Let's see. Jerry said Mike and Kevin did that for me, talking about sharing wins. Literally broke my brain how great they did starting out. Yeah, Mike got to like 100K in a couple years, probably faster. He's probably like, Eli, come on, it was faster than that. Kevin got to like over 50 too, so short amount of time. Way faster than I did it, like not even in the same timeline, And I think that's the cool thing about, like, they were willing to learn from others, and so they just like found info where they could have it, and they got their start working with us, and then they just took their business and ran and learned from a lot of people, and it's just cool to see that. Let's see. How long do you find that photographers stay with you? Do you ask them how long they picture staying in the interview, tips to keep them happy and around? Yeah, 2 to 3 years typically is what we see. It just depends on, I don't think asking them how long they plan to stay is going to help, because they're just going to tell you what they think you want to hear in the interview. And things change. So be a leader and a boss that you'd want to work for. Just as when you're building your business, you think of things from your client's perspective and you try to make decisions that benefit them. So you also do that with your photographers and your team. Obviously, you have to build a business that stays economically viable, and of course, the goal of the business is to make money. But you do that long term by keeping your team properly incentivized, treated well, and so really just be the leader that you would want to work for, I think, is the biggest thing. Let's see. Yeah, it's a good question to get an idea for their career track too, because sometimes they may tell you, I have 2 years of school left, and then I'm going to go do this, and it's like, that's fine. I mean, 2 years is awesome. I prefer not to hire somebody that's only going to work with us for 6 months, but it happens sometimes. Oh, nice, Corey. The first hire is like a pivotal move, so you're obviously forward, and that'll be a big portion of what that program is about, is like prepping your business for that hire and taking it to the next level. So I would imagine you can make it happen like earlier in the year than later, because we move into busy season. So anyway, glad to have you in. An agent that I gave a free shoot to back in November sent me a $200 thank you tip, and it was on a day where I really need some reassurance. Her compliment gave me the reminder I needed for the week. That's a massive tip, first of all. That's super cool. What's so interesting? I've only had one real estate agent tip me, and so maybe I just need to up my service or whatever. But she was a great lady. She actually unfortunately passed away probably like 6 or 7 years ago at this point, but she was like a big fan of mine. I sold a lot of ranches. She sold a lot of ranches. And so I'd always took way longer to shoot them. So she'd always give me these massive tips. She was just a great person. And it was like near the start of the first few years of my business. So it was just nice to have a person that was really nice like that. Let's see. Share a couple more wins before we get out of here for today, everybody. We had some good ones in our, let me see if I can find some in our circle inside of our coaching wins. Let's see if I can find some. I know we have a lot of, you know what the thing is? I always act like wins are for new people. I get just as excited about the wins. And so I'm sure you and you're watching that have businesses feel the same too. It's like, I joke all the time, especially after we'll do, I spend a lot of my time on the coaching side. Norma Young has a great team. And after we do events and stuff, I'm like, man, I want to start another real estate media company, especially after our conference every year. Here, let's see. Sam in our community, 2 shoots, $1,400 a day. It's a cool win. Let's see. Find some other ones. Someone got their first dollar, their first $100 from a shoot, first 10K month. I just think it's really cool. The wins mean a lot, and I think it's like people are like, we don't need that. We need people will come and they'll say they need a lot of tactic, and tactics are super important. But if your mindset's not right, you're not going to know what skill set you need to develop. Skill set being tactics, and so okay, here's some wins. 10K in January and 15K in February, and it's not even busy season yet. Rode to 200K this year, did 150 last year. You could hit more than 200. I mean, if you already did 15 in February, that's obviously like 16K a month is 200 in a year, like roughly. I bet you're going to hit 25 or 30K months. Especially 10K in January is pretty strong. That's awesome. 15K for this month for the first time hiring a photographer that stayed with me through this journey. Congrats. I had my first shoot yesterday. How can I get more clients and keep learning? Victor, I don't know how you got your first shoot, but the way you grow your business is by getting more people to know who you are. It's not by getting better at what you do, at least from a photo standpoint, right? So it's like the best known photographers who wins, not necessarily the best. Really double down on client acquisition, put in the time, and that's every time I say this, I'm like, I got to say this like carefully, but if you could choose a group of people to compete against, like if you were starting a business and you had a drop down menu and it was like doctors, tech people, photographers, like you would choose to compete with photographers, right? And because most of them aren't known to be great business people. And so what I mean by that is a lot of these photographers that don't grow their business, they spend all of their time on the gear, the workflow, the product. And they're like, if I just make this better, and this was me at times, right? I'm not saying I'm like, I nailed it all. Most of the stuff I know is because I did the exact opposite, right? So they spent all their time on this. So your job is, if you want to keep growing, is to go, okay, well, that's not getting them clients. So what is it that I need to actually put my focus on, right? And it's outreach. It's putting in the time to talk to more people, literally become more well-known. And I don't mean become famous on social media, right? I just mean every day, try to get more and more agents in your local community who know your name. And if you do that over time, you'll be successful. And usually it's not over a lot of time. It's a shorter amount of time. Just like this, reached out to a real estate agent, got possible booking, and then eventually that becomes 100K last year, so super cool. Anyway, thanks for hanging out today. And Tyler, if you're still here, big shout out to you for jumping on. I always love doing it. It's just fun to see all the people that are making this happen for themselves. So if you're in the stage where you want to make this happen, this is what you want to do and you want a roadmap through that process, highly encourage you to talk with our team about coaching. The people that you see me posting wins about and interviewing, they've all been in coaching. That's how I've got the chance to know them. Not saying that you have to be in coaching to be successful, but I wish I would have been in coaching. And the way I've tried to build REPP and the programs we have is like, what would Eli have needed to speed up, right? Because I wish I could, go back and show you what it was like, but man, my business grew slowly because I just did everything wrong. So the link will be on the next screen. Actually, I think I'm used to having Mr. Rod here, Kenny, my support team, so I got to do the pinning myself. Anyway, go there and have a chat with our team. We have a great team, and they can, it's not just, hey, you need to do coaching and we push it on you. It's like, what are you trying to make happen? What market are you in? What does your life look like? Do you have the time for this? How would we have to structure things? So the first call is just about clarity and talking about what it would look like. And so we'd love to work with you and at least have that initial. And if you already have a business, same link, just a different conversation about optimizing your business. We look at every business through a cost acronym. So clients, owners, systems, and team, and which one of those holding your business back, and we go in on that. So anyway, thanks for hanging out today. I appreciate you and look forward to seeing you again soon. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you later. And I have to keep talking until I find the end screen because no one's here to pin it for me. I think it's live training end screen. Where is it? Here we go. This one will work. See you later. Thanks, everybody. Now we got to find the music. We're almost there. 3, 2, 1. See ya. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. What are you guys smiling for? What happened?
It's always the
I don't know if anybody caught this, but I always try to.
In the between the comments and then Kenny's face, I don't know.
Oh, I saw him do the little slap before he went. I always try to time the music so like when it goes to a break in the music, the countdown music starts, and I nailed it this time. I don't know if anybody saw that, but anyway, welcome in everybody. Excited to spend some time with you. We have, I guess he's that way. We have Mr. Brian here with us today. It's one of our lives where we bring somebody on and talk about their business. So I'm going to intro you a little bit, Brian, then we'll hit you with some questions if that's cool.
Sounds good.
Brian has built an awesome business very quickly. I'm going to start from the end and kind of reverse engineer. So in October, or was it September, Brian? What was your biggest month?
September.
September, yeah. So September hit his biggest month ever, $28,000, which is amazing. And so that's where he's at recently. Last month was a little slower, moving into slow season at like 22 or 23,000, I think he said. But the cool part is Brian started like working on his business just a little bit over a year ago. Got to 10K by like your 6th month. Is that right, Brian? I think that's what I remember.
I hit my first 10K month in May this year.
Gotcha.
It was about 6 months into the working year.
Yeah, it's super cool. Built an awesome business. Obviously, we got the pleasure of working with him as he launched in coaching. And so, I wanted to like pick his brain a little bit. I guess, Brian, like, let's start from the beginning. What made you get into real estate media, or what do you think like attracted you about the industry?
So, I had already had like camera equipment. I was already interested in like photography and stuff like that. I never really considered it as a career. It was just kind of like a fun thing for me to do. But I'm like, you know what? I have all this stuff. How can I apply it? And I actually started getting your content on my Instagram page, and it caught my attention. And my wife was very supportive, and we decided, you know what? Let's give it a shot. We've tried other things that don't work, so this looks a lot more promising. And so we took the leap of faith and contacted Aaron. I believe was the first person I spoke to.
Yeah. And what you mentioned like you did some other stuff that didn't work. What do you think was different about like real estate media? Did you just like it more? Was it like what made you excited to do real estate media? What do you think made it work for you?
There was a couple things. Definitely, it was more interesting to me, and the fact that it was something that I could see myself doing rather than just kind of like trying something. It felt like I was in a field that was a little more like familiar because it was photography. And the fact that like the way you kind of explained the business model, it just made sense. It just made more sense to me, looking at it both from like a business perspective, but also like kind of something that I enjoy doing. I'm like, you know what? I think I could see myself doing that. I like real estate. I like photography. Why not?
Yeah. So when you first started it, I guess, did you expect to have a 28K month, or like, was this your goal, or like, what did you think was going to happen, or what would you have considered a success at the start?
I mean, honestly, at the beginning, I was terrified. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like I took out a loan to, get into coaching, and that was even a struggle. I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing. Like, is this even going to work? This is crazy. Like, what are we doing? But like it ended up being like such a great decision for us to do. And I don't know. I think it was one of the best things definitely the best thing I've ever done in my 30 years of living.
Wow. So, I guess what's your business look like now? Is it just you shooting? Do you have a team? Like where are things right now? Because it's been a while since you've been in the launch side of coaching. Like where are you at?
So it's just my wife and I. So there is one missing, which is Jackie. She's taking a test right now for her nursing exam. But she is it's me and her. We have like editors and stuff like that, but on the field it's just Jackie and I.
Okay. Gotcha. So you're keeping the profit margin pretty high. That's good.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I kind of touched on it, but when you first started, did you have a goal in mind, or what were you trying to make happen? Because I'd imagine
I totally skipped over that.
Oh no, you're good.
So I went in kind of clueless. I was like, I didn't have any expectations, and I remember doing the coaching and seeing that like forward phase, I was like 6K and up. I'm like, Jesus, like that's gonna take years before that even like happens. Like I can't even imagine. I just want to do like my 2K, replace my part-time jobs, and I'll be happy. I mean, I always wanted to scale the business, but I was like, okay, maybe I shouldn't be too ambitious. But since learned that I should probably be more ambitious no matter what.
Yeah. You didn't like, you thought it wasn't good to be too ambitious just because you didn't want to set big expectations and fail, or like where'd that
Right.
come from?
Right. I didn't want to set like unrealistic goals, but like I kind of realized like nothing's really unrealistic. You know, anything can happen, and if you put work into it, it could definitely happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, I definitely agree with that. And I think it's just hard to want to set a goal that seems big if you've never seen anybody do it too. So once you kind of feel that it's possible, you feel less stupid setting that big goal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, it was 4K. When I hit 4K, it was like I told Jackie, I'm like, we're gonna hit 10K this summer.
Yeah.
And we did it basically the first month of summer. So that was pretty cool.
Yeah. Was that a pretty big moment, or like looking back, like what were the big exciting moments that
It's so weird because like I wanted to say that I was excited, but um I just got hungrier. Like it wasn't like I was like, okay, we hit it, cool. Like on to the next one. You know, like what are we gonna do next month? What are we gonna do next? So it was like very short lived. I mean, yeah, it was cool like to see like the progress that we made, but more than anything, I was just excited for the next accomplishment.
Yeah. Kenny, Jared, and I were all, or Rod and I were all laughing too, because it's just like anytime we hit a goal, we're like, oh, and then we immediately go to the next one. You know, it's like, Kenny, anything on your end, or Rod?
Yeah, I was gonna touch on, like, speaking of hard work. You know, when you first joined this live, when we weren't live, I asked him, I was like, Brian, it's been a minute. You know, I used to jump on calls with you. You were in your car during breaks and stuff. Talk a little bit about that, because I don't think a lot of people caught on that. You had 3 part-time jobs, and you know, a lot of people make the they say like, hey, I don't have enough time to do another business or things like that. But like, what went through your mind, or like, how did you change that mindset aspect to being like, well, I have 3 part-time jobs, but I'm going to make real estate work?
It was like it was very difficult to do it for sure. I had a full-time job and then I had 2 part-time jobs. So basically I worked 7 days a week. Slowly I started veering off, like leaving one part-time job for the other, and then eventually left my full-time job. But I remember Warren actually doing a call, and he was talking about how crazy his schedule was. So I was like, okay, if you can do it, I can do it. Like I have no excuse. I should be able to do this. And it was really difficult. Like I had like a lot of trouble scheduling, like, but I just had to work with the time that I had. And luckily I had a little flexibility at my work. And you know, between that and just trying to schedule ourselves a little bit more efficiently, it ended up kind of working out. I ended up leaving the part-times really quickly. So I think it was mostly fear holding me back. I definitely, you know, didn't want to quit any of the jobs because I felt like, okay, they're a necessity. Like,
Yeah.
I definitely don't want to lose that income. But if you just put yourself in the mentality, like, okay, this is temporary, like it's gonna work. If you're in a it's gonna work mentality, then it's not as difficult to leave it, because you're like, okay, you know, like if I put more work into the business, then I'll definitely get more results out of it.
What drove you? Because it's painful to work, you know, a full-time and 2 part-time jobs anyway, and like adding on is a lot of work, and it's like a mentally big load of stuff you have to deal with. Was there something that was like you just wanted to make more money and that was strong enough? Was there like, what was driving you to do that? Because most people won't. I was like laughing about this one, this comment that Aaron said, when anyone compares their schedule to Warren's, they start to realize they can do more. So like that's always true, but in the moment you always feel so busy. Like what was driving it? Just wanted to make more money, or what?
Yeah, you know, I wanted to make more money, you know, like I wanted to open up opportunities for like myself and for my wife. You know, we don't have kids yet, but we want that as a possibility. And, you know, that really drives us to accomplish our financial goals. So, you know, I've always been someone that works. Like I'm not afraid of working a ton. But I definitely want to work more intelligently now. So, you know, I that's another reason why I took on the rep coaching. I just couldn't handle that. It's not sustainable for a very, very long time. It just wasn't going to happen. But in the moment, it was mostly driven through like just financial need, just needed it, wanted it.
So for someone has a crazy schedule right now, I mean, do you have any like advice that comes to mind? Because it just is. Let me just back up a little bit. I never want like what we talk about to seem like it's just this. You just do this couple things and you make 28K a month. Like that's not how it goes, right? Like, and maybe other people sell magic. I don't sell magic, right? Like when you work with us or you start this business independent of us, either way, it's going to be a ton of work. and you're going to have to put in that work. It's just an investment period in your business. You're investing time, you're investing money, and you're going to get a future return if you do those things well. So like, it's a lot of work. Any advice to people that just like need to do that work, basically?
I feel like you just gotta kind of keep your head down and keep going. Like as crazy as it sounds, because like at the end of the day, if you need the money, you need it. But it's just like you have to dedicate the time into it. Like you have to figure out the way, whether it's like finding a different job that's going to work with your schedule. Like I donated plasma for like a month so that I wouldn't see those diminishing returns immediately. So I'm like, okay, so this one I guess I'm gonna leave my part-time. I'm gonna donate plasma if I need to, or do whatever. I worked a warehouse job at night. So I just kind of like had to fine tune it till eventually, okay, there's a little bit of harmony between my full-time job and doing real estate. And then that started getting difficult. So that's when it came time to make a decision that was not easy to do, which was like, okay, now I have to make the choice of leaving my full-time job. And I think that no matter what, it's never gonna be comfortable. It's always gonna like suck in some form. So you're always gonna feel, I think, that you're not making the right decision. But I think it's just the mental gymnastics of having to push through it,
Yeah.
But I don't think there's ever a time where I felt like, okay, this is the right time, like this will work. I think if you just feel it in your gut, like, I think I need to do this, or you're maybe even like kind of leaning on it, I think you should just go for it. I think those are the signs. Whenever you're uncomfortable, it's like the sign for you to take action.
I think that was beautiful.
Yeah, no.
Something that I've noticed a lot with a lot of successful people is that every single person has said, I just knew I was going to succeed, whether they believed it or not at that time. I think their mentality, their mindset was just set on that. It's like, I have to make it work. And like, you had to make it work. You're like, I've donated plasma. I was just going to find another, like, you found solutions more than you did to find excuses. Like a lot of people would be like, well, my full-time job isn't going to let me. So I have to be stuck with this until one day I may get fired and that'll be the right time. But you're just like, well, if it doesn't work with that, I'll just find another job that, meets my requirements. Or, you just started acting upon what you wanted to achieve, and you weren't gonna make like anything be in your way, and just just go get at it.
Definitely. I mean, I shot for jobs, I looked for jobs to make sure that I could find something now, even if it paid less. I was like, even if I'm making less, like I'm losing more by not building my own business.
Yeah. And if you think about it, so owning your own business and making enough money to replace your job from that is something that very few people will do. Like most humans will not do that, right? And so that doesn't mean it's like an impossible feat. It just means you're doing something that most people aren't going to be able to do. And so what that means is, number one, I think the biggest thing that stops a lot of people is they're just scared. So we talked about that. It's the fear, right? And then the second thing is, once they jump in, being consistent about the work. And so if you can do those things, it's cool because you're going to achieve something that gives you a lot of options in life. Owning a business is great, right? And you're like just scratching the surface, Brian. Like you have so much more to go, which is the cool part. But even that first little transition is the biggest of like, hey, I need somebody else to I provide for myself and I have my own business. And that's just like the launch pad kind of thing. So I guess like in that direction, you have to do things you don't want to do, and you're going to go through struggle. What are some of like the lower points or the hard things you've gone through in your business?
Definitely the beginning was difficult. I think it's the most difficult, but it's definitely the most important because that's where you either make it or don't. You're either gonna keep going, or it's just gonna become something that you thought about and now like you've moved on to something different. So I think the beginning, and like, it's easy to stay, like, to have like a little bit of motivation, but then you lack the discipline, so it just doesn't really do anything for you. So definitely like keeping consistent through the beginning, despite the fact that you're doing all this work and you really don't see the results right away. It takes a little bit of time for you to start seeing it. So I think that was very difficult, just working kind of blindly, just kind of like, okay, I'm gonna do it whether I get results or not. I'm gonna do it anyway. That was difficult. And then also just like the job to work transition, it was different, having to discipline myself to do work, whereas before I'm so used to like knowing what I'm supposed to do throughout the day because someone tells me to do. It's now like, okay, now I have to make the choice to make these decisions that are like these tasks that I really don't want to do sometimes. Like I really don't want to do it, but now I have to discipline myself to I guess overcome that, and that was a little challenging at
Yeah.
first.
You have to be the manager and the employee, at the same time. And it's
Yeah,
bad. Like the stuff you don't want to do, it's not like you want to tell yourself that you just don't want to do it. So
right.
we talked like the mindset side of it and kind of like the attitude that you have to have going to the business. What did you do to actually get clients? I mean, obviously we worked with you, but like anything stand out, or like what did you spend that time? Like once you had the attitude, what were your actions that you were doing to grow the business?
So we were doing Instagram method. So I was a bit inefficient at doing it, and Jackie kind of helped me out with it. Eventually we ended up just getting a VA because we were so busy. I was still working 3 jobs. I'm like, you know what? We're making a little bit extra from the fact that we're working like crazy, that we got VAs, and that ended up helping us kind of like boost our output for Instagram method. But I would say most of our clients have been through Instagram method. um if I could do anything, is I would have started sooner. I did kind of like have a bit of a delay in the beginning where I kind of was being too much of a perfectionist, and then I decided, you know what, like I need to just start it. That's the most important thing.
Yeah.
So the Instagram method has been very successful. We were very nurturing to the people we reached out to. And, at first we hadn't reached out to many, but the ones that we reached out to, we reached out with great quality. And, we really got to know them and build a real relationship with these people. And we've gotten referrals through that. We've gotten definitely a lot of our clients from other people just kind of knowing us, liking us, and referring us.
Yeah. So, I mean, I would imagine this is true, but at Shoots, you're prioritizing customer service. A lot of those referrals are probably coming from the fact that you treat your clients well. Does that seem true to you?
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's like bar none. Our biggest thing is just having good customer service, client service, and I think that makes us stand out. As much as it might be hard to believe, not every real estate photographer out there has good customer service. We hear horror stories all the time from our clients, and it's like, really, that's crazy. I would never think. And it's crazy because they don't shop around for another photographer. They've been dealing with these people sometimes for years, and then we come along and we introduce them to good service, and then
They
they want it
can't
again.
switch and done. They can't go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's funny. I think it's like the photographer like attitude and kind of like ego is something that everybody just assumes is true. So like you kind of stick with a photographer because you're kind of like, that's just how photographers are, right? And I like that. I've made this joke too many times now, but like if you could choose a group of people to be your competitors, like you would pick photographers because they're like very easy to compete with, right? And so that's just a good example of that. It's like you just don't treat your clients poorly and you'll make money. It's crazy. So what's what do you want to see happen in the business? Like is 50K a month a goal next, or like what's the future look like for you?
Yeah, we would definitely want to have those, big monster months during the summer, and more consistency during winter. This is definitely our first off season. And of course, there's a little bit of fear going into it, but we're so confident because what we're going to do now is go a little bit back to fundamentals and just kind of go back, reach out to our clients that we do have now, nurture them more, become memorable during this off season, so that come next year they're going to remember that we still give them good service despite the fact that there's not listings right now or whatever it may be. So we're going a little bit back to basics. We're expecting to really significantly grow for the next year in spring and summer, and the next step is going to be adding team members and bringing in more volume.
Yeah, dude, I love what you said about off season. That's on everybody's mind that's in this business. It's scary if you go into it like not knowing what to expect. So I mean, what's November looking like for you? I think you said you were over 10 already. So you're still having a decent month. It's just a little slower typically.
Yeah, it is slower. We did hit 10K again this month, fortunately.
Yeah.
I don't know how December's going to look like. I don't know how January's going to look like. However, I'm trying to overcome it with excitement, because that means that we're going to build connections. We're going to make a stronger connection with the clients that we do have, and it's going to allow us opportunity to, since I'm not as like back to back as I was during the summer, then I have the time to kind of like go back, nurture, reach out to clients, see if there's anything that we can do, anything that we can help, and even offer like a few like free things that before that I didn't have the time to do. I can still do it now, and just kind of reestablish those relationships, keep them strong, and then also look for new clients as well and start forming those relationships in anticipation of next year. Because most of the work that happened this summer happened because of what we accomplished during the off season and all the outreach we did.
Yeah, 100%. I was gonna say, like, the biggest mistake that everybody you're not making it, which is like incredible. Everybody does it their first couple of years, is you're like busy and then you get a little less busy and you just immediately go into fear. Off season is like a blessing when you're in this business, because it's the time where you like set yourself up good for next year. You already said it, but you nurture clients, putting together a VIP program, visiting those clients. Client acquisition is also really good to do in November, December, because the real estate agents are slower too, right? Like they're also spending more time on the gram, they're going to see your messages and stuff. So I'm glad you said that, because that's like the biggest thing we're hearing right now from people is like, they like hunker down in off season. You absolutely don't want to do that. You want to literally double down on it. And so, yeah, I mean, like, even when it comes to basic stuff like the Instagram method, people like, oh, I don't think I'm gonna start my business in November because it's slower. It's like, dude, that's the best time to start it if you have an ounce of patience, because sure, you might not get as many listings the first or second or third week, but like the agents are less busy. The response rates are higher. They're on Instagram. They're thinking about vendor relationships, And so it's cool that you have that perspective, Brian, because like, I mean, for me, it was like 4 years of like, all right, I'd do an off season and I'd be like, dang, I shouldn't have missed that opportunity. And then I'd go into busy season. I'd be like, this off season, I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to have this plan, right? And then off season hits and I would be like, what happened to my business? Why are we down? Why are we down 35%? What's happening? I'm like, Eli, you idiot, it's off season. And then I'd be like, all right. And I did this for years, like literally 4 years in a row. I would be shocked by it every single year. And I'm like, gosh, I could have had so much bigger of a business, if I just did from the start and just like had a plan. So don't be like me, be like Brian, that side. It's way better. Anyway, Rod, anything on your end you want to ask Brian, Mr. West, anything you guys got?
No, I thought it was cool that you had a 28 grand month in September, a 22 grand month in October, you were saying, because my thought was like, did it maintain? So it seems like it did. And then of course, now the natural slow of November, December, but still 10 grand already in November is quite impressive. So yeah, congrats to that. The thought that's spinning through my head the whole time is the logistics, because I'm in the front lines with people that are like, I have 3 jobs. There's just no way it can possibly work. So like when I get people like you, then I'm like, okay, how did you do it? So was it like, okay, you had 2 part-time jobs, you had a full-time job. Was it like you squeezed in shoots and incrementally started to trim out things one at a time and just kind of went at it that way? Or is it at some point you had to make the leap and replace something, knowing that it's more of a jump? Or is it more like you squeezed this in, you replaced one of them, all right, then you freed up some time, and then you had more time to go up a little bit more, and then you replace the next one? Like, how, explain like kind of that process of just logistically how it was. And I imagine it got tough at times where you were so busy, your head was spinning. Kind of walk me through that phase, because I imagine that's like where I'm the most curious.
So yeah, it was mostly just squeezing things in, just and it sucked because a lot of times these were free shoots. It's not like I was getting paid for them. So I'm taking time away from my job to do a free shoot that's an hour away from my work, and then I got an hour back. So it was difficult. I was very fortunate in the fact that it was I had a little bit of flexibility in my work, not a whole lot, but a little bit, in the sense that, okay, I'll try to schedule my shoot in the morning at like 6 a.m. at like at the very, very first sunrise. As soon as you can see sun and I can do a shoot, I'll schedule it that way. And it was hard to get some agents to agree to it, because they're like, 6 a.m. No, thank you. But I would try to kind of make it super early or very late. That way it was before work or after work. And I didn't have a lot of shoots at the time, so it was a little bit easier to work with. Sometimes I would ask my boss, like, can I come in early and I'll leave late, or something like that? Or like, can I take an extended lunch? I'll go do a shoot like at 12 in the afternoon, and then I'll stay late to make up whatever time I might have missed, because I was a little bit slower at doing the shoots. So it was mostly a lot of like negotiating with my boss to like allow me to do some of these things, and it did get me a little bit of trouble. And
yeah, I was gonna say, do you ever worry like lose your job or something?
Oh yeah, I was always like, for all those months, I was just worried and nervous. But I did have an essential role, so it was like, it's a little difficult to just get rid of me. Which I wasn't trying to take advantage of it, but it was not hard. It was not easy. It was very difficult, and you know, I cared about my work and I love my work. I still keep in touch with everyone. So more than anything, I just didn't want to put them in a bad spot.
Yeah.
But
Mm.
they were understanding of what I wanted to accomplish, and that helped a bit. But yeah, there came a time where it was like, okay, you know, what are you gonna do? You got to kind of make a decision because it's you know, it's getting a little difficult. Like we need you here, and you're not there. So it definitely wasn't easy. It was just months of anxiety and squeezing it through. But you know,
Was it
that's
worth it?
those are the moments that count. That's when like you're supposed to be. You're either doing something right or you're headed towards something,
Mm.
towards like some breakthrough, and that's what it felt like. So
The more he talks about, the more I'm like, this man just seeks for opportunity and makes opportunity happen. Because I love that you were saying like, my job was flexible, but then you were saying, yeah, I was gonna go to a shoot super early, super. I was like, man, you were not going to work at 6 a.m. That wasn't your. That was you trying to make opportunity for yourself and
Yeah.
like asking the agent to meet with you super early and whatnot, and then during your lunch hours. And I love that you were just telling Rogers like, yeah, I mean, like if it didn't work, I was just gonna make a way work. Like you were asking. That's a lot. That's something that a lot of people don't even do. They don't even ask if they can do something, an extended lunch, an extended anything. They're just like, well, these are my hours, and I don't have time. It's like, no, you seek for opportunity and you got it. I think that's super impressive.
Yeah.
thank you.
Mm. I like the 6 a.m. thing. The joke about the real estate agents not wanting to get up at 6 a.m. was like great too, because I don't know many real estate agents that get up early. So that's pretty funny. I actually had one time a real estate agent book me for a morning twilight, and I don't get up early either. And so I did it, and they never used me again. So that was it for me. Question from the audience that I think is a really good one from Lee. What do you feel like your biggest mistake has been, Brian, or like what should people avoid?
I think that the biggest mistake is just letting yourself wait for things. I think like the thing that I always wish, and I think it's like I think that applies for anything. We always wish we could start something sooner. You know, we're always like, oh, if only I would have done this last year. If only I would have started last week. You know, whether it's like I don't know, diets or something, or just exercising. I feel like it's really easy to put it off. So I think that my biggest mistake is always going to be I wish I would have started earlier. But it's easy to let that hold you back. You know, the next best time to do it is right now. So
Yeah.
definitely don't wait on things. I would say don't wait on things that are important, especially. I make the mistake of being a perfectionist, so it's like I'm not going to execute until it's perfected. That's not a really good mentality to have. Like I do, you know, there's an appreciation for the fact that, you know, I want things to be of quality. However, I think doing them and then improving the process as you're doing it is a much better way to approach it, because either way, it's never going to be perfect. Like there's always going to be something you could do better. So staying stagnant, definitely. And especially during times where you feel kind of down, I think that those are important moments to kind of start being productive.
Yeah.
Like,
So
don't let yourself catch yourself in a slump.
talk about that a little more, because there's 104 people watching. 20 of them are probably feeling like pretty bad about their business right now, or maybe having trouble getting traction. Like any words of advice to the people that are, suffering right now?
I would say just keep pushing it. I think you shouldn't even think about like the business. Don't think about anything. Just think about what you're doing. Just think about and do it with like a lot of purpose. Like just if you're gonna be doing DMs, just pour your heart into the DMs and like really contact these agents and try to build a relationship with them. If that's the difficulty that you're having, I'd say just kind of hyper focus on it and don't let yourself get distracted by the negativity of it. I know it's easier said than done, but whenever I'm like so hyper focused on doing something, like it helps, you know. Like if I set my goal, like, okay, I'm gonna work with this agent, so I'm gonna shoot DMs at them. I'm gonna look at all their videos. I'm gonna comment. I'm gonna comment with what are they, like little animations so that my comment stands out above everyone else's. You know, don't look like a bot. So I think you just need to like put more work whenever you're feeling it. It's like strange as it sounds to do. I feel like that's the only really solution. If you're feeling like you're in a stump or you're struggling, you just gotta keep doing it. And it's a numbers game sometimes, you know, like you could send a bunch of DMs and not get any response, but it could be one or two. And I get driven by the fact that, well, if I'm not sending DMs, what if I'm missing that one agent that has a team of 50 agents that, all need a new photographer. You never know.
It's really good. It's like fishing almost, you're just waiting for that one. Like you'll sit there all day, just like the next one. And that attitude actually does work. It's like it's that meme, like where the two guys are mining and like one of them stops right before he hits the gold thing.
Yeah.
That motivates me like nothing else. I don't know what it is, but I think about that every time I'm about to stop, and I'll do like one or two more. Cause I'm like,
Right.
if that's one swing away, maybe we get it, So
Agreed.
yeah. I think what you said too that I liked is basically just it's normal. Like if you're suffering and you're going through some hard stuff in your business, like everybody does. And that's why like I want to talk about the wins and the success, but it's like we also want to, what did you feel that sucked? Because when people are feeling that, sometimes they think it's not normal.
There's a quote someone said. I don't know if someone in the chat knows it, but it's like if you're feeling like you're going through hell, don't stop.
Yeah. Yeah, for real. Don't stay there.
Don't stop in hell. Keep going. Push through it. I always thought that was just a simple way of looking at it, like, oh yeah, why am I? What? Don't let me stop here. I got to keep going to get out of it. That's the point. So I thought that was interesting. It's kind of what you said.
And
right?
like, I've never met a business owner or someone that's done something that didn't have that period, right? Like everybody has that, right? Kenny built REPP video editing and was editing literally all night before he built the team, like dozens of videos in an extended stay motel because his apartment wasn't ready. Like that wasn't a great time for him. And he was working during the day too. Like Rod, you've done the same thing. You've been at this a while. You had to put in the work. Brian, you had to put in the work. Like I've never talked to somebody that was like, oh yeah, I just woke up and it was great. Like it sucks. And just a lot of people don't talk about that. And so I think people just don't think it's normal. And like once you realize it's normal, it's like, it still sucks, but at least And I think that's a good mentality to have because like, if you don't put in the work, it's not going to happen at any point. Like it's almost a prerequisite, right? Like you have to get to that, like, what am I doing? This is horrible. Yeah. And then you're like, oh, you're almost there. It's a good sign actually.
I feel like you don't notice it in the moment. I feel like you don't think you're in it, and it's not like at the moment I was like, okay, this is going to be something I'm going to talk about later on. Like you're just going through it and it just sucks. That's all you're thinking about. You're not thinking about like, okay, this is the grind. You think about like, for some reason, like, it's very romanticized that there's like struggle sometimes, but it's like romanticized in different ways where it's like, oh, like Apple started in someone's garage and stuff like that. Yeah. But everyone's struggles are different. Maybe everyone here is going through a very different struggle that they don't realize that it's kind of part of what their story is, And at the time I didn't think like, oh my God, I'm working 3 part-time jobs. I mean, I look at it now and like, damn, that does kind of suck. Like I didn't think about it at the time. Like I was working 3 jobs, just trying to get by and doing like free shoots, and at that moment I didn't think like anything crazy of it. It's just like this is just what I got to do.
Yeah.
But now that you're over it, you kind of realize that there is struggle and it's different for everyone.
You kind of almost enjoy looking back, though. I mean, is that true for you?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely. Like my wife and I still talk about it. Like
yeah, that's
like last year.
It's something to be proud of. You're not like I had it easy. You didn't.
Yeah. Definitely.
Every time you ask somebody about building a business, the first thing they'll start telling you about is all of the literal shit that they had to go through. Like that's what it is. And it's funny because like everybody's smiling, like we're all smiling about it. It's like if I ask somebody, they're like, oh, dude, you don't even want to know. And it's so, isn't that weird? Like that's the part, like if I think back of building Norman and Young, I think about literally like the crazy, like the stuff that just kind of sucked happening. And yeah, I don't know. It's like, I don't know what hope that gives you if you're in it, besides the fact that you're like very, normal. Everybody's going through the same thing. And you just like, you have to keep going.
I mean, if you're in it, do what Brian said, get distracted by doing more of that work because eventually it'll pay off. And like, I mean, I'm sure if you've been in this live and have seen a lot of the successful people that we've interviewed, I mean, everyone has said somewhat of the same thing. It's just like, yeah, I just kept going. Yeah. Like I didn't see any results in the moment, but I just knew that I was going to make it work somehow.
Yeah.
What made it easy when it was tough? Like when you have 3 jobs going and you're trying to reschedule a shoot because work and trying to negotiate with your boss, and it was like for me when I got coaching 8 years ago, it was the fact that I bought coaching. Is like, well, you ain't quitting now. You just spent all this money, so that's one lever, that could be pulled. But like, what was it could be your why, it could be whichever. But like, my thought is kind of like, what was when it was tough? What was it coaching? I mean, was like the one-on-one calls, the group calls, the checklist, like did your coach stay on your butt? Or in those tough times, was it a combination of things, or just kind of work through that a little bit with me? Like, kind of those specifics of what together you feel like pushed you through that tough time. Because that's where once someone's in it, they're going to remember that and go, okay, let me try this. And like, So like, what is some advice there on that pocket of what helped you in those times?
It was definitely a combination of things. Definitely coaching helped me. I'm not like a smart guy, to be honest. Like, I failed my drone exam twice in a row. I failed it twice in a row. So if people are having like these issues, like worried about failing in once, I failed it twice, and I had a video shoot that I had to do with it, and I ended up not being able to use it, and I felt so dumb. But there's always like little things like that like I think about. But I guess, sorry, going back to your question, um, I think what really like kept me going was just like, oh, so that ties in because coaching really helped me get through some of those moments. So I remember reaching out to Aaron and just like sounding off all alarms when that happened, and I told them I failed my drone test again. Like, I don't know how I'm gonna do this. Like, how is it possible that I just failed by like I think it was by 1% both times? And it was just a moment where it, like, to me, like, everything's over. Like, I'm going out of business. This was a waste of time, and it ended up being something so simple. So I think having coaching and someone so experienced, and then Aaron would reach out, and it was just like my issue was like nothing. Not in the fact that he didn't care about it, but he made me realize, like, dude, it's no problem. Like, there's real estate photography companies that probably don't even offer a drone. Like, you're fine. So it really like kind of like gave me a little bit of that confidence boost when I needed it, or sometimes where like, I just felt like it was the end of the world. I would reach out to our coach, and it would definitely help bring me up again. And I would say another motivating factor was just those small wins kind of help. Like, even just a free shoot was a win for us, And I know like some people struggle with like, oh, like I'm having trouble getting clients. And what I would say is, like, if you have one client, you could do that again. Like, it's gonna happen again. Like, it's not like the end of the world. Like, if you have a client, you can get more clients. Like, it might take a little bit of time for it to happen, but I feel like you got to keep your head down and just stay motivated with the little wins. I'd say that was one of the biggest things that kept me going, and definitely connecting and reaching out to coach and being open about how I felt in the moment.
So was it easy to express gratitude during those phases? Because that's like the thing like a lot of people will struggle with, and all that, just like being thankful for those little wins. So I imagine that was a big part of it too. It's just like you said, the little wins is a huge thing. And sometimes people are waiting for the 28 grand month in order to have happiness. And that wasn't what was generating your happiness. It was those little wins stacked and compounded, allowing you the room to make the opportunity of a 28 grand month to happen, and the next month a 22 grand month. So so I know a lot of times people don't want to hear that it comes back down to mindset. They want to hear the magic, sweet, secret message that we're telling everyone to send, that apparently secret message that gets them to say yes to a shoot every time.
Yeah.
But it's just the mindset of knowing, just to keep going and celebrate the wins, and stacking the gratitude, and like you said, keep pushing even when it's tough, and having those external factors like a coach and all that helps too as well. But just that mindset of knowing there's a light at the end of the tunnel, so this push is worth it. So I think that's a big deal of what I'm hearing from you, because it's quite inspiring. I mean, you don't often see someone in that short of a time get to close to a $30,000 month with any business, at least not from what I've seen. So it's just quite inspiring to see that. So good stuff, man.
Agreed. Yeah.
Any advice to somebody that's there's 120 people in here, probably 30 are currently in coaching. Any advice looking back that you wish you would have done better while in coaching, like maybe taking more advantage of certain things, or like, do you feel like you did a pretty good job with that? Or someone's 2 months into coaching, what's your advice for them?
I think there's sometimes a tendency to stall on Instagram method. I don't think you should stall on it. I think you should do it no matter if like your DM video, like, or whatever, doesn't seem like it's the greatest. Like, I think you should just do it, record it, and start reaching out to people as soon as possible. I should have started reaching out way sooner than I did. I started coaching in July, probably didn't start sending DMs out consistently till October. So that's a few months of business that I potentially missed out on.
Yeah. What do you think made you start in October, and why didn't you start initially?
I got caught up in the systems. So I guess that would be another one, don't get too caught up in the systems, and like setting up again the perfectionist mindset of like, okay, everything has to look absolutely perfect before I start, sending the DMs. But even when I started in October, it wasn't perfect, and to this day, there's still always refining we can make. But
Yeah.
if we're putting in the work, then we'll start getting the results earlier.
Some good stuff. Any final questions, Rod or Kenny? We've kept him 13 minutes over what we were allotted.
Man, I didn't know.
Honestly, I'm just
43
impressed.
minutes.
That was really good.
Yeah,
Seriously.
Good
I
job.
like, Brian, that like something I like about you is you're not like, sometimes we get a lot of people who like grow their business fast and they're just like full of energy and they're like hype and like that's awesome. But I think a lot of people like me, when I started my business, I've like leaned into the energy a little bit more, but you're more like easygoing, do the work. You kind of keep like a level head. So there's not a question in that. It's just something I appreciate about you. And I think it's like part of your success as well, is that you just like, I could see you just being a machine and getting the work done. And I think that's like a big part of the success that you have. Does that seem right to you? Like, do you feel like that contributes a lot?
Yeah, I'm definitely like a very low energy, kind of introverted person for the most part. I did have to lean into my more energetic side a little bit more. But yeah, I'm not like super high energy. I just try to be focused and intentional with the things that I do. And I think that kind of helps.
Yeah. Well, thank you for your time, Brian. We'll see you back here when you're doing 50K a month. How about that?
Sounds good. Yeah.
Have a good evening, Brian. Appreciate it.
You too. Thank you.
For everybody else, what were your bigger takeaways from that? Oh, I almost just accidentally banned you from the studio, Brian. I was trying to go back to 3.
Don't do that.
Brian, see you later, sir. Thank you, man.
It's nice to meet you officially, Brian.
Welcome in, Rod and Jordan. Good to see you, man.
How's it going?
Yeah, I'm excited to have you here today, Jordan. Good to see everybody in the audience. Did I miss last week, Rod? I did, right? I feel like
yes, you left me and Kenny there alone again. I was like, what are
you guys did good. I got some complaints, but not too many. So
not many this time. Okay, good. It was like 100 last time. Okay, good.
Well, anyway, we got Jordan in here, which I'm excited about. You guys are gonna love talking to him. He built a great business over the last, I guess, 8 months. It's been now. Is that accurate, Jordan?
Yeah, since April of last year. So however long that's been.
Okay, gotcha. Well, yeah, we're gonna dive in with Jordan about his business. What helped him grow, things he's learned. If you have questions that you want us to ask Jordan, drop them in the chat and we'll pull a couple here and there at the start. And then, I don't know, 30 minutes, 45 minutes in or so, we'll jump over to just Q&A and do the normal thing. So Jordan, thanks for being here. And I guess just kind of start from the beginning. Like, where were you and like what got you initially interested in real estate media?
So I like back in kind of like my early 20s, I had gotten into video and photography and things like that, and dabbled around, taught myself stuff, know that I really liked it, but I'd never considered myself a photographer or, a videographer, things like that. But I was always trying to find something to do with like kind of these skills and things that I had picked up. And honestly, it was probably a couple of years ago. I just have a lot of friends that are realtors. And so I never wanted to be a realtor. I never like really thought that life would be for me. But I was like, I can do photography. I was like, I can shoot some of your guys' listings. And I felt like I could make houses look really good. So I really didn't know anything about real estate photography or anything like that. So I just started watching like some YouTube videos and different things like that. And kind of started learning. I was, editing everything in Lightroom, like blending things together. I can never get it to look like as good as anybody else's photos. So through that time, I started getting a few more listings from just a couple of my friends. And I think that's about the time I started seeing your TikToks that were just coming up on my page. And I was like, man, this guy like makes it like he's teaching me everything that I want to know, like, and through watching this. And at that time, I was kind of like I said, I was working at warehouses. I was trying to work my way up through that whole process. And I wasn't really like happy with it. Pretty much kind of when you're in those fulfillment centers, like if you don't have a degree or anything, you're always just going to get like passed over.
Gotcha.
So I was really looking to go, okay, I want to go full time into real estate photography, but I'm scared because I've only done like a few listings here and there. And I just like don't know what to do. So I kind of always consider myself like, I'm not the best at figuring things out on my own, but if somebody shows me the way, I can follow a map and like directions to the T. Like as soon as I know how to do it, I'll just like do it over and over and over again. So that's kind of when I just like looked a little bit more into you and found the coaching and ended up getting on the call with Rod. And that was like the moment when I was like, okay, this is going to give me everything I need. I'm going for it. Cause I'm like, I need that little push. That's like, I have to work super hard. If I have like my job, I'm going to have all these excuses, like I'm tired and all that stuff, because that's just me. So I kind of just decided to get out, make the jump, and go for it.
Okay. Yeah. So I want to fast forward a little bit, and we'll kind of jump around. And Rod, if you have questions, jump in. But you obviously got to work with us in coaching, but that doesn't mean, I mean, you made over 80 grand in 8 months. That's not something that everybody does, right? Yeah. I mean, that's you did the work. So like what from your perspective allowed you to get really good results besides just the roadmap?
So I like my business is at least currently right now, the way that the model sits is a little bit different than most. I do a lot of work. My first client ever was a builder here in Arizona, and they were, my wife actually is a sales associate for them. So I was taking pictures for her and videos, and she was just posting them on her Instagram to use to promote. And they actually reached out to me and was like, hey, do you want to start doing photos for some of our specs? They told me that they were transitioning to a spec builder. So they were going to start just building homes and then people can come buy them. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. So I started just getting a couple jobs here and there. And that was maybe like a couple months before coaching. And then basically I would do photos and a video for the MLS and, get a couple jobs here and there. And then once I started coaching and then I learned like some of the other things, I came back to them and not only like impress them with my new results and how fast that I could get things done, but all of kind of the new things I've learned. So now I don't just do like a photo and video for them. I do photos for their MLS, and then I do the Cuba Casa tours, like that virtually stages it. So I make those videos for them, and I do like drone and stuff on each side. And then I virtually stage the photos for them as well. And they love all of those. So for all of their specs and things like that, they send me out or let me backtrack a little bit. Once I started bringing that to the table, they decided to have me do all of their specs in all of Arizona. And so I drive all over to new build communities and I offer this package. So it's like, it's a pretty hefty package. So I have a really good average order value. So I do that, and that's what's allowed me to get to the results that I have currently.
Gotcha. Yeah, no, it's super cool. I think a lot of times people, I mean, we talk just real estate photography. We talk about real estate agents. So people think those are the only clients that you can have. But like, your business is it more than half the revenue comes from builders, you would say?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, probably at least 3/4.
Yeah, so you have a big portion of builders. And I think that's something cool to consider. Like at our business, Norman and Young, it's a significant chunk. It's not half. I'd say it's probably like 15, 20%. And so I'm glad. And that was kind of one of the things I knew about you that I thought would be cool to talk about is like the different angles and the different ways you can take things. You shoot for builders. Lots of people do. And so if you're in a place, I mean, Arizona has a lot of new build communities going on right now, right? DFW, where Norman and Young does. Some communities do and some don't. So if they do, you can really like push into that side of things. And they're great to shoot because, I mean, I guess you talk about it a little bit, Jordan. Like, what do you like about shooting? Because you've shot for realtors too. What do you like about shooting for builders over realtors?
So like the best part about the builders is they're all empty homes. So if you like that or not, but they're all empty homes. They're brand new. And basically they book me like a community at a time. So they'll be like, this community needs 5 houses done. And I can just show up and, I don't have to meet anybody there. I just show up, I do all the photos, I do all my work. I get everything back. I send it in. I rarely ever have a revision. They take it. They're like, this is great. Love it. Go on. So, you kind of take out that aspect of having to deal with picky clients and all of that stuff. And they're, really big wealthy companies. So like they don't mind spending the money and paying you the travel fee and doing those different things like that. That like when I work with realtors, especially to try to get clients, I don't have any travel fee. But for like the builders and those companies, they told me to put it on there. So it's like, all right.
No, I love that. And it's also true. It's also like, so for the people out there that are existing real estate photographers that don't shoot for a lot of builders, you can get builders in a similar way to how you get real estate agents. It takes a little bit longer sometimes, like because you have to deal with the marketing manager, depending on how big the company is and that kind of thing. But it's so worth finding those type of clients, because what Jordan's saying is the experience pretty much everybody says working with builders, like they're so great to have. And the cool thing is too, I mean, there's nothing better than, this is what I was originally going to say, like, you have 10 shoots in a day and they're all new homes in a community. You're getting paid like $5,000 for that. It's so good. And so those were like, we didn't do it as much as Jordan, but like they're the most fun days ever. Aaron and I, it was back in the day when we do a lot of them, we'd show up and we would like, I would go through and turn on all the lights. There was somewhere it was literally like 5 homes in a row, right? So I'd go through and turn on all the lights and I'd see him going in and out of each house shooting. It's just like a lot of fun. Anyway, and they pay well. So you have that builder. What else was kind of involved, I guess, in building your business? And is it pretty much you working with that builder? Like, what else do you do, and who are you shooting for typically? A lot, real estate agents as well, or what's that look like?
Yeah, so I still, I did the Instagram method heavy when I first started. I need to be better at it still, because I really do want to grow the realtor side of my business. So I have a couple of really good clients that use me, a couple of shoots a month, and things like that, but I want more. One of the other things that I've just started doing, and it actually is from my relationship with the builder, they hire me to come out and do headshots and teach realtors how to make reels. And then I get to network with all of them and give them my business card and tell them to hire me. So I just did one of those yesterday. I got another one in a couple of weeks, and they want to do a couple more at a couple of different communities. So me and the builder have the same interest in, we want realtors. Yeah. So we kind of get to put those together, and they want realtors at the community. And if in doing that, I get to work with them and give them my business card and information as well. We also did one where I offered, if realtors came to the community and made content, I would give that realtor a free photo shoot. And they liked that idea so much, they told me that they would pay me for all of the shoots that I did for realtors.
So you're getting paid to do what everybody's doing for free at the start. Yeah. That's the amount of that deal. So, okay, everybody's question is basically gonna be like, well, how the heck do I get a builder? So I know the one builder, you had a little bit of a connection there. You did good work and that brought them. Do you have any insight or things you've learned working with builders for someone that's like, I'd love to get some builder clients? Like anything you've learned, or who you would talk to at a builder? What are your thoughts in that way?
So from the few that I work with, it's their marketing manager. The person that's in charge of all of their marketing, that's usually the person that they hire to do photography. Yep. You want to go for the builders that are more spec builders, and they're going to be making spec homes, because that's what they need photography from. Basically, they're going to build this house and hope that somebody buys it the way it is. If you're looking at ones that are 9 months build and people go to the design center to do all that as soon as they buy it, they usually won't need photography for those. So you want to find certain ones that are just making houses and they're going to post them on the MLS. And those are the ones that you want to go after.
Gotcha. So versus a custom builder where they're building for somebody, or a community where it's they build it after you buy it. You're wanting ones where and are most of the communities you're shooting, how luxury are they? Or do you have a rough idea on the price point? I know it's a little different everywhere, but
it depends here, because they have all. I've done all types. I've done townhomes, first-time home buyers, kind of 2,000 square feet, and then 3,000 to 3,500 in that range, kind of all over, depending. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, and that's an important point. I just want to reiterate what Jordan said. You don't want to go for the builders that are they're okay as clients. I mean, we have custom home builders at Norman & Young as clients that are decent, but if you're looking for the volume, you really want to go to those ones that are just like even if they're bigger companies that, exist in multiple states, it doesn't mean it's going to be impossible for you to get the business. And so like we've done work for LGI Homes and some of the other big home builders. And so don't be afraid of that as my 2 cents. For anybody out there that's wanting to get a builder, like they break their company down into local markets, right? So there's still somebody that's in charge of it. Maybe it's a state. In some cases, maybe it's just a community. So there's different levels of it. And the cool thing with a lot of this is it's not that hard to figure out who's in charge because they're trying to market the homes. So it's like, you can, if you want to be aggressive with it, you can go to a new build community and ask, right? You can also probably find that thing on LinkedIn. So, I mean, any other thoughts for people shooting for builders, like mistakes you made or things you wish you would have known?
I don't know so much about any mistakes, like really yet, not that I can think of. But one thing I did want to add too is that the sales associates at the new build place or whatever, the community, sorry, they need, like, their job is to also promote and market the home. And I know most places, they require their sales associates to post on Instagram a certain amount of times a day. So I always tell people when they say that they do want to get in with a new build, like go to that community, talk to the person and offer to give them like photos, videos, things like that they can post on their Instagram. Because then that's a good way to get to the end to the person that is kind of in charge with all of it as well.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Rod, what you got in there? You have something cooking you want to ask?
Man, well, I know we originally spoke, like you were saying, back in April. So first of all, it's really cool to see what you've done, first of all.
Thank you.
And one thing in my notes I had from my call is, I guess this is like a pretty serious question. It was notes I had from our first call, but you said that you like golf and you wanted to play that more. Is that happening? I need to know.
He hasn't played a round in the last 8 months. He's been building.
Have you even played golf once since we last spoke? How's your time?
You haven't gone once?
I haven't. Have you gone once since we last spoke?
Yes, I have, but I have not been in probably the last 3 months. Because my business really started to take off in August. Like that's when I really started getting busy. I'd say from April till then, I was in the trenches, kind of going into debt, trying to figure things out. And then once August to even now, I've been pretty busy. However, I have upgraded all of my golf equipment.
That's all.
So by the next time I go out, I'm ready to go.
So I love, it was kind of a trick question. I love that you you put your head down. I think that kind of goes to like how you attack this is you just, ever since our first call, I mean, you were like, when I get on calls with people, it's either they have, and it's normal for someone to maybe be uncomfortable with like a big decision of building a business. But sometimes people are like, I'm uncomfortable, but I don't care. Let's go. And you had a goal of replacing your job within 30 days and getting out of your job within 30 days. You said your wife, right, was the connection? Yeah. Is that Marley?
Yes.
Okay, phew, I thought you were going to say something. Okay, so that was your fiance at the time. So congrats on that.
She was, yeah.
As well. So, but there was a cool thing that like your mentality in our first call was like that attack mindset, like just, hit it. But there was a cool win you had in the wins channel we had at one point that I want to look at and just kind of pick your brain on a little is you said you wrote on your goal board when you started back in April that you wanted to hit a 14 grand month by the end of October, and you hit a 15 grand month. And it's funny, like when I see people like you that like hit, like they aim for a goal and they say you want to hit a goal. It's funny. They hit what they aim for. Like people, like if they aim low, they hit low, they aim high, they hit, like, as long as we're doing the necessary steps with our head down towards the goal, we'll hit that. So I thought that was pretty cool. So it's interesting how you set a goal of 14 grand and hit it within the 6 months too. So like, how was that side as far as like belief, like, walk through that side as far as like the mindset, get as mindset talk as you want, but like, what do you think was a big driving factor for you to do what you've done? Because it's not common someone's going to do what you've done, even with connections or builder clients or anything like that. So what do you feel like was that driving thing to make you hit that big of a goal in 6 months?
It's crazy that happened because this whole thing, being an entrepreneur, kind of going after this, it's all new to me. I have not really been that kind of person before. Like I was like the reason I was trying to work up in the warehouses is because I've always been like stability and all of that stuff is kind of what I was going for. But when I decided to do this, I was just taking in all of the stuff that like you guys were saying. And so we had our call, and I think our goal at the end of the 6 months was 7K. And then I watched Eli's videos, and you're like, one of the first things on there is like, if your goal is 7K, double it. I was like, okay. And I had this board, and I like literally wrote 14K by the end of October. And I still have it actually. But I wrote that on there, and every goal that I wrote down throughout this entire process has come to pass. And it's just, I honestly believe it's from writing it down, having it visible, and believing it. I'm honestly a little bit shocked at like how that's actually happened. It surprised me even a little bit.
Yeah. It's interesting because it's I think it's, you know, the time horizon that you set is like just enough time to achieve something that's just out of what you think is possible. So it's like you can set a 2-month goal and you can like really take a swing at it, but it's like there's only so much you can do in 2 months. And so I think part of it is, from my perspective, is a lot of people, they set a goal that's like requires them to be furiously doing it the entire time without stopping. And it would be possible in 2 months, but it's like if you expand your time horizon a little bit and then you set a big goal, that makes it a lot more achievable. That doesn't make it easy the whole time though. So were there any like big, the thing that I like to bring up on these is, you know, we don't talk too much about like, we will talk about specific tactics, but we're not talking about like who's your editor and stuff like that, because that absolutely doesn't matter, right? It doesn't play out at all. And the reason I bring that up is because people have access to the same info, but do very different things with it. And a lot of times the reason they do different things with it is because they have things come up that make them go, oh, it's different for me. Like, oh, this happened or this happened. Like everybody has something that happens while they're doing it, right? Some people have it harder, some people have it easier. What was hard for you about the process? Like, are there any challenging things you went through, or like just kind of connect in that way? Because I think a lot of people feel that.
Oh yeah, for sure. There was a lot of things hard. I try to like make it sound like it was all great. But I mean, especially those first 3 months, I did not make much money. And I was like going into debt, paying for editing and all of that stuff that I had to do. But I really believed that if I got to where it could, that, you know, it would pay off. So finding the motivation to do the Instagram method and like just sending out all these DMs and getting denied and people not looking at it and all that stuff. Like it was really hard. That my first, so like I told you, August is when things started getting busy, and I made 10K in August. July, I made $800 before. So, and the other months before that were pretty similar. But August is when I kind of had the idea to start doing all of this stuff for the builder instead of just a couple of, you know, houses here and there. Yeah. But that 3 months of not knowing when I was going to get paid and seeing the credit card amount go up and all these different things, like I was definitely very scared or nervous, but I never doubted that I wasn't doing the right thing. I was like, this is going to work.
Why did you think it was going to work? Like, not that that's unreasonable, but a lot of people, that 3 months kills them, or the 2 months, or even, you know, a couple of weeks of nothing kills them. What was different for you?
The community, honestly. I saw it work for everybody else, and I was listening to everybody that it had worked for say, if you keep doing it, if you keep trying, if you keep at it, and like that was a big, huge thing for me, was getting to know this entire community of real estate, you know, media companies and all that stuff, and seeing other people win and seeing other people go through the same struggles. I was like, I'm right where I'm supposed to be right now. I just got to keep pushing through.
It really does make a difference. It's so like, if you just, it's like that meme, you know, that everybody's seen where it's like, there's two guys digging and like one of them is like, he stops one swing away from the diamonds, you know? The problem is it feels worse than the meme makes it sound like, oh, you just keep going. It's like, no, it's sometimes actually just sucks. Like you've sent a ton of DMs, or like you have There was someone the other day in our community who they finally got their first shoot, right? They'd sent a ton of DMs. And I say finally, it wasn't that long. It was like 3 or 4 weeks of trying. They got their first shoot and they went and did the shoot and they thought they had messed it up pretty bad. Now they really hadn't, but they got in that frame of like, I messed it up, and they were about ready to just be done with the business. And it's like, that's what that feels like, right? It feels like you did 3 months of work or 3 weeks of work or 1 week of work even. You finally got it, and someone tells you your work sucked or you messed it up, right? And then you have 10 more of those things happen throughout the time. Now you have some wins in between, right? But it makes you get discouraged. And so that's why I always like to take it kind of quote unquote negative on here, because I think the worst thing for somebody is to come in with too much, like, oh, it's going to be awesome, I'm just going to make money easily overnight. Like, that's a scam if someone says it that way, right? And like, everybody knows that you can make money with hard work. Now, it's easier if you do, if you're digging one hole instead of 3 at the same time. But even just doing one still requires that. So you did stuff for 3 months. It started the curve. You made 10K in August. That was just a bunch of builder shoots, I guess, is what changed that? Okay.
Yeah. So even then, like that kind of started, it didn't fully start with the package that I offer them now. But I was going around doing reels for all of their models because they asked me to do one for one community and then they loved them. And so I had to go do reels for all of their models along with other shoots and different things like that. So that one was even more like a lot more 10K than what a 10K would be like right now. Cause I was doing a lot of like $150, $200
volume
and stuff like that. Yeah.
Did you take a second to stop and be like, that was crazy, I made 10K, or was it just like full busy after that? Like, how did that first month?
So my wife and I actually went out to celebrate like a couple of days after, and I was like, I can't believe it. And the craziest thing was when I did that 10K, I had 0 booked for September. So I was like, we did 10K, but I don't know if we're gonna do any more.
So what happened? Did you do any more, or how was the next month?
Did 10K again the next month. Yeah, I haven't been below 10K since August.
Okay, and then just skipping, we talked about some painful stuff. You had a $27,000 month in December. Is that true?
Yes. Yeah. So December, I ended up 27,000 just in total revenue.
Yeah.
But that is just from like the package that I offer that has all those virtual staging and all that. So that's 865. So that is just like a bunch of those.
Dude, nice.
And the thing too about the builders is when they're not selling, they have more specs that need photography and stuff. So right now the market's a little bit slower. People aren't buying, so they have just a ton of specs ready. So I've already matched what I did in December for January.
Okay, I gotta ask, because we already asked about the first one. What felt better, 10 or 27? Like, genuinely.
27, for sure.
Some people have like this milestone that like blows their mind, and then they're just numb after that. So okay, fair enough. On the 27. Now
I was like actually mind blown. I couldn't believe it, even when I was writing it out to you guys.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. It's so funny because it's like when you get to these levels, you just kind of reset what your baseline is. So now if you do like a 12K month, you're gonna be like, what happened? But it's still like such a good month compared. Rod, anything else that comes to mind?
No, I like that you brought up we should call it a name. It's like the first 2 to 3 months of it is kind of the discouraging phase, because you're putting all this work in and it feels like just nothing's happening, or a little bit is happening. And then, like you said, the editing's adding up, all these things are adding up, and it's just that fear just kicks in. It's like, but you had that like trust of the process. Seeing, like, I like how you said the community was a big part of that, because that's why I love community, because that's when you see others doing it, you're like, okay, there is a light at the end of this somewhere. And when it hits, it hits. And what I've noticed from all the people that I've seen back there is that the first 2 or 3 months is like slowish. I mean, sometimes it hits for people right off the rip, but that's not
don't
normal.
Count on that. Yeah. Don't count.
I always say don't count on it. It can happen, but it's just not normal. But usually it's like it hits like a Mack truck when it does around the 3rd or 4th month, if someone has continued to keep doing. So what happens is people start changing things and almost like flailing, like, let me change this, let me change that. It's like, no, keep doing it. Like you said, like people just recommend keep doing it, because that's easier said than done, to just maintain something we psychologically think is not working in that time, but just stick with it. But you did. And that's the hard part for people, I think, is pushing through those first 2 months, 3 months, maintaining positive energy, maintaining good vibes, because agents can notice it if it gets off, maintaining all that to allow it room for it to happen. A lot of times people just kind of start to stricken that possibility of allowing a 10 grand month to happen or a 27 grand month December to happen.
Yeah.
You know, so it's I thought that was just really admirable that you did push through that phase, because it is easier said than done, but it's a great reward if you do maintain it. And I thought that was cool that you did that. And I thought the 14 or the 15 grand month that you posted was crazy. And then here comes dang 27 grand month in December, the fearful December too. Yeah. I was like, what is happening? I'm like scared to see what you're going to do in busy season. Like, and you're solo, right? You don't have any photographers, right? So you're solo
it's just me for right now.
So
He's like, yeah,
I'm happy, but also scared to see what busy season's going to do to you. You're not going to ever play golf again, man. We're not going to be able to
are going to start calling and the builders at the same time. He's going to be like,
no, I just say, I don't even know if that was a question. It was more just admiring that, like, that first 2-3 months is not easy to push through that. And I think you said you jumped out of your job too in that 3 months, right? You left your job in that 3 months?
Oh yeah, I left my job the moment I started coaching. So.
Oh man, you told me 30 days. You quit the next day? Okay.
Hey, that's what he did. He beat his own goal right off the bat. And he was like, well, I'm going to set a goal that I can control. 30 days, I'm quitting my job, doing it today.
Walk me through that, because like, I mean, it's obviously a common thing we've seen in people that like they left their job and did this, but I know a lot of scenarios it's just not, the way it can work. For a lot of scenarios, it depends. But what was that like? Just kind of curious on just that decision to walk away from your job, and then 3 months after that, $800 a month is coming in. So that's probably what stemmed a lot of the nervousness. But yeah, walking away from your job and deciding that, like, how did that? Like, I imagine you were back and forth before it, then you were like, let's just do it. Like, how was that going through?
Yeah, so I did have my builder client before I quit, but I was getting maybe like $1,000 a month from them, maybe sometimes almost $2,000. And so in my mind, I was like, I really only need $2,500 a month to replace the income that I'm making from this warehouse job. I was like, I can do that. And I had a little bit of savings. So I was like, if it takes me 2 months, I think I'm going to be okay. Well, when you don't work, that saving goes down a lot faster than I thought.
And then 3 months comes around, you're like, what the heck? $800 third month. You're like, hold on a second.
Hey, that's what credit cards are for. You know what I'm saying? This is a joke, everybody. Don't do that.
Like, oh my gosh.
It did make me feel better. I mean, I'm not saying to do it, but it did make me feel better when I heard Alex Hermosi talk about that in his $100 million leads. I was like, okay, I'm not as bad as what he was doing.
Yeah. No, it's the community thing is so like on both sides. You need people to like see people do crazier stuff than you, and you need to see people winning. The problem I think for a lot of people is like, let's say they've been doing it for 6 weeks, right? Pretty hard, and they don't see a lot of results, or they don't feel a lot of results because they've been building. Then they see someone their second week post a win about how they got $5,000 that week. That's when people really get messed up, because then they forget about it's just, it's just I'm doing it wrong versus I need to do more of it. So like, did you see anybody that, had a win faster, and how did that not make you think you were off track, I guess?
I saw lots of people that had wins faster or were moving along faster and had more clients. And I really had to not even compare to like what other people were doing and just try to like focus and do my own thing. Because I know you guys have talked about it millions of times, but even the competition stuff, there was other people around in my area doing the same thing. And it's so easy to be like, oh, they're better than me, or they, blah, 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 and they do all that stuff. And I really had to, because I can get in my own head a lot. I really just had to focus on what I can do and what I can control. And honestly, the coaching calls and these live Q&As and hearing from you guys is really what kept me on that path, being like, okay, I can do this. I got this. This is normal. I'm following the right things. I'm doing the right stuff. Just focus on what I can do. And that's, all I can do.
Yeah, and we're not saying too, by the way, like, I think sometimes when people hear that, they're like, oh, I got to quit my job to get baller results like Jordan. Okay, but we've also seen like people like Scott or Brian Badillo that we had on that he had 3 jobs and replaced them all one at a time. So, it's whatever your situation is, but it's what's the biggest thing is that you just trusted and knew and wrote it and saw it every day, the goal you're going to hit, and that was burned into your brain. And you just, I think once it's there, it's looked at every day, it just starts to naturally reverse engineer. So a combination, obviously, with coaching and strategic attack, but with that mindset too, I think that, I don't know, it's just really cool to see. It's so fun to see, like back in April we first spoke, and then to see where you're at now. Again, it's so cool.
It's crazy, especially 27K months. I wanted to bring up something you mentioned. You said you get in your own head a lot. I think I would say most people do, or maybe I'm just someone that also does, and so it makes me think most people do. But either way, there's people out there that do. A lot of times the result is them kind of like disengaging. Like you kind of get in your own head and then justify it and then kind of move away. So like you said the community and stuff, but you also said before that you had like something you would almost like coach yourself through. Like, I guess how did you think about that when you got into those times where you're like, I don't know? Like, was that you snapping yourself out of it, or how did you get back in the groove, I guess?
No, I wouldn't say that I snap myself out of it, because I can be my own worst enemy sometimes. But yeah. I really draw it back to the community, like the community and the coaches, and like listening to things that you guys said. It was just really motivating. And when I see other people going through the same thing, or like advice that applies to my certain situation, that really can snap myself out of it and be like, okay, I got to go do this and set it up this way. And really making a routine for myself to do also was important.
Are you saying like a routine in terms of, hey, I'm going to go to these calls, I'm going to engage in the community, or like what do you mean by routine?
Yes. Sorry about that. So engaging in the community is something that I challenged myself to do when I started, because I am not a big like poster or like asking questions or different things like that. Like I always want to try to learn, but I'm not going to say, hey, I need help. But when I started, I challenged myself. I was like, you're going to ask questions on calls. You're going to post stuff in there. You're going to you're going to get everything that you need out of this and step outside your shell. And I think that that's really helped me, even in growing the business. Because like I said at the beginning, I told all my friends I never even wanted to be a realtor. And it was because of all the stuff that realtors have to do. And now I'm doing all those things. I'm cold calling people and reaching out and handing out business cards and networking and all that stuff. So
that's awesome. Yeah, I just think it's interesting because that's like you have like a lot of perspectives that are like from someone who's been in business before and learned the hard way. But like sure, you had to learn the hard way a little, but like not really, which I think is really interesting. And I think that's why you've grown fast. You had most people need to get like kicked in the mouth more before they're like, I should probably try to learn from other people. Like I was dumb. I thought I had to just grind it all out myself. It took me forever. Have you always been like that? Or, you said the interesting thing to me is you said you didn't really think of yourself as like being an entrepreneur, but I think you have like so many of the traits that make someone crush it as one. So what made you think you weren't one, or didn't?
I think I just never tried. And in my past, and I'm getting better at it, but things that I don't know or I don't know how to do scare me, and I don't want to do it. And I'm like, oh yeah, no, I'm okay. But doing this has really like brought me out of my shell to like try all these new things. And there's definitely a lot of stuff that I'm not great at, especially still cold calls. Like I'm not good but I couldn't have even told you like a year and a half ago that this is what I would be doing. Like I wouldn't believe.
How crazy is that? Oh, Well, we got a couple more minutes. I do want to ask about what's next for you, and then maybe Rod, if you have a final question you want to ask, what do you see as the future for your business, Jordan? Like, what do you want to build? What's the goal here?
So I do want a full successful, real estate media company. My goal is eventually for me and my wife to kind of do this together and take over stuff. Her income is a lot more to supplement than mine was. So we got to get to that point. But that's our goal for 2025 and 2026 is to get our company to that point that we're doing it together and then growing it the way that we're supposed to, hiring photographers and things like that. And then buying back that time so I can play some golf.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. I talked to this guy one time. He was a home builder, funny enough, and I went to his house and I was shooting his house because he was trying to sell it. And this is a very wealthy guy. He built a ton of homes. It was a monstrous house, and he had this whole like it was like a separate, almost like a barn, like a metal building full of cars. And I'm a car guy, and I was like, this is sick. And I was asking him all these questions. He goes, I don't think I've driven any of these in like a month or two. And I was like, what the heck is wrong with you, in my head? And he said something, which is he also had jet skis, which you're talking about. And he's like, man, I have these jet skis in these cars, but I have no time to use them. And I was like, how? And then you build a business, especially in the first stage, and you're like, oh, I see. And so it's almost this like curve where you like, in order to get, at least for me, in order to get kind of like the life that you want, first of all, the business becomes fun, right? So like that's something most people don't think, but it becomes fun. But it's really like you got to work more and then you can work less. And so it's kind of this interesting curve, but you just get to decide when less is, because you can always build bigger before you take that. So that's like the curse of the entrepreneur, right? Is like you just want to keep going, which I think really isn't a curse. It's awesome. So yeah, hopefully you get to play some more golf coming up this year. Not this summer though, because you're in Arizona. You're gonna die out there. It's too hot.
I'm a big summer golfer. I'll golf in the 115 degrees for $20.
When I lived in Scottsdale for like 8 months, about a year and a half ago, and I would see like these guys, and they're old, they're like in their 80s, and you could see the sweat, and I'm like, this can't be safe. Anyway, Rod, what's your last question for Mr. Jordan?
Oh man, I might not have one, but one that's coming to my mind is something that someone asked me yesterday, just to me, and kind of want to hear your thoughts on it too. Their apprehension is, I don't want to bother agents. So when I reach out to them, I feel like I'm bothering them. When I cold call them, I feel like I'm bothering them. Right. So like you mentioned cold calling, Instagram method. Like, did you ever run into that kind of feel, and how did you combat that? Or what did you notice from that? Or just reaching out to agents, kind of what was the feel behind that?
Yeah, I am a big, I don't want to bother people type of person. So I definitely dealt with that a lot. I think the biggest thing that I realized was, this is their job. They're doing all of this stuff as well. They're reaching out to people, and they're cold calling, and they're doing all of that stuff to get leads and all that. So it's kind of this, I think when I first started doing the Instagram method, when you first start and you go in there and you see that everyone commenting on a realtor's video is like a lender and another person, like it's all people doing the Instagram method. And then it makes you feel better because you're like, this is just what everybody does. And so I quickly like got over the fact that I feel like I'm bothering people, and have taken that to like a let's work together type. Like, I'm calling you to be like, hey, I got something that's going to help you. Let's try to work together. If you like it, not, or whatever, it's no different to me. But I've found that works really well if you're just trying to like help them out and work with them,
Yeah, because you believe in the product too. I think, for a lot of, it's like when we talk about like sales and like sales people, most people only know what a bad one looks like. And that's the one that gives you the bad taste, like the person who won't stop pushing you and that kind of stuff. But that's not really what, good sales is anyway. Like, the best sales is when you have a product that can actually help them and you get to talk with them about it. And so Jared always says, like, with the Instagram method, the model generally is to give them a first shoot free, right? And a lot of people, like, they feel that same hesitation. It's like you're giving them free ice cream, is how he says it. I'm like, that's such like an elementary way to boil it down, but it really is like you're giving them something great, and there's no risk to them. Like, the only risk is that their time, right? And like they have to have you in front of their clients and that kind of stuff. But I love that reframe of like, it's normal because they're doing that and they're getting that done to them all the time, and that's just how the industry works. Well, oh yeah, go for it.
I was just gonna say, and like, even when you start to get a lot of realtors that will only use you for the free shoot, because there's a lot of those. But yeah, I've gotten to the point to where now, like, I actually look forward to those because it's my chance to like try to blow their mind.
You can win them over anyway.
Yeah.
Dude, that's such a good frame. It's funny. That's like you hear that from a lot of people, is like, it becomes like a challenge. Even if you have like a mad client later, you kind of like, I can make them happy. Watch this, like, learn how to like play the game a little bit. So anyway, Jordan, thank you for your time. I appreciate it. And I'm more excited to hear you also had a great month in January. So
yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for having me on. I really appreciate it.
We'll keep at it, and all the best to you. We'll talk soon. Have a good night.
Yeah, thank you, man.
See you later, Jordan. Good afternoon, everybody. What's going on? Mr. Rob, Mr. Jeff, welcome into you both. Hope
There we
everything's
go.
going good.
I had to unmute myself. You told me, and I still didn't do it.
That's quite all right. That like the countdown screen, you have to put a loop on it, and I always almost forget to turn the loop off like 3 seconds before. I'm like, I'm just gonna restart. So, anyway, welcome in, everybody. Excited to talk with Jeff. I think many in here probably know Jeff, which is cool. And Jeff, I was thinking earlier, you were on Vision earlier this year, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, in January.
Some sort of event. Cool. Well, welcome in. We got Rod per the usual. All right. Well, let's jump in with your side of things, Jeff. So we'll kind of take it from the beginning, and then we'll dive into some specifics. I've gotten to know you well in coaching, obviously. You're on my call a lot. You ask great questions. And so I'm excited to have you on here because I think a lot of the stuff that you ask. So like a lot of people come in and you need tactics, right? Like, of course. And so you got to learn all that stuff, but you also need like a healthy dose of like the mindset side. And you always ask like really good questions on that side. So anyway, this was a super long question, but the question is, how'd you get started in real estate media? What did that look like?
Oh, TikTok, baby. I was thinking about it today. I actually have one of your TikToks saved from like 2021 in my phone. And I remember the day I went to lunch with my brother and my dad, and I was like, I think I could probably do this. Like, look at this guy's video. He makes it look so easy. And it's not, but I'm making it work. Like, it's all because of the one random video I saw.
Yeah. Okay. So you saw that video. Were you wanting to start your own business, or like, was there any desire there, or you just saw it and it made sense, or what was prior?
Dude, I think the entrepreneurial spirit is like innate. It feels like it to me. Like, it feels like I was never going to work a 9-to-5, and I just didn't have the vehicle. And I think that real estate media was the vehicle. And like I've said this before in like coaching calls with you, like it feels like a training wheels business of like just learning how to run a business. And like, I think that was always in there from the beginning of like, I was working a job and I was like, dude, I need to be my own boss. Like, I don't think this is going to be the rest of my life. So I saw your video and I was like, okay, this is the path. Cause I was already a photographer. I was like, this is how it's going to happen.
Yeah. And what type of photography were you doing? Just anything before this, or was there something specific, or what did that look like?
I was doing the kind that wasn't making money. I was doing I was doing landscapes. I was doing underwater photography. I bought a case for my camera to go underwater, and like, I was doing portraits, and I could have made money doing what I was doing, but I didn't know the business side of it. So I was just like, I was out there doing art and doing creative stuff.
Okay. So, I mean, it was like you would have wanted to make money from it, but it also was, you enjoyed that type of thing.
Yeah.
And so it's
like, I mean, I have made money with photography before this business. Like, I did graduation pictures, I did weddings, and none of it seemed right. Like, it was just so ethereal. Everything is so creative, and like that's why real estate media appealed, because I was like, dude, it's the same thing every time, every house. Like, you just take the same HDR, put the camera in the corner.
Yeah, no, I mean that's something like I absolutely love about it too, and not a lot of people say that was what drew them in, like that repeat nature of it. So it was that for you because you'd already been doing the other stuff, and you were like, gosh, like this is going to be hard, versus then you see real estate, and you're like, okay, it's just you repeated a bunch. Is that correct?
Yeah, no, it's like, I mean, you have your like side of things where you have your videos that you post on Reels and YouTube and stuff like that. And that like coming up with video ideas is not easy. And it's like the same thing. I'm going to a portrait shoot, or I'm shooting with like a model, and it's like I have to come up with a new concept every time. Okay. And that's a job in and of itself. Whereas going into real estate, it's like, cool, same pictures. And like that definitely drew me in, because you get to that point where I think a lot of people start this business because they're like, I love photography. But then you get to that point where you're like, it's not about photography at all. Like, it's really not. And so it was a good mixture for me to be able to do both.
Gotcha. No, makes sense. And then was there anything else on that? Like, that was the main driver? Was there anything else about real estate that stuck out to you, or it was just kind of that?
No, not really. Like, I didn't care about houses all that much. I was living at home.
Yeah.
I didn't even have my own apartment at that time. I was like, I don't care about housing. But again, this seemed like a good vehicle.
Okay. Yeah, no, it makes sense. And then, so you jumped in, you obviously started your business. How long ago was that now? I mean, it's been what, like, I don't know. I've lost track of time.
That was, I mean, I saw your first TikTok in 2021. I bought the course back in the day, and then I dragged my feet. I was working a job. I was very like comfortable in my job. I had 2 jobs, and I was just like, I'm not in enough pain to do something else. So I just had the course and didn't do anything with it. And then I ended up moving to Orlando. That's a whole other story in and of itself. But I moved out of my hometown into a new city, and I was like, this seems like the catalyst to get things going. And that was when I joined coaching, and that's when I really kind of considered the start of my business. I had a business in Jacksonville, but it was small.
Yeah, and then you moved to Orlando. Let's talk about the move just for a second, because I think a lot of people, that's a huge unlock for them. Not saying you have to move to be successful, but like, how important was it to you, I think, in terms of like
massively helpful. Like, I look back on it, and it was the hardest year. Last year was the hardest year of my life by far, because to get a little personal, I'm living for the first time with my girlfriend. I moved out of my parents' house for the first time. I started a business for the first time. She's my first girlfriend. Like, there's a lot of first, it's a lot of new, and it was a lot of hard. And it was getting away from my family. It was getting away from that whole community. And now that I'm disconnected, but like now that I'm separated from them a little bit more, now when I go home, I'm like, I could have never done it here. I could have never done it in that environment.
It's harder for sure. I think there really is something to like getting a, maybe not fresh start, but I think it's like when you go to start a business, I think a lot of people can resonate with the feeling of imposter syndrome, right? You're like, who am I to do this? What are all these things? And so sometimes when you just break the mold of what you've been around, you don't feel those feelings as hard anymore because you already did something that's not what you're used to. So I think there's a lot of dynamics that play into it. But I mean, a lot of people in our community have been successful. Again, this is not saying you have to move. So if you're listening, you're like, oh, no, you can absolutely be successful where you're from.
There's definitely something to it, though.
There's something to it. It just really, it's interesting. It plays a lot. Okay, so you moved. You're in the new market. How long ago was that, roughly? I mean, that was what, like 9 months or something ago? A year ago?
It was last February. I moved in February 17th of last year. And
okay, so man,
I joined coaching. Not short after that, or that before that. So yeah.
Okay.
And a whole year.
Yeah. So in a year, you basically went from like, what, $1,000 a month business in Jacksonville or something like that?
And my biggest month was 15 in September of 23, and I moved in February of 24.
Okay. And then since then, last month was the first 10K month. That was the one that was like $20 less, right? Or almost there.
January was the first. It was $17 away.
Not to rub it in, but
no, it's important to my story. And then last month was like 9K. This month is already at 9, and it's going to be over. It's going to be.
You're gonna get it, dude. That's hilarious. That last month was 9 too. It's like
it's so close. But I talked to a buddy, and he was like, "I mean, there's shorter. It's a shorter month." I was like, "All right, I'll take that excuse to the bank."
Yeah, you gotta. So
this plus, not to get like personal about it, but personal things do happen. Which something happened that took me out for a couple of days, and I was like, "That's just the way the news goes. Like that's just how it happens." And so I was not that hard on myself. I was like, okay, I had to go back to Jacksonville for like 5 or 6 days, and I was like, all right. And I still ended up working. I have clients up there still, so I was still trying to drum up some shoots, but like. Life happens.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. No, and so, okay, so this month, I mean, you're going to hit it. We have 10 days. So that's exciting. And you're probably going to blow way past it, which is super cool. So between then and now, a lot of stuff's happened. Obviously, you're in coaching. I don't want to make this like a huge coaching fest, pitch fest. I mean, say what you will, but you did stuff. You weren't just in coaching. So like, talk to me about, I guess, what's been your primary method of getting clients? Like, did you do the Instagram method, and tell me about that a little bit.
The actual primary method has been Instagram. The way that my brain thinks about it is in-person events. But whenever I'm doing like my actual, I don't remember what it's called, but it's like your lead flow or whatever, seeing where everybody comes from. A third of them are from Instagram. So grand majority are there. But I've gotten some of my VIP clients from in-person events.
Okay. So we talked a lot about Instagram method on here. I think it's kind of the core method for everybody. Let's talk about the in-person stuff, because that's something you do. So what are those and what do you do basically?
So they come in different shapes and forms and packages. But Instagram method for me, like I don't want to talk about it, but I just want to say like why I gravitate in-person events. Instagram method, I have ADHD. Like I think most entrepreneurs do. We can't. It was just so grating to do cold outreach one after another,
over and over and over. Yeah.
Like I know that's part of it, is just being bored and doing it anyway, but I just could not find my consistency with that. I did enough. Like I ended up doing like 900 reach outs before I was like, I'm never doing this again. And I'm good. And she's killing it. But so I just kind of was like, I need to stay active still somehow. And I got invited to a random broker's open, which, and if anybody doesn't know, a broker's open is essentially an open house for other real estate agents. And it was a client I hadn't worked with yet. So I was like, I'll just go provide value. I'll do a free like video walkthrough. It wasn't very good, but I did the video. I edited in my car afterwards and I sent it to her and she was blown away. I ended up meeting a couple people there. And it sprawled from there. Like there's the compounding of leads and how people know each other, who know each other, and blah, blah, blah. I ended up meeting somebody there who was a title agent, and she does brokers opens for her clients. She liked my work, so she invited me to another brokers open, and then that went into a whole other realm of events. And since then, she and a inspections person, like a guy who owns an inspections company, they started a monthly pitch group where real estate agents can go and pitch their listings. So I go to a month and I get to speak in front of 50 or 60 active agents who have listings and are pitching them to each other. And I get to talk about myself. I film and I take pictures of that. I do that free of charge because I'm a sponsor. So it's a trade. And yeah, like that specific event has been good for me. I've done a lot of brokers opens. And then just whatever, like I'm friends with a lot of title agents and other vendors, non-real estate agents and non-real estate photographers who are like,
are those just relationships you work to build, or how does that happen?
Just kind of naturally. I go to brokers opens, I meet people, I'm nice to them. And then they're like, we exchange contacts and they're like, oh, hey, by the way, I have a brokers open if you're free. And when I wasn't busy, like when I wasn't as busy, I was like, I can stay active. I remember reading Grant Cardone's, one of his books, and he said like white space on the calendar is the devil. And I just hated being home. I mean, I loved being home because I love chilling. I didn't like the feeling I had of being home and not being active. So I was like, even if I'm not making money from this, I'm going to go to this brokers open for 3 hours that day. And I'm just going to do something. So then I would bring my digital business card and then I would just take some headshots for people, or I would take event photos. I would do a video. Like I said, I started with portrait photography, so I'm already good at that. So I would do pictures of people in the doorway or lifestyle photos or whatever. And that just compounds. Like I'm working on a brokerage deal right now because I went to a broker's open. I took pictures of an agent. She invited me to another broker's open. I met her broker, and now I'm in talks with her broker about doing a deal with her whole team. And it just like, it goes from there. And it feels much more bottom to top for me than trying to go straight after a broker. I don't want to talk about brokers.
No, it makes a ton of sense. And you said you have I think I know this about you, but you have a VA doing the Instagram method right now. Is
currently,
that
yeah, since January.
Okay, yeah. So that's kind of the thing where and I brought that up on purpose because one of the big things about owning a business is just knowing your strengths and weaknesses. You basically said it earlier, and to be fair, I don't think many people love the Instagram method. So probably something that a lot of people can relate with, but it's just boring, right? It's like, it's not scary, it's just boring. And so some people love that. But anyway, you can leverage other people to do it for you. So you can hire a VA to do it for you when it makes sense. And then what I love that you said is like, you wanted to just do something. You weren't just going to let the virtual assistant you hired do that. You needed to go do something. And I think that's a common theme among people that we have on here and we get to talk to that are successful, especially more than just a regular level of it, is like they have that desire to just like go make it happen. So speaking of going to make it happen, a lot of people are scared. You said like, oh, I just got to talk in front of 50 or 60 people. And like the old Eli that's still like in there was like, geez, I don't want to do that. And I'm sure a lot of the audience can feel that way. Like, are you just fine with public speaking, or like, talk to me about that a little bit?
Yeah, no, that you get the nerves every time. Like I had nerves before I came on here, but part of this journey that I'm on is being uncomfortable and doing it anyway, doing it scared. And that's been a big rallying cry for myself, is to just like, I'm going to do it anyway. Like, I'm not giving myself the option. It's the same way that moving to Orlando and not getting a job and only starting my business and having to figure it out from there. Do it scared. I don't care. I'm going to figure it out.
That's a good phrase. I like that. Just do it scared.
I didn't come up with that.
Yeah, I like it either way.
It's kind of burned the ships a little bit, but it's like some of these events that I would go to, it kind of caught me off guard. The first one I went to was that one. It was actually an agent that I hadn't worked with yet messaged me a reel on Instagram. It was like an ad for a Brokers Open. And I was like, are you invited? Am I good to come to this? And she was like, yes, please do. And I was like, okay. And I didn't want to go. And I did it anyway. And then I went there and I ended up meeting really cool people. One of the agents is actually now my mechanic. Like, you meet people and it's cool. And if you're a cool person, then you network, and it's not just like, you're not just shoving your business in their face. You're making connections and you're actually building community. And that was part of the fun for me too. I felt like I was out doing something, the same way that a lot of people, you have to like be in the business, or you have to be like working on the business, and like going to photo shoots seems you're like in the business, but it feels more tactical and it's more tactile. And for me, going to Brokers Opens, going to events and blah, 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 felt more.
Feels like you get that, like, I'm moving the business forward.
Yeah.
Thing.
And it felt more like a shotgun approach as well than the Instagram method, which is very like BBs.
Sniper. Yeah. BBs is a better word.
Yeah.
So something you said earlier that I wanted to like bring up that I think is one of the things that makes this industry awesome is that you basically mentioned, I met this person, they met this person, they met this person, like, and they connect me to this person. Like the industry is amazing in that regard, because every real estate agent basically knows each other. So and title companies know the agents, and lenders and inspectors.
So a lot of agents.
Yeah. It's like this huge net woven together. And so you just have to find like your entry point. And then you said it, if you're nice to people, you're friendly, right? You do a good job. And then it just spreads. It's not, it's part of the struggle for a lot of people owning. Let's talk about a portrait business, for example. Like, who's your customer? And you're like, oh, I don't know, anybody. And sure, you could niche down and you could say, I do portraits, maternity portraits, or I do senior portraits. Like, there's ways you can niche it down, but like with real estate photography, you know who your clients are. But the best part is your clients are trying to market themselves, right? They're trying to be seen. They're like, I'm a real estate agent. Almost too much. And so it's nice that once you they're like easy to find, and they all know each other. So I think that makes it really powerful. Rod, what questions do you have for Mr. Jeff? You have something in there. You were smiling earlier, which made me think someone did a joke in the chat. I was trying to find it, but anyway.
Well, it's that too. But no, I'm just quite inspired, man. We spoke November, our first conversation when we originally spoke about coaching, and everything was, I have my notes. I have notes for every call I've had. I want to kind of run through some things we talked about. One, it was November 20th, 2023. But the cool thing in here was that you had a goal of hitting. We were talking about your goals, and you wanted to hit a goal of an $8,000 profit month. And it's pretty just you're there now. I would imagine, right? It's got to be at least if you're hitting 12 or 13.
I mean, it's close. It's close.
Yeah.
Oh, I just love to see that it's actually like things you told me you wanted to achieve. It's just my favorite thing is just seeing people like in that moment. And then you said your next goal. You said, I remember in the call, I was like, once you do that, what's next? And you said 20 to 30 grand months. And that seems like the next goal. It seems like you went higher.
Highlight that for a second and just say, it's taken way longer than I thought it would. Like, that's something that
the real answer.
Wish I would have known starting coaching is like, it's going to take longer than it didn't have to.
Yeah.
Like, I see people in coaching and I see other business owners and blah, blah, they strike gold or whatever. And they put in the work a lot harder. It didn't happen that fast for me. Like, honestly, there was a long struggle, still is. Like, I'm still now learning other things, but like many breakdowns, many emotional moments where I was like, I'm not going to give up, but like, this is harder than I thought it was going to be.
Yep.
So I think that's important to note, because like, it's very easy to say, 0 to 10K. And it's like,
easy. Yeah.
That's my favorite question is the struggles, like specific, like even like conversations we had before you jumped, right before you moved to Orlando, and just elaborate on that a little bit about as far as like pre-struggles before the jump into it. and just some of the initial struggles, as much as you want to share that you had while in it. Just I think people like we love to show the big results and like people going fast. I personally love to show the ones that really worked for it and didn't turn away when it got tough and just earned the hell out of it like you've done. It's just quite inspiring. I mean, talk to me about like little pre-struggles and the struggles, around the time of jumping into coaching and you're starting to feel like, it's just not as fast as I thought. And talk a little bit more about that, the specific feelings about that, or the specific cases.
The first thing, like disclaimer, I should say that I did not work as hard as I should have. And I think that's important to note because like, I don't know, maybe I'm a little harder on myself, but looking back on it, there were so many times I could have been doing Instagram method more, doing cold calling, going to more events, or just doing more. And I was just kind of sitting around and like kind of waiting for it to happen. And it did eventually get to the point where it starts compounding. But there was a lot of time that I was just sitting around watching Instagram reels and like having conversations with my girlfriend. And she was like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "I don't know, just kind of like waiting." And she's like, "That's not like, it's not all cherries and rainbows. Like for me, it's a different story than I think a lot of people have in coaching, where honestly, I think I've been building my work ethic throughout this business. Something about this business for me is that it's not just like, I'm not just after financial freedom. I'm like after self-actualization and like building myself. And I was working really menial jobs before and I could just skate by. And so now being my own boss, I like had to learn how to work hard. Like that's just kind of the nature. Like the struggle for me wasn't so much of like getting it off the ground. It was like waking up and getting after it, even if I didn't want to. And there are still days where I don't want to, and I don't. And like, I have to kind of handle that within myself, but having a calendar and being disciplined, it's still something I'm working on. And it's not like you get it figured out overnight. So that's been a big struggle. If there is one, like, I mean, I'm growing, like you go to the gym, you build muscles. It's just, I'm building my business muscle. And
that was a huge point right there. Like, it's like when someone, and this might not be the exact case, but I think there are a lot of people that I've spoken to, like they're used to, a job and a boss creating that accountability of that. If you don't do this, you're gone. Then when you become the boss, it's like, that's not there. And you have to create the accountability and the attack. And it's like, it's a muscle learned, from just throwing in like you've done. And, yeah, that's a good point to make that sometimes I just forget to think about that. I'm glad you brought that up. Sorry to interrupt.
No, yeah. And it's like, it's a stair step that I've noticed too, is that it's not overnight. Again, it's not like you just suddenly learn it, but it's also not like a gradual incline. It seems to be like there are levels.
Yeah.
And you can, looking back on it, you can see like there was something that I overcame and here's something that I overcame. And there's little like benchmarks. But it's part of the fun. Like I noticed when I was in a group of other real estate photographer business owners, I noticed that a lot of us played video games when we were younger. And I think that there's something to that, of like the achievement of just grinding. And it's like, you want to level up, and that I wasn't getting that from a job. It just wasn't happening. I could get a promotion, but I was like, I'm going to be paid the same amount every 2 weeks, regardless of how hard I work. That's ridiculous. Now I'm like, I can, like Eli said, I can give myself a raise if I want to, call 20 more people, and I can feasibly double my, like, you know what I mean? It's up to me. That was a big appeal.
It's like it changes the permission from like they have to give you permission to you have to. Both are tough. You know what I mean? Like there's tough. Sometimes it's nice to not have to think about it. But I like the give yourself a raise thing, because then I feel stupid every day I don't work. I'm like, what am I doing, dude? Like I would be complaining about not getting a raise if I work for somebody, yet I'm just sitting here not getting myself a raise, So anyway.
It just didn't feel congruent with the way that I wanted to live my life, working a job. And it's so easy for entrepreneurs to say that like, oh, don't have a job. You're working for peanuts or whatever. But there is power in that. There is a freedom of knowing that it's the same thing every time. And people love that. I personally, and a lot of entrepreneurs, that's the reason we started our own businesses, didn't. And no hate to those people, but like, that's just the way that I want to, like, I talk to.
They sleep okay every night, and entrepreneurs sleep great some nights and not at all other nights.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah, no, that's definitely like, I won't say that I've had conversations where I wanted to quit, but I've definitely had conversations where it's like I do think of the alternative.
Yeah.
And I always decide against it because I think it'd be a relief at first.
Yes. And then it would
and
be
then I
that
would
way.
just start something else.
I have to say, while you're on that topic, I think thinking about it is actually a thing that we as business owners do sometimes to give us a little bit of relief, right? It's like, oh man, like we joke, and Rod, you've definitely heard this one before, but like I joke with Aaron, Jared, and Kenny. I'm like, some days we're just like, man, it'd be so nice if the four of us just worked at a coffee shop today. Like, you know, how easy would that be? Because it's always easy to look where you are and then see the greener grass, so to speak, and other things. But I think there's some value in that, of having those days where you're like, what am I, and you feel a little bad for yourself. You're kind of like, I could do that. Then you snap back into it and you're like, no, and you go back at it. So anyway, I think.
Well, there's the gratitude is important for that, because even on the suckiest day, like I wouldn't trade it. Like I heard Hormozy, I quote Hormozy all the time because I watch Alex Hormozy all the time because I'm constantly trying to learn. And I think his business advice is really A1. But one of the things he talks about with gratitude is he's like systematized gratitude. And it's essentially, which of course he has, it's essentially just thinking about something that you have and just imagining that you don't have it anymore. Then missing and that yearning feeling. And then it's like remembering, oh, I actually do have it. And then feeling grateful. And you can do that with anything. Like I was looking at my camera today and I was like, dude, I'm really grateful I have this camera. Like I've had it for a while and I wouldn't have a business if I didn't have this camera. And the same thing, even on the suckiest day, it's like, I can think about what it's like to work at a job. And I remember sitting at that desk feeling like this sucks. I want to leave at 5 and I want to go home and do nothing. And it's like, there was no joy in that.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I think one of the things I like, and the audience here, and speak up, if it's meaning something to you, but a lot of the questions you ask and the things you say are like things people feel but don't know how to articulate. And so that's one of the things I appreciate about you. It's just fun to talk through some of that stuff. So I think like, everybody's different. They have different motivations and stuff, but a lot of the people trying to do this, we're a lot more similar than we are different, right? So there's those core things that we all feel. And I think you've spoken to those really well. Between 5 and 10K a month. So you're trying to get some success, you're getting some clients. What challenges are you finding or have you found, because you're past that now, which is fun to say, but like, what did you find between the 5 and 10 that was challenging for you?
I think comparison is one of them. Okay. Distraction is another. And lack of consistency can be one. Not like I said this in my vision talk, but like having read I read like 30-ish books last year. Most of them are business books, 30 or 40. And like I could probably boil all of them down to the 2 words, consistency and persistence. And like those 2 words I would say are like always in the forefront of the mind because they're hard to do. Persistent is just keep doing the same thing, but consistency is doing it on the schedule. And like that has been a challenge of that 5 to 10K because it's like I want to get better and get more revenue, but that comes from doing the same thing over and over again and that boredom. And like I remember having conversations with my coach Ariana, which if I have time, I would love to go on a rant about how amazing she is. But that 5 to 10K, it's like you have to be a little bored. I was like, I'm just gonna grind this out until I do it, and it just keep hammering is like the best way I can think about it. And it's a little tough and it's a little bit draining to say like, I'm going to another shoot tomorrow. And it's like, you get to that point where you're just doing it on autopilot. Like I was literally texting my girlfriend today while at a shoot because I was just so like in the zone. I don't have to think about it, but it also can be like menial feeling in some ways too. So getting over that hump of like boredom, and again, trying to think about it in gratitude.
Maybe I'm thinking about this wrong, but like, I think the feeling that I had is like, you have these goals and that you want to move towards that, but you're like, oh, I'm stuck at the shoot. But it's like the shoot is what gets you there long term. Is that kind of okay? Oh, go for it.
No, yeah, I was just agreeing.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say you mentioned 2 other things before that too that I thought were great. Comparison. What do you mean by that? Like just seeing other people grow more quickly, or what does that look like?
Yeah, no, I wanted to address Dave's comment because he said like, I just like, how do you
I saw that
handle
one
when
all
people
day.
say, I
Yeah.
don't feel like I'm going as fast as other people. Should I give up? Because like coaching is really prolific and it's really strong. A lot of people are joining. New people join in my market all the time. I was one of those new people at some point. There's other photographers in the area, and that comparison, plus you're seeing videos on Instagram constantly of these world-class houses, and these people are doing $9,000 videos, all day shoots, and you're looking at that and you're like, which is ties into somebody else was like, what's the hardest part about switching from that portrait photography to this? It's like the artistry. So comparing it to that and comparing yourself to other photographers and the competition, I try not to, because I heard a quote that was like smart people think about their own business and dumb people think about their competition, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, I'm butchering that quote, and so every time I'm thinking about my competition, I'm like, that's not a very smart thing to do. I should be focusing on myself, because we're both growing. But I look at some people like in coaching, even if they're in a different market, and you start to feel a little bit like, not resentful, but you can feel a little bit of some jealousy if you allow it. And I just remember talking to my coach one time, Ariana, and I was having that feeling. I was expressing it, and I brought up somebody in coaching, someone's name specifically, and she was like, "Oh, that guy, like, he's doing amazing. His mom drives him to his shoots. Like, he's able to do Instagram method during that time. Like, he's doing outreach while like all the time that I'm driving, the 2-3 hours a day, he's capitalizing on that, and I'm not able to." So I can't compare myself. Nobody's story is the same. I look at somebody else who hit 10K in 3 months. They had a wedding photography business before this. They already know the business side of it. So I'm learning things as I go, and my own journey is my own journey. So you actually can't compare yourself to anybody else. Like, it's not
Circumstances
possible.
going on. It's different. Yeah, it's not apples to apples. Yeah, it just sometimes seems like it on the surface. Yeah,
it's very easy to just throw a pity party.
Yeah, it is. No, it's interesting too, because it's like anytime you're thinking about that, you said it earlier, but anytime you're thinking about somebody else, you're not thinking about your own business and or doing stuff on your own business. And I would say, like, most of that is wasted, right? There's always like a little bit. You want to know what your competition is slightly doing, but you don't want to look. Jared says, look at them, don't stare at them. I like that. And then the other thing too is, like, so you want to have a little bit of that. You don't want to know, if you don't think anybody's successful because you don't compare at all, then you don't have any, like, you just think you're doing great when you're doing 3K a month, but you don't want to look too much. You know what I mean? Like, I have a buddy of mine who, like 3 years ago, he texted me how much revenue they were doing, and I was like pissed off for the afternoon. And it was the most productive pissed off I've ever been in my life. I went on my scooter and I was like, I'm about to figure this out, and I figured it out, right? And I beat him. So take that, but that's a different story. But it's like, that's helpful too. It's like a friendly, like, I'm going to beat you, win kind of thing. And so you want it in small doses, and that's basically what you were saying, right? It's like, you don't want to spend your entire focus on it, but but you have a little bit of it, it's okay. So
one small piece of advice to go with that for anybody that's interested. I am in a group chat with other Florida-based photographers. Like, it's a very smaller group chat, but some of them are in my market or directly like close to my market. And we sometimes will send each other shoots, or we will like talk about our revenue numbers, and like we'll encourage each other. Jared, one time, he was like, don't be friends with them, but be friendly, like, with your competition, because I'm working like on broker deals right now and blah, blah, blah. I'm solo right now. Like, I can't handle all 16,000 agents in my market anyway, currently. Like, that's not, I don't even know if I want to do that business, because even when you get to that point where you're that big, there's going to be an agent who's like, no, but I really want to work with a solo photographer.
Yeah.
So you're never going to have everybody anyway. So it's just like, there's no reason to alienate the only other potential peers you have, because no one's going to relate to you as best as somebody who also owns a real estate media business in your market. Like, it's really fun to talk to people and just complain if you want to with other people.
It's like the pressure release valve that we
you can't put that on your significant other or your friends who don't own businesses. They're working a job. Like, you can't put that on them, and it's nice to keep that in a peer group. That's been really beneficial for me personally.
Cool. I'm glad you said that too. And yeah, someone asked a question like as a joke, how do I get in that group chat? But I wanted to say something seriously on that note. Like, you create it. You go find the people that are in your market or near, and you ask them, and that is so valuable. I agree with what you said 100% on that, Jeff. Another word you said, go for it.
That's from, I don't remember the book. It's like one of the all-time books, but it talks about a mastermind group, and it's the group chat is similar, but it's the general concept is like have a group of like-minded people, like Carnegie and all those guys did it, and then you have like meetings and you build each other up, like rising tides raise all shit. Like you do that, and it's like there's a collective consciousness that happens, and you don't want to let them down. Like if you are suddenly not there for 3 weeks, they're going to be like, yo, where are you at? Like, what's going on? Are you good? Like, it's just nice to have accountability, which is what coaching is in the beginning, specifically.
Mm-hmm.
Like, not to sit here and do a pitch for coaching, but the community.
I was like, is this going where I think it's going?
It
I'll
always
put up
is.
the link right now. That
Dude,
link to talk about coaching.
Hire me as a salesman. I'll do it.
Come on, get in.
Nothing has been more worth it than coaching, but we can talk about that if you want to. But anyway.
Well, one question I have for you, as much as I want you to talk about coaching right now, I want
you to shout out Ariana because she is incredible.
And Ariana, yeah, we'll give you a chance
now.
for that.
Like if you do want to give her,
I absolutely do.
I will set you up for that because I love
definitely.
Okay, so the last question before that I have is basically you mentioned a couple words. One of them we just talked about. The other one was in terms of struggles. So comparison. The next one was distraction. Yeah. You, I think, are very in the questions you come ask on my group calls and you ask to me when we've talked in person, like all the stuff. It's very oriented around that, and I think that's going to, like, if you stay doing that, it's going to serve you very well because distraction is one of the most costly things for business owners. And just for everybody listening, like, it comes at every stage, right? And it just gets worse. So like when you're doing 10K a month, the distractions become more attractive. You can make another 5K doing this, but it's like it always is if you stay on the core thing. So what does distraction mean to you? Like, and what are some of those things that you could have been distracted by?
So the only notes that I have for this call, I actually saw a reel by Hormozy right before this call, and I was like, that's good. And he talks about the 6 stages of entrepreneurship, which if you've heard of them, then they are. So they start with uninformed optimism, and that is like you watch a reel from Eli and you're like, this looks awesome. It looks easy. You have no idea what it entails. So you're like, let's just go into it. Then you have informed pessimism. You realize how much it sucks, like how much more hard it is. And then you have the crisis of meaning or the valley of despair, which is where you're like, okay, this is really way harder than I thought. And I thought it was going to be easier. This is where I was at last year for like the first 6 months of last year. Going through coaching, I was like, dude, this is not what I thought. I thought I'd be at 10K way faster. And at that point, that's the inflection point where you can either hop back to informed optimism, which is the distraction, or you can keep going and you can become an informed optimist. So I say that to say that the distractions come in because it's so much easier to do something new, which is why you're an entrepreneur in the first place, because you like the new. But what I've found is that there's so much new within the business itself already that, like, I learned how to hire a VA. I'm going to onboard a photographer soon. Like, that's new, but it's very easy, especially if you're very new to entrepreneurship, to just say, like, I'm just going to start something new. I'm going to do branding. That's a distraction that is very easy to fall into the trap of, because a lot of agents see you with a camera and they say, oh, well then, hey, let's do 20 reels. Let's get a retainer deal going. And you're like, oh, okay, well, I don't necessarily know how to, like, that wasn't in my coaching, but I can probably figure it out. And then you go down that rabbit hole and you follow that lady in the red dress. And then somebody else is like, oh, well, can you do headshots? And you're like, yeah, I guess I could do that too. And then you try and figure that out. You build packages around that. And then during that time, you felt very busy and you felt like you were doing something and you were earning some money, but you were neglecting your core business. And I speak from experience because I'm hyper vigilant about distractions now, but I haven't always been. And like, even during that time of doing headshots and doing branding and blah, 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 like I was aware of it, but I was just like, I need money. Like I need to figure this out. So there's definitely a balance, but it's so easy to just give up and try something new. And then you get to that point again. So it's like,
yeah, I don't know if you can see it on your end. I think, Rod, can you see my screen?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny the way I love how you described it. It's basically, so like you see a lot of people that have been in 4 different businesses, 6 different businesses, and they never seem to like make one work. And this is why, right? You get that uninformed optimism, you get really excited, then you start to learn more and you get a little bit more pessimistic, and then you realize it's freaking hard. But then here's the split where it happens, right? Crash and burn is just, it should really just be quit. You just quit, right?
Or something new.
You don't have to, you start something. Well, that's what I'm saying. You quit the thing that you should have. Yeah. So it's like you're here. Well, the problem is when you're here, everything else looks better. Everything looks better. And so it's like the hardest point where you're like, so you just quit. So then boom, you go on this cycle again and you do like, I think one of the things the ways he explains, there's like this wheel here. They just keep repeating, but it's like, you just push. And really there should be like this is kind of like a Dunning-Kruger chart, but there should be like an x-axis that shows a competence. So the more you push through, you start to go up. You get informed optimism. You're like, I know what I'm talking about. I know it's going to work. And then you get achievement. And this is where everybody's trying to get, but they keep splitting off here. So I love that you brought that up. It's such I love that chart.
The thing about that I've realized in myself is like, it will happen. If you're in coaching or if you're in the course, or even if you're figuring it out on your own, enough people have done it. The path has been tread enough that there's no reason you can't figure it out. So you can give up if you want. Like I had conversations with Ariana about working at the Vans store, like the shoe store, because I was like, I need to make rent and I live close to a mall. I could walk there. I don't even have to drive my car. Like I can work at the store. Like that was my crisis. Like my valley of despair. I was like, it wasn't that I was going to give up. It was that I was going to work the job and do my business. But it was just, it was never in my mind that I couldn't do it. So I've done it.
Yeah. Yeah. Cause you just knew the path was there. So if you just followed it and persisted, you get there basically.
Yeah.
You, not to just tee you up too nicely, but like you mentioned Ariana a lot. What about what Ariana did was like very helpful to you?
No, please do tee me up, dude. She's such an important person in my life. Like I could get emotional about her because I started coaching and Kenny, who's, if anybody doesn't know, he's on Eli's team. He was my coach. And I had seen him on these lives before. And I was like, yes, dude, awesome. And then about like a month into coaching, he was like, oh, hey, Ariana's here as well. And like, I could tell they were switching me out. And I was like,
you texted me. I don't know if you
texted Rod and I was
texting me like, what's going on? I'm like, trust it.
I talked to my girlfriend and she was like, that's messed up. And I was like, it is messed up. I wanted to work with Kenny, but trusting the process, Ariana was who I needed to work with at that time. And still, she's just incredible. She is so much more of a mindset person. Like she's a lot of things, but she really helped me to hone my mindset around the business. And Kenny is amazing. I actually haven't worked with them all that much since then because like I've been working with Ariana, but I think Ariana was the person I needed because I had to build this muscle of entrepreneurship. And she's been an entrepreneur for so long that she knew where I was coming from. And she could help me through these mental struggles and this mindset stuff of, again, not wanting to give up, but just the perseverance aspect of it. And she's just incredibly encouraging. And there's a lot, like, it gets a little mystical, like manifestation type of stuff, which some people think is a little bit frou-frou or whatever, but like, it's all about focus, I think is the biggest thing to say about it. And where your attention goes, your energy flows. And I think that Ariana was very instrumental in helping me stay focused, stay on the ball, and believing in myself and like having that confidence to keep going. And
that's what it is. Like when you have that, so like the from a coaching perspective, right? It's like the tactics are there. There's video, there's a check, like it's there. The problem is that, I mean, you have to know that stuff, but once you know it, you have to use it. And that's where the mindset comes from, is the mindset, it determines what skill set you get and how you use those tools that you've learned, and
I like how you said, like, it can feel fluffy to sometimes people or a certain way about manifestation and however they word it. It's real. Like I have conversations with you. I have conversations with others that tell me what they want to achieve and the numbers they want to hit and the life they want to live on that first call. And I'm looking at these notes and these interviews and seeing that you're living, in those moments that you told me. And whether people like to believe it or not, it happens. Whether you use it or ignore it, it's happening mathematically. I have data at this point where I just cannot not believe it. It's like, it's weird to not believe it.
Well,
so
I think
it's
you
just,
can demystify
I love
it
that you genuinely lived it, Jeff. I don't know. It's incredible, man. I can't think about it.
Jeff said it, but it's like you demystify it by just calling it a freaking well thought out and followed plan. You know what I mean? Like, it's like you think about what you want to do. So therefore you're actually creating a plan in your head about what you're going to do, right? It's like, where do you want to go? I don't know. Well, then how are you going to get there? And so it starts with like, whatever you call it, it starts with being like, here's what I want to do. Like you said it, I want to do this. And then maybe it took longer. It always takes longer than you thought. But I mean, still in the scheme of things, it's short, right? It's like a year.
Yeah.
And that's crazy. You know, most people work their whole career to try to make a 6-figure income. And a year later, here you are. But it's not just a 6-figure income. It's a 6-figure income with an asset that you own that's going to continue to grow. And that's amazing. Like that's, you know, why I love what I get to do, right? Because that's so important. Like if you have that, it just makes, it doesn't solve everything, but it solves a lot of problems. Anyway, this is a funny quote. I like this attitude.
By the way, that guy that said that, that's Connor. He's one of the guys in my group chat that he has been massively helpful for me as well. And that's part, like he's over here rhyming. One of the rhymes I like is that your vibe attracts your tribe. And then, and then your net worth is your network. That was my cousin is an entrepreneur, and I asked him something one time about that. I was like starting my business, and I was like, "What's one piece of advice?" And he was like, "Your net worth is your network." And I was like, "That's very cliche," but like having built a community of people, and like Connor has been instrumental in that. It's like having a peer who's doing it, and he's like a little ahead of me. He's got a photographer and blah blah blah. Like having those people in your life they're gonna raise you up. And they help your mindset too. Like it's really easy to get discouraged, but when you have somebody you can complain to, then it's a little easier to kind of misery loves company about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's so important. Like I look back at my first 5 years and they were just so slow because I posted on my story earlier and I meant it. Like I was just such an idiot. I didn't get around other people. I didn't learn from others. I thought photo business was different than any other business. So like I didn't read the classic business book. And it's so funny because like there was a very specific time where a lot of that shifted. My mindset shifted on it, right? And so then I started being open to it. It's like if you look at my business, it was like, and then I started doing that up, and it was, what was it, right? It was getting around other people who are doing stuff that I wanted to be doing, learning from people who had done it, right? And just those things, like they're simple, but it works. You start, learning at such a higher rate than you can. So it's really important. Well,
yeah, no, kick me out if you need to.
That was perfect. No, that was
Rod.
Yeah, that was great.
I hope I was transparent. That's one thing that like, if I can say one last thing, it's just that like when I watch business content or like especially coaching stuff, it's like it's easy to celebrate the big numbers, but the biggest thing that I've found is like the transparency is so huge, especially to people starting their businesses.
Yeah.
Is that everybody struggles, everybody goes through it. This is what you're signing up for.
Yep.
So it's like if you go to the gym to lift weights, it's going to be heavy. You're going to be sore, but it's going to be worth it. And it's like the transparency of like, I have financial problems. I have this like relationship problems from working too much. Like there are things that happen. It's not all rainbows and butterflies. And that's like the biggest lesson that I wish I could impart to people.
Yeah. Well, you just did. Yeah. Those are some of our favorite questions too, because I think it's like, it doesn't serve somebody if they're like, yeah, I'm going to do it and it's going to be easy. What happens then? Like we wouldn't be doing coaching if it was easy, right? Because everybody would figure it out on their own and it would be easy. And so it's like, what do you need? You need someone to accurately understand the challenge. And accurately means you don't think it's going to be impossible because there's a whole group of people that'll never try and think it's impossible. And that sucks. And there's a whole group of people that just get smacked in the face once because they thought it was going to be easy and then they quit. And so it's like, I love that accurate, like, and I always try to ask questions around challenges because if you know what the challenges are going to be, when the challenge comes, you're like, I saw you coming.
You feel like you're weird. It's like, this is normal. All right.
Well, it's hard to be accurate about it because another Hormozy thing, he's like, the thing about entrepreneurship is that it sucks. And it sucks more than you thought it was going to suck. And that's the biggest slap in the face for me is I was like, I knew it was going to be hard, but like, why am I crying on the ground right now? This is really tough. I'm like,
it activates a lot more fear than I think we think sometimes. It's like I remember one time I was getting over the 10 years of providing business coaching, you just kind of ask people, what are the different fears of which someone will trigger when someone's making a decision, not just about coaching, but just jumping into a business in general and running a business. It's a lot. I mean, it was 30 plus big fears all activating at once. Sometimes even for a lot of people all at once, or a combination of a good handful of them. So it's
well, that's why so many people don't do anything. Yeah, and that's why so many people do the normal thing and they just stay in their job, right? Because it's like, but I would
It's
say like,
easier.
talking on the upside of it, it's like this weird thing you don't know until you're in it. It's like it sucked, but it was worth it.
It's
And
so
that's
lame to allow your fear to like dictate
yeah,
it though. It's so lame because then you're just like, what was I doing? Because then after, like, I have a very specific example of when I was playing Pop Warner football and I was the center and I was like 14 and the other team had this giant, like 400-pound defensive lineman and I would not go in the game. I was like, I'm not playing. I'm not doing it. And I regret it to this day.
yeah,
I allowed my like fear to overcome me and it's like
fair
stuck
enough.
with me for as long as I've lived since then because I think about how much better I would have felt if I had overcome it. But
Yeah.
instead now I just have this, it's not a regret. I don't have regrets. You can't
Yeah.
change things in the past, whatever, but like it's there. And imagine if you were 90 on your deathbed, like, oh, I wish I would have done that business.
Oh yeah. I mean,
I think I call it fear shifting. You could I almost like see the light bulb go off in someone's head when it happens. But once the fear of not doing something overpowers the fear to do something, that's when we usually do that. Once the fear of like you said, my biggest fear in life is that looking back and being like, damn, I wish I did that. Because I have conversations with people in their 70s and 80s that are telling me that's what they want. I'm like, well, time is now, baby. Let's go.
Yeah.
So it's that fear. It's either we make decisions based on a fear. You either make decisions on two ways. Either it's fear or opportunity. So always ask yourself in every situation: is this a decision based on opportunity or fear? Most of the time, it's fear, and it'll get you. Brains are tricky. So
there's also
I love that you brought that up, man. That's a
like,
huge point.
And cut me off whenever. I just always
no,
feel like
you're good.
you have to.
This is great.
Like the
I'll keep going.
confidence comes from overcoming obstacles, and throughout this business, it's just like I said, benchmarks. It's like thing after thing after thing. I did not know how to do agent on camera. I didn't know how to film with agents. And now I'm knocking it out and they're like, oh, you're really good at directing. Like you're very confident at that. And I'm like, thank you. Now, yeah, like it's a little scary at first, but that satisfaction of overcoming that is just massive and it's really worth it. It's like kind of a dopamine hit to overcome an obstacle. Like I was scared of hiring a VA and it's almost paralyzing as well there's a fight, flight, or freeze, and I think mine's probably freeze, where it's like it's so scary. There's so many unknowns. I'm just gonna not do it, and maybe I'll do it later, but that's just pushing it off. And once you finally you do the interviews, you put the thing out there, you hire a VA. My VA is like one of the best things that happened in my business. Her name's Claire. She's amazing, and I'm gonna be bumping up her hours. I'm doing so much more because she's provided me so much value that it's been worth. And I just think about where I'd be, and I also thought about how much better I would have been off sooner if I would have gotten over that fear hump sooner. Imagine if I had started my business when I was 21 instead of waiting around until I was 27 or whatever. I don't know, man. Life is so short and there's no reason to not live it how you want to, and allowing fear to get in the way is just so lame.
Well, you know what's interesting too is I mean, at least for me, right? The things that I'm scared of, they're usually the new things, which is fair because you've not done them. So that's why your body's like, yo, watch out, But if you use fear as radar of what you should be doing, it's a really good pathway indicator, right? Generally the thing you're scared of is the thing you need to do. And we talk on that concept a lot because it just plays out so much. It's when you're, for people sitting here listening, right? There's someone who's just wanted to send their first Instagram DM for a while. Right. And they're so scared. And it's what is the best thing that person could do for their business right now is send that DM. And so it's almost interesting that you have to kind of go what am I most scared of doing right now? That's what I need to do. And it actually takes the guesswork out of it. It's you're coming up on a stage. I don't know if you're scared of hiring your first photographer, you're about there, but it's that's the thing, And then it's even funnier because once you start getting even closer, the fear gets more intense. It's like this peak, right? Here's the moment. It's the fear creeps up and then you do it, the fear drops off. And so it's I can't, I had the fear of hiring photographers. I'm so scared of not having a team at Norman & Young now. I'm like, what? Are you kidding me? There's, you know what I mean? And so
I'm kind of getting to that point myself where I'm I'm getting so busy and I'm I need to bump up my VA's hours. I need to hire a photographer.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared of what's going to happen if I don't. So, I mean, there is that too, but there's so many unknowns and coaching can help to an extent, and having other people's wisdom to lean on can help to an extent, but there's so much experience that you have to get yourself. At least for me, I'm somebody that I need that hands-on experience. I can listen to advice. I don't have to put my hand on the stove to know it's hot, but at the same time, I need someone to tell me it's like, okay, I touched that stove already. It's really hot. Don't do that. And it's like, okay, cool. Now I know. But like, there's that aspect of it where there's so many little unknowns that are very scary. Yeah. But you learn them as you go. And then like if you get to the point where you send a DM casually, like you film a video in your car, casually send it to somebody, and like it doesn't even, like I used to be really nervous about my first 9 posts on Instagram. Yeah. I have probably 120 videos of the first time I was trying to record a video because I was like messing up so often. And I remember my first 9 posts, for like 2 weeks, I was like procrastinating. Kenny was like, "Are you going to post those?" And I was like, "Yeah, well, I don't want to post them all on the same day." And he was like, "Well, you got to post them eventually." I was like, "Yeah, I know, I will, but like, just give me a second." And it just was I was so procrastinatory about it. And it was just because I was afraid. Procrastinatory. I don't think it's a real word. It's really easy to let your fear paralyze you, though, if you allow it. But
that's the default setting. It just will unless you force it not to. Rod, what
we were studying. It was an event. I had us talk about fear, so I studied it for a long. I'm not like a psychologist, so someone in here will know more. But it was quite amazing. Like the same process that happens in the brain when we're about to get eaten by a lion that just appeared in our home is the same as if we're about to go on stage and talk to a room full of 1,000 people. Like it cuts off a part of our brain that's logic scientifically, because if you're about to get hit by a bus, you don't want to think, well, hold on, if I step 3 feet to the right, I could actually probably get out. No, you're dead. So it cuts off a part of our brain. I forgot what it's the amygdala takes over, and it cuts off our frontal lobe, I believe, which is responsible for logic. And it's that's why when we get afraid, things sometimes don't make sense. And the only way to get out of it is to question it. Like, if I go on stage, am I going to die? If I stutter, am I going to die? No, it's fine. It's just, it gets our brain out of it. It's that fight or flight, like you were saying. It's like if something's tapping on the window at night, we get a little afraid, like someone's tapping on the window. And then we remember, wait a minute, it's storming right now. And it's that branch that grew down a little bit, and it's actually hitting my window. And that immediate feeling we get when we realize it's not someone tapping on the window, I feel really great. That's fight or flight leaving. It's the amygdala going, oh, wait, no, we're good. So if you could just figure out how to turn off that thing, you'll be like those people that you see on Instagram that hang from skyscrapers, and jump from skyscraper to skyscraper. Like, how do you have no fear? It just got out of hand. So maybe don't do that, maybe don't do that. But that's where you scientifically know how fear works. You can use it to propel you versus prevent you, like most people. Same when someone's like afraid of flying in an airplane. You learn how the airplane works, and you learn every bit about an airplane and what it's like in the air. And then you actually dissipate that fear a bit by the knowledge. So it comes back down to that astronaut saying, the more you learn, the less you fear. So learn, the fear starts to dissipate. I don't know why I went on a fear rant, but you inspired me, Jeff. Come on, man. Let's go for 2 hours on this. Let's go.
No, but it's real. Because from experience of like speaking in front of people, you do get that little tingle in your stomach every time, that feeling that you have to pee a little bit, like you're so nervous. And then you go up there and you start talking. It goes away in the first 2 minutes if you talk longer than that. And then afterwards you watch it and you're like, oh, it's not that bad. And you talk to people and they're like, you sounded confident. Like, and you like, sometimes I'll mess up. Like, I don't know, but you just do it anyway. It's just like the best advice I can have is just do it anyway. Do it scared, like whatever.
Do it scared. I like that. That's my takeaway from this one. No, that's awesome. Well, thank you, Jeff. That was worth every minute of overtime. So I appreciate you being on.
Thanks for letting me go over. I love you. Yeah.
No, of course. Thank you. That's awesome. Well, have a great rest of your day, and we're gonna do a little Q&A, some recap, and
cool, man.
I appreciate it. Go get those broker deals.
Thank you, man.
See you later, Jeff. That was awesome. That was a good one. I don't even know what to say after that one. I like, what's I want to go 5 minutes. Yeah, I want to say something about Jeff specifically that I like, and why I was like really excited to have him on the Q&A. So there's people that like get in this business, they crush it really fast, right? And that's great. But there's people who do a really good job building a foundation that's going to make them a really good operator now in the future. The game with business is not to build the fastest business and then it goes away. Not that it's going to go away, right? But it's like the goal is not build the best business in 2 years. That's not the goal for people. I would imagine anybody starting this, people that invest in coaching, that join, like, you're not doing this for a year. You're doing this because you're going to build a business that lasts a while, right? And so if you think about, hey, I'm going to have this business for 10 years or longer, you start going, what do I need to learn now that's going to make that process better? And so like, the way I see Jeff is he's just consistently going up. Some people go up and then they hit a wall and they go down, they go up. Like Jeff is just really consistent. I think it's because he takes the time to build that mental framework that I think is really cool. So yeah, I always we have our group coaching calls and coaching, and the second I see Jeff's name in there and his hand go up, I'm like, we're gonna have some good questions today. So yeah, all that to say, that was fun. Yeah, back to the regular programming. Well, what questions does everybody have? Jump in there. I think
we could address. I think they're good questions, good thoughts. Being in Florida has a lot to do with it. We see people crush it all over, to be fair, too. Yeah. I think
Florida's just big, right? So there's just a lot of people are in Florida, so a lot of coaching people are in Florida. But like, I would say there's actually much better markets than Florida.
What we've seen, yeah.
Yeah, like Pacific North. If you want to like use the like, hey, this market is the best, like Seattle. Pacific Northwest, you have like $1,000 average order values. The highest we've ever seen from a solo operator was there. Was actually a guy and his wife, but they did like well over 50K in a month. It's insanity, just those two. And so, yeah, I mean, Florida's good, but like, I don't even know if it ranks at the top. It's just bigger. So you see a lot of people there. Let's see. Interesting to see how close everyone is with their coach. Yeah, I mean, people, use our program differently, right? So you have like a one-on-one coach, there's group calls, there's curriculum and a checklist. Like, depending on your personality type, some people are very coach heavy, some love group calls, so everybody has their own thing. But Jeff, I think really connected well with Ariana, and yeah, built a great business.
Here's a genuine, and it's a genuine question. They're not hating or anything. And I think it's a genuine question too, to be fair.
Yeah, so, Eli, if you make so much
I have
money,
my thoughts, but I want to hear yours. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of reasons to it, right? Like, I mean, the selfish answer is there's more money, right? There's not like, how much do you? Well, more. I'm trying to build a business, right? But the bigger answer, I think, for me is one of the things that I would have been really benefited if I had something like we built when I was starting my business. And I don't just mean in real estate media. I think there's a lot of people out there who would love a practical way to learn a skill. And so I think big picture, the way education is done doesn't really work very well in a lot of cases or for a lot of people. So like part of what I want to do with my career is just do education a little bit differently. And so like, what is the skill that I'm teaching now? Well, it's the skill that I learned, real estate media. And I love teaching people, I love building it, but it's kind of like, step one for me. So yeah, I appreciate the question. I do think like there are a lot of people who sell a course and do stuff that are scammy, right? And so like, that's where the question comes from. But yeah, I hope that answers. If you ever have any like other ones, feel free to drop them in there.
Well, I mean, I think it happens naturally over time from my experience seeing, like people eventually ask and say, hey, you should have a course. You should do this. You should do that. And like, oh, maybe I should. And then the supply starts to happen. It goes this and it evolves. And then as demand goes up, price goes up. It just is kind of how it works. And also we get to do it. The reason we love to do it, you can make money in a lot of ways, but we get to get people like Jeff that just came on. That's someone that tells me they want to change their life, and then now they are, and able to inspire others to change their lives. At the end of the day, it does feel nice to help lead people to things that help them. We do like money, but we do like to genuinely help people and see how they can grow. So I mean, it kind of happened over the 5 years you've been training people. We're at.
I like this comment. I was gonna warn you'll be banned. Yeah, the only time you get banned is if you spam nonsense. If you ask a good tough question, I don't
think we ever ban anyway. If someone bans like, yeah.
No, I banned somebody one time who wouldn't just stop, dude. They kept going on about all this stuff, and I was like, you got to go out of here.
I like them though. I like that energy. But all right, we'll get into real estate media questions now. We love coaching, but we want to help you all with your business too. But I do love coaching. I mean, come on. Any excuse to talk about coaching. Let's go.
Let's see. Jeff, thank you. I appreciate that. I do like teaching. I would have never thought that about myself too, but I do like, you know what it is? It's like the ultimate challenge. It's like the first challenge is figuring out how to do something yourself, but then real skill is like when you can teach somebody else. And it's kind of what you do when you scale your business, right? Like you just teach your photographers. So it's teaching, leading is always the skill, I think, that grows a business. Let's see.
Okay, let me start picking some business.
Get your questions in there, guys. Ask us some good tactical stuff.
We'll start rapid firing some questions here.
Marvin said, "Who do you guys use for editing photos?" Marvin, there's two ways right now. So there's Pixelmob, which is what all of us have used in the past. And Pixelmob is a site where you can go find, it's like a marketplace of editors. So you can see them by ratings and try them in there. Ultimately, with an editor, you kind of always are moving around. At least most people are. So like you'll start with one editor, they get too busy, and then service drops. You switch to somebody else. But there's a new thing you can try that I think it's really where the industry is going. Called the company's called Auto HDR. It's AI photo editing. Here I'm pinning. Oh, you're already doing it. Rod's on the ball.
Yeah.
Those are two options for you to find editors.
I'll comment that too. I'll get it.
Yes, Legion Martin, you can absolutely tie in Spiro if you have an existing website. I can actually show you. It's pretty cool. Let me here. Hold on. Norman, and you don't. And if you're just starting, like, don't build a website is my advice. But if you already have one, yes. So let me look at that. Add to stage. Here we are. Why is it not? Oh, it's weird. It doesn't show our, like, can you see our video behind there, Rod?
I see listing media for agents in DFW that's not moving.
Oh, weird. On my screen, it's moving, but it's not on there. But anyway, if you go up here to where it says...
You talking at a desk, nice looking mahogany desk.
Yeah. So see, it says book now up here. So this is our regular website. And then when you click book now, see it redirected to book.normandyyoung.com. That's where it went over to Spiro. So that's how it interacts with our thing. So yes, you absolutely can. Yeah, there's a demo for Spiro. I actually made it. So if you sign up for Spiro, it will shoot you a course automatically.
Your damn face is everywhere, man. Come on.
Yeah.
It's everywhere. I'm just kidding, in a good way. Well, I hear your voice while I sleep, though. That's the problem.
Yeah,
Here's a good question. I get this question a lot on the calls I'm on too.
I'm excited, but I'm a little scared at the same time. If someone really applies themselves in a good market, can they get 5 to 8K quickly? Yeah, Violet, I mean, applies themselves, like it depends on the person. We've seen people hit 10K in their first month. Don't expect that. You have to like send it to get that. But it's possible, right? So, 5 to 8K, I don't want to say like, oh, you could do it in 2 months, because it's so timeline dependent. You could do it in the first month and you could never do it. But if you're willing to put in the work, yes, absolutely. It's doable. Let's see. Cameron, hit me. Come to one of the group calls. I don't think I've seen you on any of my group calls.
Is that Cameron Doran?
Is it?
Wait, which Cameron? What's your last name? Is that Doran?
Either way, Cameron, come to my group call and let's get it hammered out. Go to anybody's group call and get it hammered out, dude. Okay, let's see. Or book a one-on-one with your coach. Either way. I think
this is actually a good thing to bring up. I think a lot of people do actually. I think it's because the area, right? That Cameron's saying that it's in a cheap area, and that's why it could be tough.
That's okay. I mean, that's kind of why I wanted them to talk it out specifically with their coach. But what's up? It is Cameron Doran. Cool. Yeah, like are you struggling because you're afraid you're too expensive, Cameron, or where's the struggle coming from? Let me know, and then I just don't want to answer something for you that's like, great, that didn't help. So let me know where you think. Are you saying agents think you're too expensive, or you worry you're too expensive, or because everybody else is cheap, you feel like you need to go cheap, but you don't want to? Like, where's it coming from? Let's see.
I went trigger happy. You pick.
Now I'm trying to find some.
I'll redo your. If we missed your question, you can pop it back up there just in case.
Yeah, please. Thinking about dropping off gift. Oh, what's up, Jerry? Speaking of someone crushing it, I've been thinking about dropping off gift baskets, small brokers in my area, and having free shoot cards. Is that effective? I'd love for it to be my entry point for brokerage presentations. Yeah, I mean, it's effective, Jerry. It's just how effective is the question. Especially if it's something, I mean, you're out shooting a lot. If you just put some in the back of your car and next time you drive by the brokerage, it's 5 minutes out of the way. I think that's probably the height of making it efficient and effective. But yeah, I mean, it definitely can work. It's usually better to get an intro from an agent that's already in that brokerage and just ask them how you can get in contact with the broker.
Andrew in Australia, by the way. Shout out, Andy.
Yes, sir. How do you deal with agents requesting too many? How many edits are you talking about, Andy? I mean, we just deal with it because it's very common, or it's very uncommon, like that they go too far. Like usually it's 1 or 2 edits, but if they go past that, we just do it until they're happy. Typically, just because it doesn't happen very common.
No extra costs, right?
Yeah, for free. You know, we just take care of it. How do you find VAs? Bryce, there's a website called onlinejobs.ph that's like a marketplace. It's like indeed.com, but for virtual assistants. And it's .ph, like Philippines, because there's a big, they call it BPO industry, business process outsourcing industry there. Oh, okay, Cameron, you're getting with your coach Monday. Perfect. Cameron, if you also come to you do need to get into more group calls for sure. Come to my group call on Tuesday. Go in the group calls list and just RSVP to some and just make sure to show up to them. There's so much value in those, by the way, but I'll look out for your question on Tuesday and we can just go through it on Zoom, obviously, where we can go back and forth and screen share and stuff. Okay, let's see. Preston said, oh, did I just skip a question you had pinned, Rod?
I was clicking. No, no, you're good.
Preston said, do the coaches know the applications programs and can they assist in learning the ropes? Yes, Preston. So depends on how specific of a question, but we have it covered either way. So if the coach doesn't know, like for Spiro, I'll give you an example. Our coaches know how to use Spiro, but if there's like a really tech question, we have a group call every week with the founder of Spiro that's in there that you can go to. So you try to like create all the resources where you're never like, I don't know what to do. Yeah. Okay, how do you deal with agents?
I like that name, by the way. That's powerful.
How do you deal with agents not wanting to join your funnel? Like after you call them asking for a free shoot and they say yes. Yeah, I mean, sometimes they say yes just to get you off the phone. And so they're always going to kind of like smoke screen you that way. But a lot of time it's just making it easy and just being like, if they have a shoot right now, just booking it right then. Or just asking for the address and what time. Like it depends on what so if you give me a specific scenario, I can help, but it's sometimes a smoke screen and the goal or the workaround is really just to make it easy as possible. But I don't know if that's what you're asking, so sorry about that. Do you have a training session on bookkeeping? That's my main concern. Yeah, so I don't on like YouTube. It's obviously a big part of what we do in coaching. So we have a full bookkeeping training, and then you can actually get on a group call every week with the bookkeeper I use at my business named David. But again, I don't have in coaching, so I don't have anything on the front end for that, just because it's kind of specific to you.
Yeah, we gotta be careful. We gotta be careful on our words sometimes on that side a little bit, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, I can't just be like
give accounting advice real quick and
yeah, it depends on the specific scenario a little bit.
Great question though, Marco.
Yeah. What do you guys think about offering marketing media services, things like creating social media posts for clients, new listing and pending? Yeah, so I highly recommend you don't do it. Jeff talked about focus a lot, and this is one of those things that I think is a distraction to the core business. And the reason I say distraction and not additional opportunity is because it's just a lot of work for not a lot of money and agents don't want to pay a lot for it typically. So you'll see a lot of people try this. They'll start doing 15, 20K a month and they'll be like, you know what? The best way to get to 50K a month is do a whole nother business where I do this. And then they usually drop that business long-term. So I'm just not the biggest fan of it. I think it's much better just to focus on the simple. There's a lot of like the things that make real estate media are awesome are like a very specific set of things. It's easily repeatable, right? You can do multiple in a day. You can train somebody to do it. You can get a lot of clients doing it. The same agents use you over and over again. That doesn't apply with the other stuff as much. So I'm a like way over on the side of don't even try it is my approach. As someone who's
Gene. Just want to say hey to Gene. All right. And hey, Christina. When I see familiar names, I get excited. Sorry.
Also struggling with pricing. A lot of agents want a bunch of photos of a small home apartment for super cheap. Yeah, I mean, you just charge. I like to charge per photo. So they want a bunch of photos. So it doesn't matter the size of the house, right? We have a flat rate for 40 photos. They can use it on a big house. They can use it in a small house. That's how I look at it. Let's see. Does Spiro create marketing kit for clients? Yes, it does. Every listing that's included with Spiro, you pay the way Spiro charges you is there's no monthly fee. It's just $5 a project. And as part of that $5, you get a marketing kit. All right, we got to find like 2 or 3 more good questions here.
I saw this one. 2 or 3 after that. This one, yeah.
I'll allow it. Rod's doing your guys' bargaining. I like that. Owen said, at what point should I consider getting into Ford? I just hit 10K for the first time this month. I feel like I'm gonna hit a wall of experience and get stuck. Yeah, I mean, without just sounding like you should, I don't want to just sound like I'm selling you, but the goal with Forward is we start with you. I mean, ideally a little bit before where you are now, and that's fine, but we're going to help you scale and hire. So you're right in that sweet spot of like, you definitely should be looking at it. So, I mean, I would say now.
And they also, this Rashad Penn Photography also asked if coaching helps outside of the US.
Yes. So it depends on the market. We have a guarantee in our coaching program, and guarantee aside, ethically, I only want to work with areas where we know the market and how it works. And so, yes, we do outside of the US. It is specific country dependent. We want to look into it with you first. If it's a new country we haven't served anybody in, we need to do a little more research. But like, heads up, US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. What European countries are we sure with, Rod? Like Germany,
Germany, any in the UK.
Yeah. I mean, talk to the team for sure.
Book in with the team, and we do have automation that if someone books in not in those areas, it will delete the call and it will email you, and then you just tell to talk to the team if it does that, if that happens.
I'll just do the link in the chat for you, so talk with them. Oh, Rod, look at us. We were both on it, except you did like
prettier. Mine's got the HTTPS in it.
Listen, I'll delete mine. That's better. Yeah, what if I banned myself? Would it kick me out of here? I don't know.
Please don't do. Let's try it later.
Yeah, Jay Hart. No, I appreciate the question. It's not that I don't want to answer it here. It's just it depends on where you're at in your business. If you're just starting, if you already have a business, like what the scope is. And so book in and talk with us about it. We just have different options. It's like anything that's more custom. There's not just like a here you go. It's like, well, what do you want? And so book in. Let's see.
There's a lot of coaching questions, which I love, which I'm excited. Yeah. It's good.
Is your coach program just for building a real estate photo business? Are you teaching how to be a coach? Yeah, we're very, we focus only on real estate media. So we won't even help you with anything that's even kind of related. Like, it has to be just our core thing, because we want to focus on one thing and be the best at that and not go wide. And I mean, I think, there's a lot of coaching programs, not for real estate media, but just in general, that don't get people good results. And the reason is because they just want everybody's money. So they're like, you know what, photo assets, sure, I'll take your money, come in, we'll do. And it's like, no. There's a customer group we serve, and it's people who want to start real estate media businesses that model like ours in the areas we can serve, and we say no to everything else. Anyway, let's see. I was laughing at this one. Well, speaking of that, dude, that was an awesome one with Jeff. I was like, yeah. Not that our other guests haven't been great, but he's just easy to talk to and has a bunch of great. You know what's interesting about him? You can tell he's done a lot of personal development. So the way he speaks is through the phrases and languages of people that are really successful, and those phrases have made those people successful because they're easy to understand, and so it's just a good conversation. So anyway,
it's been I'm an evolution of character fan. Like, any movies about someone evolving over the course of the movie or the seasons. And just my first conversation with Jeff and our notes, and just to see where he's at now and how he's inspiring others. Yeah. I don't know. It's just, I don't want to get all warm and fuzzy on everybody, but this business is cool. I mean, it really is. I've been around a lot of other businesses, and they're great. And it's just this one, when you look at the numbers and margins and all that, it's great. But just how you could serve people and help these agents who have really stressful lives, and you're that peaceful part of their day. And just to be able to provide media that helps get people into a home that they're going to live in, the biggest purchase of their life, you're helping facilitate for people. And just the people you meet, the friendly network in your area, not the competition, but the friendly network in your area, and the people in our community and people in these lives, and you, Eli. And I don't know, it's just, again, I don't want to get all warm and fuzzy, but I am. But this business is cool, and it's just cool what
it really is
how it's unfolded. So, yeah. Thank you.
I like you say that because I've just been doing it so long. I'm used to it.
You're numb to it at this point.
Yeah. It's a great industry. So.
I'm like, it's awesome.
Well, thank you, everybody. We appreciate it, and we love the chance to work with you in coaching. I know, I don't want to sound just like a pitch, but if you feel you like us, you've learned a lot from, you know, my content, and you want to work with us more in depth, we'd love the opportunity to help you either launch your business in our launch program or in forward scale your business, hire a team, and, you know, turn it from a you know, high paying job into an asset that, you know, works without you, or with less of you in the middle stage. So yeah, we'd love the opportunity to work with you, and appreciate you being here on a Thursday, hanging out with us. We sometimes take it for granted, but we don't mean to, because we surely enjoy that we get to do this for a living. So thank you, everybody, and we'll see you very soon. See you later.
Thank y'all. Bye, everybody.